Test mic. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oke, hello guys, welcome back with me Fedelish, your online friend. So ya, hari kita bakal lanjutin main VN lagi. Yang kemarin Chaos Child. Dan terakhir kita kayaknya udah mau mulai masuk chapter 5 deh. Kayak udah di akhir-akhir chapter 4, tapi nggak tahu juga ya, ini masih nebak-nebak. So ya, kita bakal mulai aja langsung. Sambil baca live chat pertama. Iya Om Aldo, aku tahu kamu pertama tapi nggak sampai 2 kali ya. Well, menurut ya Om Aldo ya. Sepertinya sudah tidak lembur nih Om Aldo nih. Oke, kita lanjut. Kemarin tuh sampai ini ya.
Dying
ya. Pokoknya ini mulai dikaitkan kalau semuanya ini totalnya semua korbannya tuh punya super power. But this time the sticker themselves were the murder weapon, so that doesn't count. Which meant the killer put them there. Maybe it was to say that they were the ones who did it, or maybe to send a message to someone, huh? Iya sih, harusnya message sih. Kayak dia kayaknya ngemalsuin kan, kalau nggak salah ingat kan. Which meant that card would have some kind of meaning that all the victims understood. But the only thing they have in common that we know now is they had special powers. Iya, sama-sama punya special power ya. Oh, my phone is ringing. Sarika took her phone out of her pocket and looked at the screen. Then frowned and looked at me. Kenapa? HP kita kan? It's from Non-chan. Si One-chan ya? So we just introduced the 3 ramen restaurant in Kichijoji that are so popular. Oh, ini ada reporter ya. The lines are stretching out the door. Well, did you see one that caught your eye? The second one, where you dip the noodles in sauce, caught my eye. Using a miso-style broth instead of seafood for the base strikes me as very innovative. Siapa di sini yang suka ramen? That's right. They've adjusted the miso so it works as a dipping sauce, and it's not as heavy as you will think. They just put something on screen, didn't they? Breaking news. This afternoon, freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe. Oh, si ini yang korbannya, age 22. There was a large sign at the top of the screen which read, freelance journalist Tomoaki Watabe dies violently during speech. The Shibuya police are still deciding if it's a murder or a suicide, and are performing a detailed investigation into Watabe's health and the cause of his death. Watabe was in the news recently for writing an article. It connected the string of suicide that have been plaguing Shibuya lately with the large amount of so-called sumo stickers that have been found in the area. Anjir, ini mah ameba Pico gak sih anjir? Kalian ada yang main ameba Pico gak anjir dulu? You hear Watabe is that? Wow, that's a shock. Watabe, I'm gonna cry. You knew him? No, but I thought he was great. Just a fan, huh? He seemed really smart. You know, when you look at him, he isn't all that hot. Wait, that's safe, blah blah. Why will he die anyway? Why did he die anyway? I don't know, but that's what they were saying. So on Ryan, wasn't he on TV yesterday? He was writing an article about the sumo sticker in Shibuya are bad news. It was the one putting them up. Lol, no, lol. He didn't put them up. That sumo sticker had something to do with the case. The new generation madness, you know? Was Watabe killed? Scary shit, lol. Those eyes are God size. Huh? Those eyes are God's eyes. Waduh, nge-spam deh. According to an announcement by Shibuya Metropolitan Police on the afternoon of the 10th at around 1 p.m., Tomoaki Watabe was found dead. The Shibuya police are investigating both the possibility of an incident as well as a potential murder or suicide, and are looking into the cause of Mr. Watabe's death and any illness he may have had. First boss, rest in peace. Rest in peace, lo. This Scandifra beneran is what the fuck? He had a dance with Harlock, huh? Rest in peace. That's what you get. Holy shit. Who? Rip. Rest in peace, lol. Whose eyes are those eyes? Rest in peace, lol. Did he learn too much? The darkness of the sumo sticker runs deep. Wait, this is seriously scary. How come you guys are laughing? Somebody has to have killed him, right? Holy shit. Today's the fucking 10. New generation madness? So it's begun. Yes, harusnya udah begun sih. Udah mulai deh. Kimchi anjay. Hah? Di mana itunya? Kau sepertinya sudah tidak lembur ya, Mate? Welcome to Glad the asshole's dead. Which one of you guys did this? That's what you got. Huh, so the dates match again. Those eyes are God's eyes. Why do you guys hate him so much? He's just some loser plagiarist. Who is this guy again? Don't put out a breaking news update just cause this dumbass died. I was recording fucking Conan. Worship the sumo sticker. Die. That perfect. The next one will be on 10/23. Pasti game masuk itu mah game kamu deh. Welcome to stream ya Bang Telur ya. The sumo sticker are God, no objection allowed. Repent on your sins. There will be more victims. You're kidding me, lol. The guy reports on all this stuff and end up kill himself. The sumo sticker are God. In the return of I can't bear it. Return of new generation madness. Don't look at me, leaky noise, revolving dead, under debate. You're late. That's what I'm here to see. Ended up just like Watabe said. The sumo sticker will save the world. Troll somewhere else. Maybe Watabe killed himself to prove his article was right. If so, then he's got my respect. Anjir, orang gila. Bang, gerbang Baldur 3, waduh. If so, then he's got my respect. A miraculous carnival is about to begin. What is happening in Shibuya? Bullshit, the sumo sticker is God. The sumo, rest in peace. Abang Dewa. Si Predator sedang sakit. I suddenly look up at the building. The lights were on in the room at the end of the living room on the 3rd floor, which meant she was awake. I had known she would be. But still, I couldn't help but sigh. That was the end of my last hope. After Serika had answered the phone, she had handed it to me without saying a word. Just like I had expected. Katanya kalau kamu main Gerbang Baldur 3, playtime-nya kan apa iya? Apa iya? Abang Dewa, halo Bang, masih inget aku tidak? Halo Relax Lover, welcome to the stream. Inget dong. Her voice was calm. Kan aku masuk server kamu, waktu itu kamu yang ngirim invitation. Both me, Serika, and Ito knew from experience that meant she was angry. He had told me to come home immediately in a flat, emotionless voice. I couldn't even make any excuses. Enggak. Emang seseru itu gerbang Baldur 3. I had been hoping she would be asleep when I got back, but now I realized that there was never any chance of that. No, I didn't know for certain that she wanted to talk about what happened today. It might be about something else, katanya sih loh. Kan? Belum dibuktiin udah bilang seru. Gimana sih? No way. That was impossible. I was 90% sure of it. I gave up and headed to Kurusu's room. Masa katanya? Gak valid. When I went inside, she was sitting on the bed waiting for me.
傷に触るだろ。
You need to lie down or it will open up your wound again. Right?
また警察に連れて行かれたって聞いたんだけど。
Gua mah game yang ada epaka epiki selalu seru. Epaka epiki apaan anjir? I heard you had to go down to the police station again. Kurusu cut me off. Her voice was calm and level. Normally, this would have been a relief, but in Kurusu's case, it just made me feel more scared.
この情報に間違い
Seger
はな
lagi
い
nih
わね。
bocah. That's correct, isn't it?
誰の情報？
Who told you about that?
そんなの誰だっていい
It
でしょ。
doesn't matter, does it? Anyway,
それより本当なの？
is it true?
どうなの？
Well, waduh. Kalau ditanya gini terus senyum-senyum ngeri juga sebenarnya. Well, apaan tuh deh pakai epiki anjir? Kawahara must have told her. Damn it. Why did he have to tell Kurusu of all people? I knew I was in for another lecture. No, I would be lucky if it was just a lecture. If it was anything worse. I didn't want to think about it. If her voice was this calm, it was a warning sign. Pakai epiki? Iya apaan? Apa tuh Om Aldo? Pakai epiki? I needed to proceed cautiously.
さっきから黙っているなんて。
Why are you being
一
so
体どう
quiet?
したんでしょう
Could
ね。
you not hear me?
も
Wah,
しかしたら
udah
私の
diginiin.
声が聞こえなか
Udah
ったんで
diginiin
しょ
lebih
う
serem
か。
lagi, bre. He suddenly changed. You're kidding me. Normally, I would get at least a little more time.
そういうことならもう
You
一度お
lie
聞
as
きしましょう
again?
か。
Is what I just said.
先ほどのお話
Waduh.
は
Ngeri. Kurusu ngeri.
聞こえてます。
I
大丈夫
can
です。
I can hear you. It's fine, kan? Dia
そ
jawabnya.
う
I see.
だったら
Then
してお返事して
why
くれ
didn't
ない
you
の
say
かしら。
anything? Aduh, pusing udah kau.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
まあいいでしょう。
Well, it doesn't matter.
それで
Oh?
はい。
Yeah.
さっきの
Yes.
話は。
What you said is true. Katanya.
でも、そ
Oh,
れは
but
僕の
it's
せいじゃ
not
な
my
くて
fault.
事件が起きた
There
んだ
was
か
a
らしょうがない
murder,
っていう
and
か
there was nothing I could do about
ほ
it.
ら
You know what happened with Watabe, right?
渡部との対談の件。
I tried to stop my voice from shaking as I told her everything that had happened that day.
そういうわけで、
So you
警察に
see,
連れて行かれたのは
the reason we had to
僕
go
たち
to
が
the police
重要な
station
目
was
撃者
that
だった
we
だ
were
けで
key witness. There was no other reason, really. No, kenapa kau sedih, Kurusu? Kurusu was watching me with extremely cold eyes the entire time I told. I somehow managed to look back at her. Apa suka pakai piki dengan guling? Waduh, oh gitu. Dewa astaga. Emang ada anjing balurus gitu? What the fuck? Kenapa lu enggak, gue masih nggak paham deh. Apa kesenangan dari main game yang itu aja? Soalnya Anda membeli beberapa game yang ada kategori gitu. Soalnya gue nggak beli, bre. Gak dapet aja kalau main lah. Karena asik sekali. I somehow managed to look back at her as I shared something that wasn't an excuse that I had been feeling lately.
でもさ、
you know,
最近
things do seem
なんか
a
少し
little
おかしいと思
strangely
ってるん
late.
だ。
Strange
おか
lately.
しい
Strange.
何が
What does? Masam kamu ngapa jadi
最初は
loh?
さ、もちろん
Kamu
僕た
kan
ちから
asexual
興味
ya?
を持って事件のことを調
At
べて
first
た。
we were following the case before we were interested in it. Kamu membelah diri kan?
Betul.
Asexual bro.
最近は
But
その
no,
事件自体
lately
が
it feels like the
逆に
case
僕ら
is
を追って
coming
きてるよう
after
な
us. The
そん
case
な
is
気がするん
coming
だよ。
after us. When I said that, I realized how right it felt. That was the only way I could think of to describe what had happened today. Oh, jadi kamu predator, Deo. Tahta predator mau dipindahkan. It was Watabe who asked for an interview with us. And Watabe had died in front of us before we had even talked to him. We hadn't had a choice in any of it.
昨日
Yesterday, Kurusu opened her mouth quietly.
昨日言ってくれたわよね
You told me yesterday, didn't you?
Huh?
Huh?
昨日
That
考えるって
you will think about it,
そう言ってくれたわよね
right?
それは
That's... I had said that, yes.
僕だってそのつもりだったよ。
I meant it,
でもさ、
but a lot of
でも、
stuff happened today.
今日また
There's
いろいろあって。
something new that I learned.
分かったこと
Something new.
そうなんだ。
That's right.
さっき部室でみんなと話してたんだけど、
I realized when I was talking to everyone in the club room that all the victims had something in common.
その
Yeah,
共通点とは
You
何
see,
かってい
they
うと、
all... And then I
Jitsu wa-
stopped. Yaudah bang, aku mau apek sama yang jadi gitu, nggak ngajak. Oke. I wasn't sure if Kurusu will understand that what I was trying to say, but I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I just told her exactly what had happened.
実は一連の事件の被害者って
All of the
みん
victims
な特
had
殊な現
something
象を体験して
special
たみたいなんだよ。
happen to them.
未来予知とか
They
人の
could see
心を
the
読んだりとか、
future,
念
or
写
read
とか、
minds,
つまり
or psychic
超能力
photography.
ってことで、
Psychic photography. I guess you could call them psychic powers.
超能力
Psychic powers. Kurusu froze. She probably hadn't been expecting that.
そうなんだ。全員が何かしらの能力を持ってた可能性があって、
That's right. There's a chance they all had same kind of power.
この予想が本当なら事件そのものだけじゃなく、 世
I'm
界的な
right.
常識を根本から覆すことになるかもしれない。
This is about more than the case. It may change everything we think we know about the world. Isn't that amazing? Oh, digampar kah? And then I realized that she was acting strange. Her gentle smile had vanished, and she was sitting there expressionless. No, Kurusu. I realized that I had made a mistake, but it was too late. She was just about to blow. When she got like that, it meant she was building up her anger for an explosion. The only thing I could do now was wait for the thunder to come crashing down on me. Here it comes. I closed my eyes. But I waited and waited, and nothing happened. And saw,
お願い
please. Kurusu looking lower than I had ever seen her before.
タクル
Please,
お願いだから
stop this.
これ以上はやめて
Don't do
もう
anything else.
やめて
He reached out with shaking hand to grab my arm.
来るす
Kurusu?
怖いの
I'm
私
scared. I'm... Huh?
これ以上
When I think about what
あ
could
なたが事件
happen
に首を突っ
if you
込んで
getting involved in
何
this,
かあったらと思
then
うと
something does happen.
いても立ってもいら
I
れない
just don't know what to do. I'm so
怖
scared.
くてあなたにだってわかる
You
でしょ
know what it feels like to,
大切
don't
な
you?
ものを失うのが
There's something you care
どれだ
about.
け私は
I
も
don't
う
want
失
to
いた
lose
く
my
ない
family again. I don't want to lose the people I care
大
about.
切な人
Oh.
だから
So please, Takuru,
お願い
just give up on the case.
そ
Please.
んなおかしな事件を追うのはもうやめて
Kurusu seemed so weak, like she was about to cry. Tunjukin dong mukanya dong. I was shocked. I never thought she would let me see her like this. Oh, so that's it. I still didn't understand how much I had been making Kurusu worry. Her hands gripped me harder, as if she was trying to stop me. As if she was clinging to me. A gasp of pain slipped from her mouth. Maybe her wound had opened again, but she kept on clinging to me tightly. She held me and wouldn't let me go. I was a fool. I was such a fool. I had gotten cocky just because I had learned something new and forgotten how much that will hurt the people close to me.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
ごめん
I'm
本当に
sorry.
ごめん
I'm really sorry.
そんなに心配させてたなんて
I didn't realize I would worry you so much.
タクル
Takuru.
それじゃ
Then,
でも
but I removed Kurusu's hand as gently as I could. No. Aku tidak. What?
一つだけやっておかなきゃいけないことがあるんだ
There is one thing I need to do. Just let me do this one thing.
それは
Is it that
大事な-
important? Yeah.
私たち家族より大事なことなの
More important than your family?
同じくらい大事なことかな
Probably just as important.
同じくらい
Just as
一体
important.
何がそんなに
What is it?
スマホ取り返さなきゃ
I need to get my phone back. My phone was stolen that night. It was in the hand of a mysterious girl who was either connected to the killer or maybe the killer herself. I didn't know. But given what I had seen so far, there was no way she wasn't connected somehow. So I had to get it back no matter what.
そんなの
That's not.
ダメなんだ
I have
あれ
to.
には新聞部の
It's
デ
got the
ータが入って
newspaper clip data
そ
on
れ
it
にここのこと
and
も
information about this
も
place
しそれ
too.
が見られたら
If someone sees it,
データって
data,
連絡先とか
you
取
mean our
材の
contact
成果とかで
info
しょ
and the result of
それ
our
にロックだって
research?
かけてあるって
Nothing else, right? And you said it was locked. Yeah, but it's still possible that something could happen. If there really were psychic power, someone might have a way to get the data of it. Then something terrible might happen. Oh. Kenapa nih? Suddenly the lights went off and the room was plunged into darkness. The darkness was so sudden that my eyes didn't have time to adjust. I could barely see anything.
クルス
Kurusu,
どうしたんだよ
what's wrong? But even though she was right in front of me a second ago, she didn't answer. There was only the silent darkness.
クルス
Kurusu,
返事しろよ
answer me.
どこ行ったんだよ
Where did you go?
クルスノノならいない
No, no,
Mo,
Kurusu
what
isn't here. I killed her already. What the f... Huh? Suddenly, a voice came from the darkness. I turned towards it and I saw a small shadow standing there.
宮代タクルだな
Takuro Miyashiro, right?
お前
Who are you?
愚かなやつだ
Stupid question.
余計な
If
こと
you
に
hadn't
首を突っ込まなけ
gotten
れば
involved,
死
you
ぬこと
wouldn't
は
have
なかった
had
ろ
to
うに
die. Huh? Her hands were filled with knife. The silver blade shone with a bloody crimson light. No, it wasn't just the light that looked like blood. There's a liquid dripping down from it that looked just like... No,
違う
that's not it.
血だ
That's blood.
本当の血
Real blood.
そうだ
That's
血だ
right,
よ
it's
言
blood.
ったろ
I told
Kurusu
you,
Nono
I killed
殺したと
Nono Kurusu. The girl with the knife pointed to a corner in the darkness and grinned. I saw the silhouette of something that looked like a hat. It was rolling on the ground. Kurusu, Kurusu. It's too late for
今更
regrets.
後悔しても遅いぞ
Takuro Miyashiro.
宮代タクル
This is all your
これ
fault.
は全てお前が招
She
いた
smiled and
ことだ
started to walk towards me. Run, Yui, Yuto, Dad. I screamed out into the hallway, but there was no answer. I heard nobody call back to me.
ああ無駄だよ
It's
お前
useless.
の妹も弟
Your
も
little
父
sister,
親も
your
みんな殺して
brother,
おいたからな
your dad. I killed them all. Waduh. Eh? Eh?
あとはお
You're
前だけ
all
だ
that's left.
さっさ
Now,
と死ね
die.
タクル
Takuru?
どうしたのタクル
What's wrong, Takuru? Huh? I suddenly found myself back in Kurusu's room. She was stretching a hand out toward me, concerned. She had been stabbed because of me, but she wasn't dead. She was alive. Huh. It was just a delusion. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and told Kurusu over and over again that I was just fine. But that delusion was... If I wasn't careful, it might become real. The data on the smartphone was too dangerous. Of course, that wasn't the only reason I wanted it back. Because it had the picture we had taken together. I hadn't told Kurusa and I never would, but that was my only precious memory. Oh, the only one I had. That's why I hadn't even made a backup. If I did, it felt like it wouldn't be as special anymore. Justru karena special dibikin backup dong. It was a picture of my family. Iya, makanya dibikin backup. Kocak, tak gede kepala lo. Back when I still consider them my family. Emang sekarang kagak. Back when things were fun. It was the one thing that it was the one thing I owned that I really care about.
とにかく、あ
Anyway,
れだけは何と
I
し
need
て
to
も
get
取
it
り返
back,
さなきゃならないんだ
no。matter what. I gripped Kurusu's hand softly for a second and headed for the door. Taku. She tried to get up from the bed and buckle over from the pain. I wanted to run back and help her. I wanted to run over, get her back into bed. Call that's what I wanted to do. But if I went back now, he probably wouldn't let me go. So I left the room, closed the door without looking back. Takuru. I could hear her voice on the other side of the door. It stung a little. Lah, ditinggal sama nih bocah. Brother Takuru. I just heard Big Sis Nono's voice.
また傷が開いたか
Her
もしれ
wound
ない
may have opened again.
すぐに
Call
父さ
that
んを呼ん
right
でくれ
away. Eh? Okay, Brother Takuru.
どこ行くの
Where are you going?
僕にはや
I
る
have
ことがある
something I have to do. Eh? What? You can't just leave.
ののねのそ
Hey,
ば
with
に
Big Sis Nono. Hey, wait.
タクルにってば
Brother Takuru. Waduh. Rebel juga nih MC. I ignored Yui's angry yells and ran out the door to get back what was important to me. I had to go back there to AH Tokyo General Hospital. October 10, 2015, Saturday. Kursus stared silently at the closed door. Her heart was filled with regret. She should have tried harder to stop him. She should have ignored the wound in her stomach and clung to him harder. Fortunately, the wound didn't seem to have opened. In that instant, her father's Sakuma words had come back to her. If you push yourself too hard and that wound open again, it might leave a scar. His words had stopped her, and Takuro Miyashiro had left. In the end, maybe she only cared about herself. It was true that she didn't want to lose her family, but no,
あの病院に近づいちゃ
Don't go near that hospital.
ダメなのよ。
Why? She picked up the smartphone that had fallen to the floor when she had stumbled out of bed. She opened the screen with trembling hand. On the screen was Senri Minamisawa. Itu saha anjir. Sorry, I'm late. Ito saw us from across the street and ran over.
悪いな。
Sorry.
いや、それより
Ini
も
janjian mereka. Janjian dari mana, Cok? No, just your voice.
と、
Oh,
すまん。
sorry. Oh, mungkin pas yang itu ya, yang pas masih di sekolah ya. Ito quickly lower his voice. I mean, kan dia nggak punya HP di kondisi
こんな
sekarang.
時間に。
I'm sorry for dragging you out here at this hour.
ううん。タクと
No,
私たちの
we are
仲だもん。
friends, right?
それに、お前
And
一
if I
人
let
で
you
行かせて
go
何かあっ
alone
たら、
and something
女
happened,
帝に殺される。
the Empress will kill me. When I heard the word Empress, I remember how desperately Kurusu had tried to stop me. I shook my head a little to drive the image out of my mind. After I had left yesterday, I had gone straight to AH Tokyo General Hospital. This time, I wouldn't be able to just blunder in like I had when I had snuck into the psych ward. I will spend a whole night looking at the location of the ER entrance and emergency exits as well as the security system. And then I'll spend today pretending to be a visiting patient while I scouted the inside, and in the evening headed to Serika's house. I wanted to do it alone, but I realized that it would be too dangerous. I needed a partner who could contact Shinjo immediately if something happened. The only two people I could ask were Serika and Ito.
うまく取り戻せるといいな。
Dijelasin
ス
ya
マホ
kok mereka berdua bisa nih.
ここの連中
Makanya
が
wajar
犯人
ada
と関
nanya
係ある
kan.
かどうか知らねえけど
I hope we can get it back.
やっぱり
I don't know if
あれ
they
を渡したままにしておくの
have
は
got
ま
not
ずい。
anything to do with the killer, but we can't let them keep it.
ああ、
Yeah,
私の着信
we
も
got
出した
that weird message. We got that weird message too.
思い出させるなよ。
Don't make me remember.
今考
It
え
still
ても
scares me.
恐ろしい。
I had canceled my phone contract immediately, but somehow it had called Ito. That had scared the hell out of me. Yeah, unlike older cell phone, a smartphone was filled with personal information. There was no way I could let them keep it.
それにさ、
And it's got something important on it too. What
何が
does?
素直じゃないの
It's
って
not good to lie. I think you should try to make Non happy since she's hurt.
ま、
Well,
宮代らしい
that's
け
just
ど
like you though.
悪かったな。
Sorry.
んじゃ、
Okay,
行こう
let's
ぜ。
go. According to the
お前
data
が
you
調べたデ
gather,
ータだと、
it's about
そろそ
time
ろ警備
for
が
the
交代す
guards
る
to
時間だ
change
ろ。
shift. Okay, pergantian shift eh.
あ、
We nodded to each other and jogged along the wall surrounding AH Tokyo General Hospital.
ここまでは予
So,
定
so
通り。
far, so good.
むしろ上
Actually,
々だな。
this is better than I expected. Ito was right. Getting into the hospital had proved easier than planned. A big part of it was that I had memorized the way in, but the biggest advantage we had was the rear staff entrance was unlocked for some reason. If that had been locked, we would have had to go through the ER entrance. That would mean we will probably be caught by the staff, but just as I was starting to worry, Sarika turned the doorknob and told me that it was unlocked.
また鍵が開い
The
てた。
door was unlocked
こ
again,
の前と同じ
just
か。
like before, huh? I suddenly remember what had happened when I had first snuck into the psych ward and almost stopped for a second to think. But then I dropped the idea from my mind. I need to focus on getting the phone right now. It was night time at the hospital, and this wasn't a ward where patients were kept. The lobby was pitch dark. Sometimes I could hear a strange, unpleasant sound, like two pieces of metal touching. We dropped down low and tried to move quietly. Someone could spot us at any moment. It was in the middle of autumn. I could still feel cold sweat running down my back.
問題はスマホがどこにあるかだよね。
The question is where the phone actually is, right?
だな。
Yeah. Yes, see. That girl was definitely the one who picked it up. Which meant that finding her would be the fastest way, but I had no way of knowing where she was.
だからって
But that doesn't mean we can search the whole hospital from top to bottom.
あの日どこであの子と会ったんだっけ？
Where were we when we ran into her last time?
と
Keluar yang emergency exit gak sih? I retraced our step on that day. Kita masuk emergency exit. We're hidden in the bathroom and then itu mah yang udah lama banget. Kita masuk ke ini.
精神科の病棟へ
We
入っ
went to
た。
psychic ward. Yeah. Habis itu masuk, ya ada stiker-stiker yang terbuat dari darah. Habis itu
って
kabur.
ことはまずはそこに行かなきゃいけないってこ
Does
とか。
that mean we need to head there first? Enggak lah.
いや、何も
No,
そ
I
こま
don't
でする
think we
必
need
要
to
は。
get that far. And I didn't want to go back there.
病棟から逃げるとき
When we
に非常
escaped
階
from the
段を使っ
hospital
た。
ward, we used the emergency stair. We went all the way to the
そこで
bottom,
ス
which
マ
is
ホを
where
落
I
として
dropped my
あの
phone.
子に拾われた。
And she
と
picked it
な
up,
ると
which meant we
そ
would
の
need
非常
to
階
go
段
to
に
the
向かえばいいって
emergency
ことか。
stair.
どっちだ？
Which one?
それが逃げるのに
Well,
夢
I
中だっ
was
た
in
から
such
は
hurry
っきりとした
out
場所
there
が
that
な。
I don't really remember. I hadn't been able to remember when I had been scouting the place out this afternoon either. 多
分
I think it's that one, maybe. Sarika started to move forward, looking around as she walked.
覚えてるのか？
Do you remember?
うん。
No, it's
なん
just
と
a
なく
hunch.
だけど。
But Sarika walked forward hesitantly. We follow.
ここか？
Here?
違うかな。
Maybe not.
いや、
No,
そうだったかもし
It
れな
might
い。
have been. It might have been. There was a steel door to the emergency stairs in front of us. I turned the knob and softly pushed it. It was a little heavy, but it opened without catching on anything. This one wasn't locked either, evidently. Huh. The emergency stair stretched up and down, illuminated by the cold fluorescent lights. As I stare at them, I realized that I remember coming down these stairs.
どうだ？
Well,
多分ここだ。
yeah, this is probably the
すごい
place.
な、尾上は。
You're amazing, Onoe.
褒められちゃった。
I got a compliment, katanya. Serika grinned.
よし、行こう。
Okay, let's go.
あ、
Yeah. We carefully walked down the dimly lit staircase. I started to get more and more nervous. Even if I had done my homework before I would come here, wasn't this even easier than last time? Maybe we're being led into a trap. Bisa jadi. Maybe something terrible is waiting up ahead to swallow us. I tried to shake my head and drive the thoughts out of my mind.
あの子、
I wonder if she's out
ど
walking
こか
somewhere
歩いて
again
るのか
tonight.
な。
Bisa
どう
jadi.
だろう。
I'm not sure. What was she doing with an old woman in a dark hallway at that hour anyway? Where did she come from? And where did she go? Also, if I did run into her again, what should I do? Ideally, I would get my phone back without causing too much of a fuss, but I couldn't imagine things would be that easy. For now, thought of an escape route, but it still might be dangerous.
ねえタクほらあれ
I had thought, sorry. Hey Taku, look at that. We had reached the end of the staircase. There was a cold steel door in front of us. There were no further stairs to go down. Past this door should be the hallway where I dropped my phone. I've come this far already. I told myself that there was no time for second thoughts and nodded at Sarika and Ito. Then I put my hand on the cold doorknob. Fortunately, it wasn't locked either. I looked down the hallway as I listened to the loud creaking of the hinge.
誰もいないね
There is no one here, huh? Yeah. Sarika and Ito both look a little relieved. There was no one in the hallway at all. We slipped past the open doorway and proceeded down the hallway, being careful not to make any noise. Maybe it was my imagination, but the air seemed more still here than it did upstairs. Identical doors stretched out on either side, and there was no way to know what was in each room. The latter on the plates were too small to read in the dim light unless you squint. I got close to one to try and read it when...
おい
Oi,
誰が来る
someone's coming. Sarika and I jumped at Ito's word. I listened carefully. Sure enough, from behind I heard... Si Lolito ka? Very slow footsteps. And not just one pair. They were slow. As if only taking one step at a time. I knew those footsteps. Those footsteps were...
あいつらだ
It's them.
とにかく
We need to hide somewhere.
隠れるって
But
どこへ
where? The door to the emergency exit was the same way the footsteps were coming from. There was no time to get back there now. Lah, samperin dong. Deo. Kenapa tuh Amaldo? This door's open. Gas ka besok apaan, Co, Omaldo? I slid inside the door directly next to us. Ke tempat Big Boss besok, Omaldo, kamu. Just before I did, though, I saw the horrible words written on the plate next to the door.
何ここ
What is this place? A locker room. The walls were covered in steel cabinets. They were just big enough for someone to lie down in. This place was...
そうだ
Oh,
もしかしたらこの
I
中
know.
に
Maybe we can
隠れられ
hide
るかも
inside
しれない
this.
よ
Sarika put her hand on one of the cabinet's door. Lu mau gas games nih, games apaan, Cok? Hey, wait. The words on the plate have read autopsy room, which meant that what was inside was
ダメだお
no
前
no
そりゃ
no that's huh? I closed my eyes, imagining that I was about to see inside.
どうしたのタク
What's wrong, Taku? Huh? I opened my eyes when she spoke and saw there was no one. No, nothing inside.
なんか変なロッカーだね
This is a strange locker, huh?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, no.
oh no way.
これロッカーじゃなくて
This isn't a locker, ini tempat kamar mayat kan? Ruangan ini buat taruh mayat kan? I whispered to her and she went pale. Ito must have figured it out too, because so did Hey.
とにかく
No way,
こ
am
の
I
中に隠れる
hiding in
ごめんな
here? Let's find someplace else. Someplace. Yeah, the footsteps were still approaching from down the hallway. For some reason, it felt like they were coming toward this room.
嘘だ
You're kidding me.
なんで解剖室
Why
なんか
would they be coming to the autopsy room? This wasn't a place that anyone would ordinarily choose to visit. Iya sih. Ito was panicking. Ito was panicking too. Bukannya tempat dewa
Iya,
tidur, waduh.
どうするこっちに来る
Mungkin
ぞ
bentar lagi. Enggak lah. Miyashiro, what do we do? They're coming this way. I listened carefully again. There was no doubt. The footsteps were definitely coming this way. but I didn't see any place in the room we could hide. Except one.
くそ
A minute.
やっぱりここに
Come on, we have to hide in here. Bukan aku yang ngomong. Yang ngomong apa, Cok? Ngomong apa Erika was shaking a little, but she put her hand one of the cabinet doors. Maldo. Salah satu teman kita sedang sakit, si
隠れるなら
predator.
他に
You idiot, not there. We can hide somewhere else.
他ってどこだ
Where else? Kata si ini, MC-nya, Takuru. I look around and didn't see any other place in the room where three of us could hide.
早くしないと来ちゃうよ
We need to hurry before they get here. Aduh, parah. Dikira AIDS, Len. Parah, Len. Nih, kita bacakan apa yang dia bilang. Katanya, sekarat gua anjing, sesak napas, demam, batuk, dan hidung berair mulu kagak berhenti katanya. I didn't have a choice, I had to do it. If the lamp on the cabinet was green, did that mean it was empty? Or did it mean the opposite? I felt all the hair on my neck stand on end. But still, I managed to pull open the door. Anjay, kayak atasan gue. Apa tuh? Temenku juga gitu. Covid kali ya. 4 harian sembuh. Oh, ya covid baru lah. Lagian juga lagi musim hujan. Thankfully there was nothing inside. Erika was normally a ditz, but at times like this, she was really courageous. Her whole body was shaking, but she managed to jump in first.
もう一人入れるよ
Hamil, waduh. Halo Maxwell, welcome to stream. Dari tadi kamu di sini, oh Maxwell. Takut, there's room for one more in here. Bukannya musim orang PHW. Aduh, sen papi.
私一人じゃ
I'm scared to be on my own. Please. He grabbed my hand from inside. He was right. Since Erika was so small, there was a room for another person in here.
糸あるい
Ito,
はここに
sorry,
3人は
but
無理だ
3 people
お前
can't
は
fit
止
in
まり
here. You take the next one.
お前を一人にしとくわけいかない
I can't let Onoe be by herself.
俺だってこん
I
な
don't
とこ
want
ろ
to
に
be
一人
alone
は
in a
嫌
place
だ
like this either. And then the footstep outside stopped. Just as I expected, they stopped right outside this door. I felt a terror, like someone was pointing a cold knife at my back.
待っていてください
Wait a moment, please.
ドアを開け
I'll
ます
open the door. I heard a voice outside.
もうダメだとに
There's
か
no
く
time
入れ
to get in, Ito.
いや待てや
No, wait, don't. I ignore Ito and Yang open the door next to mine. And then I push him in head first.
いいから早く
Yes, hurry. Ito held his hand over his mouth to desperately stifle a scream. As soon as he was all the way inside, I shut the door. It would be really bad if it was closed all the way, so I left him a little gap. And then I crouched inside and slid next to Serika.
よし閉めるぞ
Okay, I'm shutting it. Okay. I brought the door close, leaving just enough of a gap that it couldn't be seen from the outside. The inside of the cabinet was hard and cold. Iya, emang pasti. It made sense since no one who was in here would ever complain pasti. Ini scene apa anjir? Jadi kita kayak dikejar gitu. Ini dikejar sama kayak kemungkinan dia ada hubungannya sama si kasus-kasus pembunuhannya itu loh. Nah, kita lagi di ruang mayat kan yang bisa masukin satu mayat. Nah, karena ini apa namanya? Si saudara angkat kita si step sister kita ini apa namanya agak penakut dan dia cukup ramping. Nah jadi kita temenin di kabinet yang sama gitu. Kok sensor Fed? Nggak gitu, gak ada yang mikir ke situ ya Maldo ya. Ini kondisinya lagi ini loh, lagi dikejar sama pembunuh aja, lagi tegang aja. Since I was pushed up against Erika, the parts of my body were touching her felt strangely warm. Ya iyalah. Gak usah dijelasin dong itu dong. But we didn't have time. Ya iyalah masa di end. Halo Nepu, welcome to the stream. I look outside, holding my breath to make as little noise as possible. Dikejar kemungkinan. Halo Eri, welcome to the stream. Just a moment later, they came inside. There were 5 or 6 of them. I was sure it will be all old people, but some of them were middle-aged or young men. If it was just old people, I was planning on stealing it by force if I had to, but that was impossible now. But what were they doing in a place like this? And then I started to wonder again. A sudden horrible fantasy made my whole body shiver. Were they already dead? And this was where they slept? That was impossible. This wasn't a horror movie or something, right? I tried to tell myself I was being silly, but I couldn't tell I was shaking. Sarika was probably no different, just clinging to me like a little child. I'm scared. I'm scared. Ya iyalah. Nyawamu terancam, bro. And then I remember this was a lot like what had happened before when the two of us had seen that terrifying sight as children. Gimana? Oh, yang ini. At some point, I had started holding her back. It's okay. I'm here. You'll be just fine. I squint into the darkness. I could see several shadows moving about. Strange men, and one of them was clearly different than the others. Oh, si Loli ini, cok. That small girl. Ini cok kayak punya superpower yang ngebunuh anjir. It's her. No, Jawa gue tanya what the fuck, comics way. He slowly walked across the room, right to where we were hiding. Did she find us? My heart started to pound faster and but it seemed that wasn't the case. The men followed her across my field of vision and stopped in a corner in front of an empty wall. What are they doing? Oh, she opened what looked like a small breaker box on the wall. You know, those things with a yellow warning sign and black or red text that reads danger, high voltage. Anjir gangguan Jawa Circi. And then she took something out of her pocket and slid it inside the box. There was a loud noise on the other side of the wall. Anjir, ada pintu rahasia, bre. Huh? The girl shut the door to the breaker box, then put her hand on the wall and slid to the side. The wall opened easily, as if it was weightless. It must have been some kind of sliding door. She let the man inside and vanished. The wall closed, and the section room was quiet again. Secret door. Iya anjir, ada secret door, cok. It was scary, huh? Yeah. We're okay now. I waited for a while to make sure she wasn't coming back, then finally opened the cabinet door. Sarika and I crawled out. I took a deep breath of air into my lungs.
なんかここって秘密
This
基
place
地
is
みたい
like some kind of secret base. Iya, secret base.
そうだな。
Ya. Ayo Maldo, apakah wah parah dikacangin si Om Exo sama Om Maldo. Why would they build a huge mechanism like this? What was going on at that hospital? And what was on the other side of that wall?
おい、伊藤。
Alexa
Oh,
lumayan
detek
telah
tuh, heki dah,
lelah
Sa.
hari ini. Cukup tahu sih dikacangin sih tadi si Eito, it's safe to come out. I knocked softly. Terus aku malah masuk kerja setengah hari. Loh, sumpah. Berarti nggak ini dong. Nggak ke tempat Big Boss dong. I knocked softly on the door of Ito's cabinet. Malas dalam mau berak. Wah. Oh. Shin-chan. Ito leaped out of the cabinet. His face was pale and his hand was over his mouth.
静かにしてくれ。
Yaudah, aku juga mau mandi. Join. Hah? Join apaan? He crouched down to the ground, trying his best not to scream. Hayu, waduh. Nah, I'm back. Oh my god, mau internet gak waras loh. It was only then I realized that the cabinet I had stuff Ito in was already occupied. I could see that the lamp above the door was red. I hadn't had time to check, but still, that was a horrible thing to do to someone. Shin-chan, are you okay?
すまない。
Sorry,
非常事態
it
だっ
was
た
an
んだ。
emergency.
非常
If
事
it
態
wasn't
じゃな
an
かったら
emergency, you'll be dead by now,
ほ
asshole.
んと悪い。
Really, I'm sorry.
もういい。
Forget it, let's go.
それより
Come
行こ
on.
うぜ。
Ito staggered to his feet. But then he collapsed to the floor. I'm good, Caldo. I hope that you always well too. I waited for him to cool down, then opened the door to the breaker box like the girl had done.
隠し扉だ
A
って。
secret door. Yeah. I looked deep inside the box. There was an RFID scanner like the one they use at train turnstiles inside.
これじゃ
We can't open this
カード
without
が
the
ない
card.
と開かない。
That wasn't good. What should we do now? I hadn't anticipated this, but then Serika, who had been fiddling around with different parts of the wall, let out a small cry.
なんだ
What is it?
これちゃんと閉まってないよ。
Doesn't look like this was shot right.
何
What? Serika pointed to her feet. The wall the wall was set to slide upon rails on the floor, but some kind of cloth had gotten stuck and jammed them. So the door wasn't shut all the way. Anjir, nyangkut eh.
伊藤。
Ito,
Help us.
help me.
オッケー。
Okay.
よっ
Gotcha. The two of us yanked the door to the side. Aku harap Harry juga baik-baik aja. Abis me dan great mungkin maksudnya sama rapor. Wih, gimana tuh rapotnya? Yuk, Om Eksa gimana yuk? Nungguin nih. We heard a loud clunk, like something was unlocking, and then the wall started to slide open. One of the men had dropped a handkerchief or something onto the rail. When Serika pulled it off, the door began to move more freely.
お
Oh. Wih, kebuka, Cok. All that was left was to slide the door open. And beyond it was
また階段だぜ。
more stairs. I could see stairs going down. There was a sub-basement below the hospital basement. The place was protected by very elaborate camouflage. Berkamuflase dia ya.
なんか
This place seems
やばい
pretty
雰囲気
dangerous.
だな。
Laporan manajemen cukup jadi alasan minta reward. What? Bisa ya kayak gitu ya? This place seems pretty dangerous.
どうする？
What do we do, Taku?
ここまで来
We've
た
come
んだ。
this far. I'm going down.
僕は行くよ。
To be honest, I was terrified at what I might find down there. This was something I had to do, no matter what. For just a moment, I thought of Kurusu.
タクルお願い
Takuru,
だから
please stop this.
これ以上はやめて
Don't do anything else. Katanya.
やめて
Aku kamu minta sih tapi
井戸
waduh. Jangan
お
Omal.
前
Gelap
たちは
gelap
ここで
gelap
待ってて
gelap.
も
冗談じゃねえよ。
Hell no. Ito look at the cabinets on the wall and moaned a little.
私も行く
I'm going to. I have to protect you if you need it.
逆だろ
You mean I
さっ
need to
き怖いっ
protect
て
you?
震えてたのは
Which of
誰だ
us was shaking back there?
そんなことしてない
I was not. Raport kamu mana aman Omaldo? Katanya SPP aja malah buat ngenet isi cash. We all looked at each other and nodded a little, then began to descend the staircase. Bentar, what the hell? As we went down, it got darker, the air got heavier and more humid.
大丈夫か尾上
Oh no, are you okay?
うん
Yeah. And after we had gone down for a few times. Itu kan SMP beda so gitu, beda ya. He ran into a door. We were probably gone down about floor. Udah turun selantai deh. I turned the knob and it opened easily. Maybe it hadn't been locked to begin with.
ここは
What is this place? Cok. Ini, Cok. Kau lihat anjir. Dari kemarin tahun baru tuh ada donatur misterius anjir. Nih, kalian lihat deh. Bukan ini. Dan dia selalu ini anjir, donate-nya setelah atau sebelum live anjir. Jadi nggak nongol di sini, Cok. Bangke emang. Tuh, sudah 36, Cok. Halo Ahmad Raffi, welcome to stream. Tuh. Di bawahnya Om Aldo, di atasnya Om XY anjir. Udah 4 kali dia anjir donate. Tiap donate 9 kopi deh. Wah kamu tuh emang iya Om Aldo. Dan kemarin juga Jir. Kemarin kan kita sampai jam 3:30 ya atau 3 berapa gitu. Terus beresnya nggak lama langsung di ini lagi ya anjir. What is this place? Hartono jangan-jangan, waduh, jangan-jangan deh. Jangan-jangan. It's dimly lit, musty smelling hallway. It was clear that the place hadn't been abandoned, and there wasn't a layer of dust everywhere. It even felt like it had been cleaned. Okay, but it felt so old. Viewer mysterious. There was a sense of desolation, and as if no one had wanted to use this place for anything for a very long time. Had it been like this since the hospital above us was built? And this air, I knew it. Oh, ini dulu yang pas dia kecil ya. The sides of my head started to hurt as the horrible memories came back.
ね
Hey,
えタクここ
Taku, is this?
あ
Yeah. Serika seemed to remember too. That's right, this was the place. I didn't know how we had done it, but when we were kids, the two of us had snuck in here into the basement. Oh, dulu pas kecil ya. We were trying to investigate an urban legend about Amy, and then Serika and I had seen it. I had tried to avoid thinking about it as much as I possibly could. But I have failed. The memory will come back to me, then fade, then come back again. As I had grown up, I had even tried to convince myself that I had never seen anything at all. But I had failed at that too. It was unreal, like something out of a nightmare, but something in my heart told me that it was real. And it was real after all. It was real, yes. I was sure of it. The experiment in it. Help me. Taku, let's go. I don't like this place. Let's go.
おい
Wait, what's
どうし
gotten
たんだ
into
よ
you
二
too?
人とも
Ito realized that there was something wrong with the Serika and I, and tried to pull us back up the stairs. But we couldn't do that. Why? Anjir, ada suara ya? There were suddenly footsteps behind us. Huh? Huh? I could hear what sounded like the painting of a beast behind me. I could feel its warm, stinking breath on my neck. Something's there, katanya. I couldn't turn around. I wanted to fall to the ground in terror. But if I did that, I knew somehow that thing behind me would attack. Dapat rasa feeling ancaman ya? Spider sense-nya. Taku. Suddenly I heard Serika's thin, frail voice. You have been right next to me, but for some reason I couldn't see her.
おの
Oh no. Help me. Then her voice cut off, and then there was the sound of something being crushed. Huh? And then the sound of what sounded like someone eating a bowl of meat. Wait. Loli kita dimakan. And mixed with it was the sound of snapping bones. Huh? Ito turned around and suddenly froze with terror. Miyashiro, what is that?
なんなんだよ
What the hell is that?
おい
No, you idiot, don't look. If you look, it will kill you. So don't look. A bloody piece of meat fell to the ground at our feet. It was... No, waifu kita. No, what used to be Serika. Ito screamed. I couldn't help myself. I turned around to look at what he was seeing. What I saw was... Oh, Serika. Kenapa nggak panggil Keisatsu dah? Wah. He was standing there, moaning in a voice that was filled with hatred and pain. Gigalomaniacs, Chapter 5. Whoa! What was that? What the hell was that? Tamat belum dong, baru chapter 5. A giant woman with a head like a sumo sticker. Gigolo Max enggak dong, bukan Gigolo dong. Oh Max way. It was almost like a bad joke. I wanted to laugh. This hilarious looking monster was going to be what killed me. What the hell kind of death was that? That's right. Laugh. Laugh. If you laugh, that thing isn't scary at all. Udah kena otak ya. Udah kena ini. Ketawa deh. The giant woman's hand stretched out for me. As it moaned in pain, its arm moving to crush me. And suddenly my vision went blank. I couldn't see anything. Then I realized it had probably crushed my eyes. That hilarious looking sumo sticker woman had crushed my eyes. sebut nama langsung hilang hantunya. Waduh. I was going to be torn apart like Serika and killed. It was the funniest thing in the world. Could she even imagine anything stupider? Yes.
おい
Boy,
何をしている
what are you doing? Suddenly I heard a sharp voice next to me. Something moved on over my mouth to stop me from laughing. I was grabbed from behind, and then a powerful arm was wrapped around my neck. It hurt. I couldn't breathe.
おとなしくしろ
Stay quiet.
それ以上
Don't
バカ
make
でか
any
い
more
声を上
loud
げるな
noises.
静かに
If
する
you
なら
promise
話
to
して
stay quiet, I'll let you go.
でなければ
Otherwise, I'll
この
choke you
まま
until
締めよ
you
うと
pass out. And then the hands around my neck relax. It become much easier to breathe. Oke, kita nafas. My vision came back at the same time. Siapa tuh? Nggak tahu, makanya tadi kan namanya woman. Whoever had grabbed me had covered my eyes as well as my mouth. It hadn't been crashed. After all. Where is that woman?
だ
Where...
から落ち着け
Calm down, I
お前は
said. Dikit-dikit kita. I doubled over in pain as she punched me in the stomach. Anjir. I could feel stomach acid coming up into my throat and burning it. But the pain made my head feel much clearer. When I looked up, I didn't see a monster with the head of a sumo sticker anymore. Just a dark, misty hallway. What?
今のは
Was that just a hallucination?
幻覚
Yes. Waifu kita masih hidup. Waifu kita masih hidup, guys. Oh no.
大丈夫か
Are you
おい
okay?
尾上
Oh no.
人
Ito?
僕は
What did
何を
I?
なんか
You
発
had
作を
some
起こし
kind
たん
of
だよ
it.
しかも急に
And
叫
then
び
you
出して
started to yell.
私たちも
We almost
パニッ
panicked
クにな
too.
りそうだったの
And then Kunosato came to help us.
久野里さん
Kunosato? Wasn't that? Alright, the girl who was... Oh, si ini. Si ini Omal tuh. Yang pakai baju lab.
まっ
Which
たく
goddamn
素人ども
amateurs.
が
What are you even doing
こ
in a
んな
place
ところ
like
で何を
this?
している
Yeah, I remember that cold voice. I looked back at the speaker. Halo anjing, kebanyakan ini emang iya.
この人が
That's her.
お前たち
Iya, si
誰
wangi-wangi.
かに連れてこられ
Mio
た
Kunosato.
というわ
It
けでは
doesn't
な
look
さ
like
そうだ
someone brought you here, which means...
というまさか
Did you sneak
忍
in
び込ん
here?
できたのかど
How?
うやって
Persona 7 ya ini. Bisa. Demon Inside Me bisa. Bisa. Tapi emang jujur mirip Persona 3 ceritanya. Demon Inside Me. Jujur story-nya mirip banget sama Persona 3. Makanya aku excited sebenarnya sama ceritanya. Makanya yang sebelumnya, aku ngerasa mainnya kebanyakan. Makanya stream kemarin aku bilang rem dulu VN-nya. Kalau nggak cepet habis.
どうって
How? Secara
Atas
minggu lalu
tes-tes.
kita udah habisin 3 game,
こ
Cok.
このキーを入手するの
Kecepatan
に
channel ini.
かなりの苦労を強いら
Dari
れたんだ
stokan gamenya. Even we had a hell
なぜ
of a time getting the key to this place. So how did you get here?
と
Nesa ternyata. Sure, we had a bit of a bad time in the autopsy room, but it hadn't really been hard to get here. None of the door had been locked. When I told her that, Kunosato glared at us with suspicious eyes. Tapi kok dia bisa ada di sini permasalahannya?
久野里さん
Kunosato-san?
まあいい
Whatever. Anyway,
と
you're
に
in
か
the
く邪
way.
魔だ
Go home.
今すぐ帰れ
Enggak, permasalahannya kok dia di sini?
おいおい
Come on,
それ
you
は
can't
ない
do
だろ
that to us. I appreciate
助け
you
てくれたの
saving
は感
us,
謝する
but you
けどさ
can't just...
いきなり邪魔者扱いとか
The next instant, Kunosato had closed the gap between Ito and herself and started strangling him. Tumbang.
騒ぐなと言ったのが聞こえな
I
かったの
told you not to make noise. Did you not hear me? Ito nodded, tears coming out of his eyes. I could understand why. I didn't know how she could store so much power in her tiny body, but I had just felt for myself. Ito rubbed his throat in pain as she let him go.
もう一度言う。
I'll say it again.
邪魔だ。
You're in the way.
Kalian.
No, go, Kalian. Her voice was intimidating enough that I almost obeyed. But we had come here for a reason, Yoi. And this place had something to do with our past. If I could, I wanted to find out what happened then. Maybe we could be rid of the nightmare that had been making us suffer for so long. So even though she scared me, I needed to tell her straight.
僕たちは
We
私たちは
are here
やらな
because
き
we
ゃ
have
いけない
something
こ
we
と
have
があ
to
って
do.
きたんです。
We can't go
そんな
home
風に
just because you tell us to.
おのえ
Oh no. That was what I was trying to say. Oh no, sa hati bro. Oh my god. Oh no. You're oh no, Serika.
おの。
そう
Yes,
ですけど、
that's right.
何か
What is it?
いや、
Nothing. Just leave.
危険
I
なの
know
は
it's
分かってま
dangerous,
す
but we have to.
誰がお前たちの心配を
Looks
し
like
て
I
い
was
る。
worried about you.
私は私の
I'm
目的
here
があ
for
って
my
こ
own
こにい
reason.
る。
I don't want you screwing up and
お前たち
keeping
に
me
勝手な
from
行動を
doing
され
what I
て
came here to do.
その目的の
How cold?
その目的って何なんです
Why are you here then? Yeah, kenapa
お
lu di sini?
前たちには関係な
It's
い。
got nothing to do with you. He turned around and started to walk away.
いいですよ
Fine. We'll do
だっ
what
た
we
ら
want
僕
then.
たちも
しますから。
We will.
何
What? Ya kan? Nah lo, dibalikin kan? He turned around and stared at us. Her glare was like a fierce panther. Oh, kena mental anjir ditatap gitu. I swallowed my words, but Serika didn't.
理由も話せ
We're
ない
not
ような
going
人
to
の
live
言う
if
こ
you
と
won't
になんて
even
従いませ
tell
ん。
us why.
貴様。
You.
さあ、タ
Come.
ク、
Come
し
on,
んちゃんも
Taku.
行こ
Yeah?
う。
Let's
急いで
hurry
タク
and
の
get
スマ
that
ホ
phone back.
見つけ
あ
やっぱ女って
Man,
いざって時
women
強え
are
な
strong when it counts, huh? Ito whisper in my ears.
だったらおとなしくついてこい。
Fine, follow me then.
私の
Just
言
do
うこ
what
と
I
に
tell
逆
you,
らうな
okay?
よ。
Nunggu mekaniknya nggak ada mekaniknya visual novel.
いいんすか
Is that alright? Ito had become very polite towards her after she strangled him.
時間がないんだ。
There's no time,
しかも、
and it's taken a lot of
ここまで
careful
慎重に調査を
investigation
進めて
to
きた
get
のに
this far. I don't want you
お前
getting
たちが見
fun
つかっ
or
たり
causing a fuss
騒ぎを起
and
こさ
then
れたり
ruining
したら、
everything.
すべてが水
Arrogant
の泡に
manner
なる。
was almost enough to make me talk back to her, but then I realized something. If she had done a lot of careful investigation, that meant she had information that we didn't. So wouldn't it be better to pretend to obey for now?
それで
And then in the end, we can use you.
話は終わりだ。
We're done talking. Follow
壁沿
me
いに
along the wall.
静かに
No
つい
loud
てこい。
noise. Okay. Jangan
大
berisik
きな
ya.
音や声は出
He
すな。
looked down the hallway and then moved over to the wall. Okay. I made eye contact with Ito and Serika, then follow her. Okay, langsung connect semua gitu. The further down the hallway we went, the darker it got. The lights were sporadically placed, and half of them were burned out. We had to look carefully to see more than a few meters ahead. The only things I had to guide me were the black-haired girl in front of me and the wall that I was touching with my hand. Soalnya nggak kelihatan apa-apa ya, terlalu remang-remang gitu ya. The wall hadn't been repaired for a long time. In some places, the paint had fallen off, and in parts, the steel beams underneath were exposed. Okay. This place must have been built a long time ago. Iya, udah lama harusnya. We walked through the underground labyrinth as quietly as we could. None of my 5 cents were of any use to me now. Lah, kan kamu pegang tembok katanya. Itu kan salah satu panca indera anjir. And I had no idea where I was or how I had gotten there. But Kunosato seemed to know exactly where she was going. Iya, dia tahu ya, sepuh deh. Looking back, maybe we were lucky to meet her. Bisa jadi, bener juga. Hmm? What is that? Apa tuh? I had no idea how long we had been walking. Udah lama ya jalannya. But we finally came up to a part of the hallway with a row of doors on the opposite wall. The doors were made of steel and looked very strong. On the upper part of each was what looked like a number plate. There were tiny windows on the doors, but they had thick bars on them. They looked like the solitary confinement cells I had seen on a TV show once. Are there people in here? No, no way. The space beyond the bar was pitch black, and I couldn't tell if there was anything inside.
なんか気味悪いな。
That's kind of creepy. Creepy.
だから
Shut up and keep walking.
すいません。
Sorry ka na eh. Langsung takot eh. Ito quickly apologized, but Kunosato turned around, walked up to him, and wrapped her hand around his throat again. Kenapa anjir?
遊びじゃ
I'm
ない
not
んだ
playing around here. You're going to get killed. Ito nodded and again until she finally glared at him one last time and let him go. He put his hand to his throat and moaned a little. It was obvious that Kunosato wasn't messing around. Maybe this place was more dangerous than I thought. Suara apa tuh? Whoa, yeah. Suddenly I heard the sound of someone pounding the door from the inside.
Huh?
Someone was inside?
なんなんだよ。
What the hell is going on?
静かにしろ
Be quiet, don't make a fuss. But... Yeah. We almost screamed, but when we saw Kunosato's glare, we quickly put our hand over our mouth. What the hell was that voice? No. Sarika tugged frantically at my arm. Then Ito grabbed onto me too. I wanted to cling to someone too, but there was no one for me to grab. Look, I can see eyes behind that door.
何
But what? I looked over where Ito was pointing and tried to see for myself. But I couldn't see anything. You're imagining it, man.
いや、
No,
確かに見た。
I'm sure I saw them.
間違いなく目だった。
Those were definitely eyes. Oh, mulai seru nih. La. Wah, ada suara gumaman la ya. Now there was singing. Kalau kalian di tempat gelap terus ada la, suara cewek bocah gitu gimana, guys? I could hear a girl singing in a tiny, barely audible voice. Creak. A woman was pushing an old baby carriage down the hallway toward us. Anjir, ini ruangannya misteri banget anjir. He was the one singing. La. Wah, itu ada gambarnya, Cok. Gambarnya nongol tuh kalau kalian lihat di tengah-tengah teks. Ada orang, ada cewek bawa dorongan. Berharap pingsan kalau itu bukan manusia. Gas, bungkus bawa pulang. What the fuck, komik soy. Sarika and Ito cringed in terror. My heart was beating so fast and so loud that I could hear the sound echoing in my ears.
止まれ
Don't move.
壁に張り付いてじっとして
Get up close to the wall and stay
こ
put.
っちは見えていない
She can't see us. Oh, nggak bisa lihat ya.
いいから喋るな
Don't talk. Tapi ya kayak di laut aja ya. Kalau semakin dalam kan semakin gak ada cahaya. Mereka tuh bukan pakai ini lagi ya, bukan pakai vision lagi anjir. Ya kayak si kelelawar gitu kan. Penglihatan mereka emang hampir zero. Bukan zero tapi hampir zero. Kunosato pushed her back up against the wall and stopped breathing. We did the same, our bodies shaking with fear as we move.
もっとお歌歌ってほしいの。
You want me to sing some more? Right? Wah. Mulai menarik nih karakter-karakter barunya nih. Makin deket, cok. Creak, creak. The sound of the creaking old carriage got closer and closer as the woman passed near us. Kunosato was right. Her eyes were hazy and out of focus, and she didn't seem to notice us, but she was only a meter away. Ayo dong, tunjukin dong. La la la, slowly, slowly, she sang as she pushed the carriage right past us. Sini mendekat. What the fuck? Oh my god. Ito was so terrified his body started to spasm. He gave a small cry. La la la. Ooh. The woman stopped right in front of us and slowly turned around. Her empty eyes stared at us, and then slowly, jerkily, like a broken machine, she tilted her head. We clung to the wall, held our breath, unable to move a muscle. We were too scared to even close our eyes. Stress gak boleh gitu. I couldn't take anymore. I wanted out. I wanted to get away from here. If I stayed here another minute, I was going to go crazy. The woman stared at us for what felt like hours. But then she looked forward once more, as if nothing had happened, and started to walk again. Ya, nggak ditunjukin mukanya, cok. La la la. We almost collapsed to the ground in relief. I couldn't take my eyes off her as she disappeared into the darkness.
自分たちがどういう場所にいるのか
Do you understand
少しは分か
what
った
kind of place you are in now? Even as we had been almost crushed by the terror, Kunosato had been completely calm.
帰りたいと
I
泣いても
don't care if you want to go
も
home.
う遅
It's
いから
too late. That room is what we are
そこ
here
が目
for.
的の部屋だ
Gak jump scare. VN gak jump scare, cok. Kunosato moved away from the wall and stared straight in front of us. Biasanya ya, selama ini lumayan sih gak jump scare ya.
目的の
That room.
部屋
Oh enggak deh. Yan her ada jump scare. I followed her gaze to a pair of double doors in the darkness. They were different than the others. They looked like the doors to a normal lab.
来い遅れるな
Come on, don't fall behind. Kunosato headed toward the door, seeming completely unafraid. Oke, nggak takut dia ya. Sarika's legs were shaking too much for her to move, so Ito and I helped her as we follow. Okay. When we got to the door, Kunosato took out what looked like a keycard from her skirt pocket. Dia punya keycardnya, coy. This door had a modern electronic lock, unlike the other we had seen so far. He put the keycard up to the reader, and the door swung open silently. He disappeared into the room, and we quickly followed. We all gasped as we entered the room. An entire wall of the room was lined with monitors. They were probably set up to observe something, but every one of them was off, so there was no way to tell what. But it was hard to believe that someone would set up something like this in a normal hospital.
おい
Oi.
Hi.
Yes? Kunosato turned toward Ito and gave him an order in a flat and motionless voice.
見張りくらいはやってもらおう ドアの外の音に注意してろ。
You can at
誰
least
か来たら
stand
知ら
guard,
せるん
right?
だ。
Listen for any sound outside the door. Let me know if anyone comes.
了解。
Roger. Kunosato nodded, looked around the room, and then headed straight for a computer. She took a look at the wiring behind it, and then flipped the power switch. The machine started to make a low noise.
動くんですか？
It works?
見ればわかるだ
You
ろ
can tell by looking at it, right?
でも
But
勝手に立ち上げたりして大丈夫なんすか
is
ね
it okay just to boot it up like that?
どうして？
Why?
だって
Because if it's connected to the net,
ネットで繋がってたりしたら
they might know you
動か
turned
して
it
る。
on.
心配ない。
Don't worry, I've confirmed
こいつが
that it's a
スタンドアローンだと
standalone
いうことは
system.
確認してある。
Ah, that explained it. If that was true, at least we wouldn't have to worry about someone seeing it from the outside.
お前たちが思いつくようなことを私が考えないとでも思ったのか。
You should think that any ideas you could come up with, I wouldn't have come up with already. Don't insult me like that. Whoosh, marah dia. He was as obnoxious as ever. Neither of us know the first thing about you though. So can you really blame us with something that neither Ito nor I could say? Mana nyalain dong? Whoosh. The OS on the computer booted up. I looked at the screen and saw Kunosato was entering some kind of password. The password was accepted and the screen filled with several folders. She opened them up and began carefully checking the content of each one. Unfortunately, many of files were written in English and we had no idea what they said. Kunosato, however, was reading through each one and nodding. This whole folder's got a
フォル
password
ダ
on
自体
it,
にパスがかかって
which
るな。
means this is where she seemed to be trying to unlock the password at incredible speed.
ああ、
Kok dia bisa tahu passwordnya, Cok? Oi,
なんだよ。
what?
彼女
Do you ever see her
学校で
at
見たことある
school?
か？
Yes, child gak tuh, los banget VN-nya. Halo Lektek, welcome to stream. Nggak begitu los amat lah.
いや、
No.
どうしてだ？
Why?
学校にいたんだ
He
よ。
was at school
うちの
wearing
制
our
服着て。
uniform, so
だから
he is
うちの
probably
生徒
a
のはずなん
student.
だけど。
But I guess you've never seen her either, huh?
マジかよそれ。
Are you serious? Ito seemed more shocked than I expected.
嘘だ
You're
ろ。
kidding, right? You're telling me I miss a pretty girl like
俺がチェ
this?
ックしてなかっただとは。
Ito. Tapi emang cakep sih. Not only was she attractive, she seemed incredibly smart, and she had an arrogant attitude that made her nothing like the other student. If she had been coming to school, she would have stood out in both a good and bad way. But Ito didn't know her.
何を調べてるんですか？
What are you looking at? Sarika asked the question that both Ito and I had been too afraid to ask. No, Len, don't take my bitches, what the hell? Hoshizora no Memory udah pernah main gak, Fet? Belum, apa itu? Hoshizora no Memories. Memoria kali ya? Ini adanya di Google. Memoria. Ini ada teks sexual content ya. Mohon maaf nih. Mohon maaf nih. Di Steam ada teks itu ya. Sarika asked the question that both Ito and I have been too afraid to ask. Kian lama. Oh. I was sure she would be told to shut up, but
この施設で何が
what they are
行われ
doing
てい
here
た
at this
か
facility. She answered Sarika's question much more easily than I expected. Then maybe I could ask something to.
この施設って病院とは何か関係が？
Ceritanya emang bagus tapi emang ada fan service yang adult. Does this facility have something to do with the hospital?
黙ってろと言っただろ
I
うが
told you to shut up. Damn it. Pilih kasih ya. Why was I getting treated so differently? Was it because Sarika was a girl? Was she one of, those types? Don't tell me. He normally dress and act like a boy. That would explain why Ito didn't know her. Kunosato ignored me and typed in a series of commands, then opened that looked like a top secret file. And then,
誰って。
that's it. He smiled for the first time that I had ever seen and clicked on a file. And then something appeared on the screen. Was it some kind of drawing? It was strange. It was a strange picture drawn in ink and paint. FS cuma buat ending talk sih, nggak banyak. Oh,
何これ
ntar deh aku
Bakugaki?
lihat. What is this? A scribble?
いや違
Tapi
う
jujur kalau yang romance agak
Ada.
kurang tertarik sih biasa. Kecuali You and Me and Her. Itu bagus banget, Cok. No, I had seen it somewhere before. That was
そうか
That's right.
ロールシャッハテストだ
This is Rorschach test. I remember reading about them in an issue of Cool Cat Press.
ほう。
Ah,
抜
you
け
may
た
look
顔しているが。
stupid, but I guess you do have some bare
最低限の知識はあるようだ。
minimum of knowledge. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult.
ロールシャハテスト
Rorschach test, though.
あれだ
It's some kind of
確か性格
personality
診断
test, right?
そう
That's right.
インクのシミで
You
でき
look
た
at
全く
a
意味のない
meaningless
図形が何
drawing
に見えるかでその人の
Made
性
from
格や思
ink
考が分
things,
析できるん
and
だ
what you see reveal things about your personality and how you think. Kayak yang horror thriller gitu ya, Fat? Iya sih.
インクのシミを落と
More
した紙を
precisely,
真ん
you
中
use
で折り
ink
曲げ
splash on a
それで
folded
生じた左
paper
右
to
対称
create
の
a
図形を使う
symmetrical picture. Just like Kunosato said, all the pictures on the screen were almost perfectly symmetrical.
ただし
But there's no
ロールシャッハテ
there's
スト自
doubt
体
as to
果たして
whether
精
the
神分
Rorschach
析法とし
test
て有効かど
actually
うか
functioned
疑問
as
視
a
もされているんだがな
psychoanalytical tool. Kunosato was studying the screen intently,
ってことは
which meant
ここは
this
そ
is
の上にある精神科と同じような施設だった
a
という
psych
ことですか
ward like the one upstairs. If that was the case, I couldn't imagine what these monitors were there for. They were to look at each of the patient's room. That would mean that this was a medical facility that treated illness. At least, that's what I wanted it to mean, because that thing that Serika and I had seen as a child, that strange atmosphere that we had sensed, and that voice which I could still hear in my ears. Save me. We abandoned her and ran away from this place. So if that wasn't some kind of torture chamber, and this place was actually curing her, Serika and I would be free of the guilt that had been with us for so long. But my hopes,
違う
oh,
ここは
This
そん
place
な
isn't
生優し
anything
い場
like
所じゃ
that.
ない
were quickly dashed out by Kunosato's answer. She opened another folder. It was filled with report, written in Japanese this time.
センスへの断続的刺激による臨床実験ロブスに与える
Clinical
電気信号
trials
と
involving
phenomena.
intermittent pulse to the sense electrical pulse signal to the lobes and their effect on the phenomenon.
思った通り
Just as I
こ
thought.
こでは脳科学方面か
They're
らの
doing
アプロー
clinical
チに
trial from a
臨床
brain
実験が
science
行われていたよう
perspective.
だな
Jadi eksperimen
No,
buat
kagak.
ngetes otak ya?
臨床実験っ
A
て
brain science perspective? Clinical trial?
うるさい
Shut up, no
余計な-
talking.
でも
But I think there
僕の
might
よ
be
く
a
知った
girl I
子
know
が
here.
ここにいたかもしれないんです
何
What? I lied. I didn't know who she was. But if I didn't lie, it didn't feel like she was going to tell me anything. It's as I expected. When she turned around, I saw the first faint glimmering of interest in me on Kunosato's face. I gave her a brief description of what I had witnessed here so long ago. Kunosato bit her lip, Her expression was different than before, but then she forced herself to look back at the computer.
は
Yeah,
あ
that
そ
was
れは間
definitely
違い
a
なく
human experiment, ya kan? Human
人
experiment.
体
A human
実験
experiment. No, then that meant... Save me. Then that meant she was... That horrible vision started to eat away at me
簡
again.
単に言えば
In the simplest term,
人間
they
の
were
脳をいじる実
experimenting
験だ
by screwing around the human brain. Yeah.
脳をいじるって
Screwing around with the human
そんな
brain? But you can't...
だから言った
I
だろ
told you, this place isn't something
こ
like
こは
what you
そんな
thought
生
it
優
was.
しい場所じゃないと
Kunosato was trying to keep her face as expressionless as possible. And then the second, she opened up another file. She gasped a little. I could see the words on the screen as well. Kalau trailer misteri gue taunya Chaos Child sama Higurashi. Higurashi kayak pernah denger. Wait a second, what is this? She was completely focused on reading the report, so she didn't notice that I was looking over her shoulder as well.
超感覚的
Clinical
知覚に
trial
関する臨
on
床知
supersensory perception,
特殊な事象
practical approach to generation of special event fluctuation. What were event fluctuation? Event fluctuation. Halo Tante Badut, welcome to the stream. Kunosato click the mouse to move to the next page. Kau nggak turu, Tante? I read along with her.
視覚刺激による発症
Pathogenesis via visual stimulation. Accuracy rating 9.25%. Oh, baruan seriusan. Dari siang.
中脳変異系ニューロン
Manifestation
ドーパミン分泌の
via
比率を
induced dopamine emission in the central limbic system. Dari mimpi nostalgia ko. Oh my god. Lagi kah?
発症見られず
Damage and removal of the hypothalamic area.
リモートビ
No.
ューイング
No pathogenesis
増幅
seen.
による事象への影響
Without tracing, remote viewing, influence on event via amplified delusions. Amplified delusion. Over half the report was filled with specialized language that I didn't really understand. Ya el mau. Apa ya el mau? But by desperately connecting the word I did know, I managed to make some sense out of the report. And
まさか
there's no way.
そんなことが
I was stunned. Was that really possible? Apa nih? The girl who had cried to us for help was being experimented on here. And the point of those experiments was
人間の脳をいじって超常的な特殊能力を発症させる実験
to alter the human brain to give it supernatural powers? That explained why Shinjo and Kunosato were talking about psychics. And that was the commonality that I had suspected was lurking behind the murders. Oi. Kunosato caught me looking and threatened me in a low voice, but I didn't have time to worry about that.
こ
Is this
本当なん
true?
ですか
It's like a science fiction.
SF みたいなことが本当に
Duluan no momen cincin. Oke, main Elden Ring. Ya. Oke, Tante Badut, thank you udah mampir. She looked unhappy but gave in.
実験自体は
The experiment seemed to have been going on for quite a while,
という
actually.
よりも
It's safe to
この
assume
病院
the
自体
entire point of this
その実験
hospital
のカモフラー
was
ジ
to
のために建て
camouflage
られたと
those
考えてもい
experiments.
い
この病院が
This whole hospital?
あ
Yeah.
それで
Is it still?
はあ
Huh?
今は行われてるん
Are
ですか
those experiments still
そ
going
の
on?
実験
If that was true, was she still
い
here?
やある出来事をきっかけに
No,
中
they
止さ
were
れたらしい
cancelled after a certain event. Something.
中止された
They
の
were
はちょうど
cancelled
6年
exactly
前
6 years ago, on
2009
November 6,
11月の
2009.
それって
Oh, yung earthquake.
渋谷地
The
震
day of the Shibuya earthquake.
地震の
The
せいで
earthquake
研究どころじゃ
caused
な
too
くなっ
much
た
damage for them
のか
to continue their research?
いいや違
No,
うな
that's not right.
この病院は震源域の
This
外だ
hospital, this hospital
Higai
was well away from the epicenter. There was no damage at all.
じゃあどうして
Then why?
だからそれを探って
That's what I'm trying to find out. Kunosato stopped short and clicked her tongue. She must have decided she had told us too much.
いいからおとなしくしていろ
Just stay quiet. She pushed me away from the screen lightly. It looked like she didn't want me to read anymore. Oh,
これは
what is this? Kunosato's hand froze on the mouse. She was staring intently at the screen. Then she started to talk to herself.
11番目のロール
The
シャファ
effect of the
脳に与える
11 rose chart on the brain. The
11番目
11. She had just knocked me away so that I couldn't see the screen, but I couldn't help but lean forward. Her voice was just that strange.
どうしたんですか
What's
ロー
wrong?
ルシャッハテストには
There's only
10
10 rose
種類の
chart
しか存
tests.
在しない
I've never heard of
11番目
an
なんて聞
11.
いた
Shut
こと
up,
も
you. Kunosato turned around and
だ
glared
から
at me.
黙ってろお前
When she did, I caught a glimpse of the monitor. Huh? The screen was filled with thumbnails of different rose chart tests. And Kunosato was just about to click on the mysterious 11 rose chart. Kunosato clicked to open the file. When she did, what appeared on the screen was
力士シール
the sumo sticker. Oh yeah. What was going on? I felt sick. I couldn't stand. I collapsed to the floor. It felt like something was crawling up from the bottom of my intestine. But something was box behind me. Slimy box with lots of little feet were crawling up from my stomach into my throat, scattering disgusting fluid behind them as they moved. The disgusting, crawling sensation passed through my throat and out into my mouth. What the hell were these things? Stop it. Help me. I feel sick. Help me. Get off my body.
たく
Taku?
たくしっかり
Okay. Oh, did I fall asleep? No, that wasn't it. I had looked at the screen and gotten sick. And then passed out? Where was I? My head felt awfully cold.
なんだか気持ちがいい
It feels kinda good. I could hear Serika's voice, but I couldn't see her. Where was I?
ほら見て見て
Ito was here.
私とタク
You
も
and I are matching,
お揃いだ
Taku.
ね
Matching? What was she talking about? When I looked to the side and saw it, my head cleared instantly. Serika was next to me, lying in the same kind of seat I had seen the girl in the vision sitting in. That was strange. Was her hat. There was something on top of it, slimy, pink. No, that wasn't it. That was her brain. The top of Serika's skull was completely gone, with several electrodes sticking out of what remained. I suddenly heard a high-pitched voice from the other side. It took some time before I realized that the voice belonged to Ito. That's how insane it sounded. I couldn't tell if Ito was screaming in pain or pleasure. His brain was exposed, and part of it seemed to be missing. Oh,
気持ちいいね
doesn't this feel good, Taku? I tried to move, but I was held down tight and couldn't budge. Let me go. Let me go. Don't move. I heard a cold voice from above my head. The voice was,
今すぐお前も
I'll make you just like him
あ
now,
いつの
so
よう
stay
にして
put.
やる
Something
だ
cold
から
touched my head.
じ
At
っと
least
し
that's
てい
how
る
it
がいい
felt. Huh? It felt good, like my brain was going to melt. And soon nemu lagi satu lagi. Corpse Party series itu RPG Maker. Kalau Corpse Party bukan VN. I wasn't sure where I ended, and the rest of the world began. Hah? Jadi si Mio ini yang salah satu si pelaku ininya jangan-jangan. Huh? Where was I? I was back in the basement.
トク大
Aku, are you okay? Hah?
あ、
Dibikin mondar-mandir
大
gini.
丈夫だ。
Jadi itu delusion atau apa cok yang dari tadi tuh? I'm alright.
起きられるか
Ini stand
Hora.
up. Here. Jangan lupa minum ya teman-teman. Itu slowly helped me to my feet. Harus sabar, kakiku kesemutan cok.
悪い。
Sabar.
どうしたんだ。
Sabar. Kesemutan banget. Anjir kakiku. Okay. Sorry, what happened to me?
うん画面にね
That
例の
creepy sticker
怖いシー
suddenly
ルが
appeared on the
いきなりアッ
screen,
プにな
and
っ
I
た
got
から
scared,
びっくりした
and
ん
then
だ
you
よ
tripped
それで
and hit
転ん
your head.
そうか。
You see, I rubbed the back of my head, and sure enough, there was a big bump. Kunosato was staring at me from in front of the screen. I thought she was going to complain again, but instead she pulled me to look at the screen.
確かめてもらいたいことができた来い
There's something I want you to tell me. Come here.
あの
If
シ
it's
ールな
that
ら許して
sticker,
く
I'd
ださ
rather
い。
not. I don't feel well.
いや
No,
Are
that's
you
not it. Just come here. First, you want me to not look, then you want me to look.
なんだ
What?
わかりま
But
したよ。
fine. Since it was clear that she wasn't going to take no for an answer, I stood next to her.
お前に確認してほしいのは
This is the file I want you to look at. Kunosato tapped the report on the screen with her nails.
11番目のロールシャン派さっきの画像に何らかの効果があるとみなされて
It was found
初めて実験に使用されたのが
at the
2007
11
年
Rose
とあ
chart.
る
The image you just saw has some kind of evac, and the first experiment were performed in 2007, it says. 2007 was 2 years before Shibuya quake. I was right about the time people started to see the sumo sticker, if I remember right. And that was the same year we had snuck in here to find out the truth about the urban legend of Ami. I took the mouse and read the next part.
自称変異を起こす素養を持つ存在のみが
It
人
was
の顔を
found
模したよう
that
に見える
those with the
11番目
potential
の
to
画
cause
像に対
event
し
variation
通常の人間とは異な
responded
る
differently
反応を示す。
than the other
そ
subject.
この症状が最初に観測されたのは
This
被験体
phenomenon
番号
was first
第
observed in
79号
subject
南沢千里
Senri
からであり
Minamisawa. And then I stopped scrolling down the screen. There was a picture of a girl there.
どうだ
Well, do you know this girl? This girl.
あ
Remember her? That was the girl. That was the girl we had seen that day. Save me. It was the girl who had seen us and begged for help. Kunosato looked at me.
さっき話していた
Is the friend
こ
you
の施
were
設にい
saying
たかも
might
し
be
れない
kept
友
here,
達と
right?
あ、
Yes, I wasn't sure how to answer, but I decided to keep up the lie that she was my friend. The truth was, I had only just now learned that her name was Senri Minamisawa. Ah. Ini kan yang tadi di HP-nya si One-chan kita. Minamisawa. Aku nggak ingat Senri, aku ingat Minamisawanya. I see.
そうか
But Kunosato looked very sad. I didn't know he was even capable of looking that way. He stared at the picture of Senri Minamisawa on the screen.
私はお前のことを嫌いだがここで苦しんでいた友達をずっと忘れないでいることには
I don't like you, but I'm willing to show respect for the fact that you've never forgotten your friend who suffered here.
Huh?
Her eyes grew just a little softer, but I felt a cold sweat as I looked at them.
違う。
No, it wasn't out of friendship that I had never been able to forget the girl named Senri Minamisawa. It was because she was in my nightmare. But I couldn't say that. All I could do was try and make it hard to tell what I was really thinking.
本当は救いたかったのに
You wanted to save
そ
her,
れが
but
で
you
きなかった
couldn't. But that's not your fault.
でも
You don't need to blame yourself.
そうじゃない。
That's not it. That's not what happened.
違
I'd been too afraid to save her, and I had abandoned her.
今彼女はどうしているんだ
What is she doing now, I wonder? Kunosato didn't realize what I was thinking, so she called up more data, the girl,
彼女は
since she showed special
11番目の
symptom
画
in
像で
response
特殊な兆候を見
to
せ
the
た被
11
験者として
image. She was the
かなり
subject of
強引な
rather
実験を受けてい
forceful
たようだ
experiment,
でも
but she
死
survived.
ぬことなく生き延びた
Forceful experiment? Apa tuh maksudnya? That could kill you? When I heard that, I almost threw up. I did my best to keep Kunosato from finding out,
だが
but she was too
渋谷地震の時に運悪く震源域に居合わせて
close
それ以
to the
降
epicenter.
行方不明ということになっているな
And ever since then, he has been missing.
行方不明。
Missing?
いや
No,
正確には
more
この実
precisely,
験施設が
this facility
地
shut
震の
down
直後
right
に
after
機
the
能を終えて
earthquake.
しまったため
But there's no
彼
data
女
on
に
her.
関するデータが存
But
在し
there's
な
a
い
good chance
というのが正しい
that she didn't survive the quake.
そうですか。
I see. It was horrible, but I felt a little less like throwing up. At least she hadn't died because of the experiment or because we had abandoned her. Hearing that made me feel like I had been forgiven a little. A violent sense of self-hatred overcome me again.
ごめん。
I'm sorry, Senri Minamisawa.
セリ
He
さ
had been practically tortured here as a part of those experiments and then been caught in that earthquake. But and then I felt something tugging at the edge of my memories.
南沢。
Minamisawa. And then I heard that name somewhere before. And then where? And from who?
あれ
Eh?
でも
But before I could think about it any further, Ito spoke up hesitantly.
なんだ
What?
この実験施設機能を終えたっておかしいですよ。その割にあちこちに人がいましたよね。
You said that
それに
this
小さな
facility
女の
shut
子も
down, but that doesn't make sense. There's still people here, right? And there's also that little girl.
うん
Yeah.
そうだよね
You're right.
俺たちその女の子を追ってここへ来たんです。ここが廃棄された施設って言うなら
We followed that little girl down here. If this place was
一体何を？
abandoned, what is she doing here?
あ
Oh,
あその
that.
ことか
Nosato closed the file on Senri Minamisawa and her face took on its usual cool, emotionless expression.
ここは今実験中にトラブルのあった被験者たちの保護施設として使われている
This place is now being used as an institution to house subjects who encounter trouble during their experiment.
実験中にトラブルのあった被験者。
During their experiment.
実験に失敗して脳に損傷を負ったり 正気を失った感情、程度によって軟禁もしくは監禁しておくための
It's an
地下収
underground
容所と
prison
いうことだ。
for a patient whose brain were damaged in failed experiment or who simply went insane. Some are kept locked in cells and some aren't. A cold chill ran through my body. La la la.
まさか
You come in. That's
あ
not,
りえね
that's impossible.
ひどい。
That's horrible.
目的のためならどんなことでもやる連中がいる。お前たちが相手にしているのは
These people are willing to do anything to achieve their goal.
だから最
These
初
are the
に警
kind of
告してや
people
った
you're
ろ。
up against. That's why I warned you at the start. Okay,
これ
another
で見
one.
る限り
According to this,
現
there
在
are
で
still
も
around
20名近
20
くの人
people
間
being
が
kept
こ
here.
こにいるようだな。
You scroll down the page and a new picture appear.
待ってくださ
that
い。その子、
That was the girl we have been following.
間違いないよ、タク。
It's got to be her,
名前
Taku.
は
Her name is Uki
山添うきちゃん。
Yamazoe. It looked like she was originally part of the
この子も
experiment too. Huh? The shattering revelation was presented to us as a mere matter of fact, as if it was the most ordinary thing imaginable. Sarika covered her hand with her mouth and her eyes went in and went white. And she had suffered the same fate as Senri Minamisawa. Waduh.
幸い
Fortunately, he managed to survive all the experiment without losing her
生き残っ
sanity.
た。
And now she has
今は
been
このフロアで収容者
収容者たちの世話
caring for the patient? I thought she was a criminal who had stolen my smartphone and threatened me. And what's more, I thought that she was either connected with the killer or maybe she was the killer herself. But now I was unsure.
いやダメだ
Stop.
見かけや生い立ちに騙さ
Don't
れ
let
ちゃ
yourself be
ダメだ
fooled by her looks on her or her past.
あの状況だと僕のスマホを拾えたのは彼女だけだ
In that situation, she was the only one who could have
ここで
picked
の
up my
実験の
phone.
被験者ということ
And
は
if she was the subject here,
その
she might have some kind
能
of
力者の解
power
約したはず
to.
のスマホから電話してくれなんてゲートはそうい
You
う
would
能
need
力でもないから
something like
不可能
that
じゃない
if you wanted to make a call from a cancelled smartphone. As my mind raced, Kunosato was checking out every bit of data on the machine.
実験の結果
The result of the
理想度の
experiment
発言
showed
は
that only
全被験者の 0.01% に満たず失敗と断定
0.01% of subjects were able to manifest a D-word. D-word. The experiment were judged a failure, and it was decided that another course should be pursued. I knew it.
バカな科学者どもが
Those idiot scientists. Kunosato sounded uncharacteristically ticked off as she closed all the folder and turned off the PC.
ディソード
Disordo. That strange word snapped me out of my reverie. It seemed that was what she was looking for. I looked at her, hoping for some kind of answer, but she just glared back at me with terrifying eyes.
そろそろ時間的
Time's
に
up. We're leaving, huh?
これ以上こ
If
こ
we
にい
stay
れ
here
ば
any longer,
発見される
they'll find us.
でも
But
僕
we
たちの
still
目
haven't
的がまだ
found what we are here for.
お前たちは計画がずさんすぎる。この施設内の構造すら知らないのだろう。
Your plan was terrible to begin with. You don't even know the layout of this facility, do you? He was right. I had snuck in here as a child, but that was all. I didn't remember the detail. There's
そ
no
んなこ
point
と
in
で
even
は
looking.
探したところで無駄だ。
She was right. Damn it, but there must be some way. I looked around the room and saw the rows of monitor they were on. They could at least tell us what was going around the facility. Maybe they could tell us where Ukiyama Zoe was.
どうした宮代
What's wrong,
こ
Lish?
のモニターの電源がないか探してるんだよ
If we can turn, then maybe.
無駄だ。
We don't even
そもそも
know if the observation
その
system
監視
is
システム
even
自体動いている
functional.
のかも。
Nyala lagi. Hello, hello, fun. Welcome to the stream. Suddenly, the room was bathed in pale light. All of the monitor on the wall turned on. What? All we could do was gasp. what we thought were security cameras were showing. Hundred of sumo stickers. I almost screamed. I was so surprised. Taku, I'm scared. Inside the monitors on the wall was face after sumo sticker face, all looking at me. What was that? What was going on? Where am I?
おいおい
Don't fall
勝
asleep.
手に寝るんじゃない
Kunosato. Huh? I was back in the chair. Was this a dream? Which was the dream? Makanya ini yang dibikin kita pusing ya dari tadi ya. Yang mana nih yang real? Was I dreaming of being in this chair? Or had I been dreaming of being in the monitoring room? My head felt really cold. Oh, that's right. That opened my skull.
お前はなかなかいい脳みそをしているな
You've got a nice brain, huh? Did I?
ピンク色でシワが多くて
It's all pink and wrinkly.
とても美味しそうだ
Anjir, kamu kanibal, Kunosato.
それは
Will I be happy about that?
もちろんだ
Of course. Now
さ
then,
て
and for dinner,
それじゃあそろそろいただくとするか
Kunosato grinned with glee and took something metallic out of her pocket. A spoon?
人間の脳はこうして生きたまま食べるのがうまいんだ
The human brain tastes best when you eat it while still alive. Huh? Who knew?
では失礼
Okay,
して
here I go. He was eating it. Kunosato was eating my brain. Oh man, I can't
ダ
stop.
メだ止まらない
Okay. Slurp. I never thought that it will feel so good when someone ate my brain. More. Eat more. Eat me. Huh? Again, I had another weird delusion. I quickly shook my head and slapped my cheek to snap me out of it. I don't like
気
this.
色悪
I
い
feel sick. Sirika and Ito look unhappy. It was because of the sumo sticker displayed on the monitors. I look at the monitors once more, trying my best to avoid the sumo stickers.
あれは
Is that
この病院の中じゃない
the inside of the hospital? Some of monitors were showing the inside of the hospital, but some were looking somewhere else. Street corners on Shibuya, sign, underbridge, alleyways, overpass, train station, staircases, store wall, and then I realized all of the monitor with sumo stickers
病院の外の
are from security camera outside the hospital. Some of them I knew.
あそこは
That was the spot where Kurusu had been attacked. Of course, there were sumo stickers there.
なるほどな
I see that they've been searching.
探していた
Searching.
さっきのファイルに書いてあっただろ
What the file said. People
特
capable
殊な
of
事象変異を引
Austin
き起こす
special
人
event
間は
variation react
11番目のこ
strongly
の
to
画像
the
に
11
反応を
image.
示すと
San hello dong, welcome to the stream. Kurosato pointed to a corner of one of the monitors. I quickly looked away before I got a direct look at the sumo sticker. In other words, whoever was using this place put up the 11 roster image all over Shibuya and used these cameras to find people who react to it. Ah, I see. And then they took them here and did those horrible experiments. Berarti kita salah satu targetnya dong. I remember what I had seen happen to Senri Minamisawa and felt like I was going to throw up again. And then Kunosato made a sharp noise. She put her hand on one of the monitors to brush away the dust, and then stare at it. It's just something moving around a dark room. There was no sumo sticker there. It was an image of Shibuya, out of hospital above that was probably showing one of the room downstairs.
あの子
That girl. It was definitely the girl on the screen. She was saying something to an old person lying on a bed and gently wrapping belt around their arm and legs.
急げ。もうじき警備が回ってくる時間だ。
Right. It's almost time for security to come by. That girl was my only clue as to where my smartphone was, which meant that we had to find the room on the monitor. Kunosato suddenly told me that she knew where it was. He had been so uncooperative so far. I had no idea why she suddenly decided to help. But when she saw the girl, she suddenly said that she would go with us. Of course, I knew her well enough by now. She wasn't helping us. She will simply taken an interest in that girl. She had simply taken an interest in that girl, at least. That was how I saw it. As we moved down the dim hallway, the temperature dropped and the humidity went up.
ここだ。
This is it. He stopped in front of a door with strange words on the plate. Confinement room 3. Kunosato opened the door a little, taking care to make as little noise as possible. I peeked inside. And there I saw a world that I would only ever seen in movies. I had only ever seen. There were rows of beds in the room. And there were what appeared to be prisoners lying on them. They had different ages and sexes. Some were old and some seemed young. And one of them I recognized. It was the old lady the girl had been walking with before. 1398551 Okay. Some were screaming, some were counting numbers endlessly. One was a girl who was endlessly chewing her food. It seemed unreal. I remember the woman with baby carriage I had passed before and felt cold sweat forming on my palms.
ここは
This is
強度の OCSD。視床下部
severe
損傷による過食。
OCSD, overheating and chewing caused by
大脳半球損傷
damage
によ
to
る反則
hypothalamic
空間無
area,
視障害。
hemispatial neglect caused by the
No,
damage to the
it's right.
cerebral hemisphere. All of them have had their brains messed with. Ah, I see.
じゃあ
And everyone
そ
here,
う簡単に処分するこ
they
と
can
が
be
できず。
easily disposed of,
ここで
so they're
介護が
kept
してる。
here. For a moment, the tone of her voice changed. It felt like there was a pale flame burning somewhere deep within her voice. It was a pale flame of rage, which seemed cold at first glance, but was in fact incredibly hot.
タク
Taku? Serika tugged at my sleeve and whispered. She pointed at a bed in the back with her other hand. What? I could see something moving past what looked like a curtain. Okay.
ごめんなさい
I'm
ちょっ
sorry.
と窮屈だけど我慢してください起きたらまたお散歩に行きましょうね
I'm sorry. It's a little cramped. Please endure it. When you wake up, we can go for another walk, okay? Oh,
今行きま
yes,
す
I'm coming.
待っ
Just
てて
wait.
ください
Someone appeared from within the curtain.
いた
That's her.
あの子だ
That's the girl. The girl in the file. Uki Yamazue. Bungkus om, waduh. Ini nggak loli ya? Looksnya loli, tapi dia tadi 2001 tulisannya. Didn't seem to notice us. She moved around from one patient to another. Tapi di sini 2015 sih, 2001 14 sih. She moved around from one patient to another, doing her best to take care of them.
よかった
Good. She's
彼
still
女はまだ
sane.
ちゃんと
I
正
could
気を
hear
保ってる
Kunosato
よ
whisper.
彼女から
It
どうや
seems
ってスマホ
legal.
を返して
Emang
もらえ
iya,
ばいいでしょ
14 legal Amaldo.
説得とかしても聞いてくれるか
How
ど
do
う
I
か
get my phone
むしろ
back
警
from
報でも
her?
鳴らされたら
Emang itu legal Amaldo? 2001 ke 2015 emang legal Amaldo? No, if she will listen to me if I ask for it and if she set off an alarm.
私はあの子をここから連れ
I'm
出す
getting her out of
スマホ
here
の話なんて
when
言う
she's out.
その
You
後
can
にい
ask
くら
her
でも聞け
whatever you want about your phone.
Eh?
Huh? Took me a moment to figure out what she was saying. But by the time that I did, she had flung open the door to the room and leaped inside. Huh? Yuki Yamazue's eyes went wide at this sudden intruder. Kunosato grabbed her hand. Who are you? All the patients start to scream, afraid of this sudden commotion. Who's coming? It's alright. Yamazoe looked around the room and tried her best to calm the people there, even as Kunosato held on to her arm.
いいから来い
Just come with me.
警備に気づかれる
Security will see us. Hurry up. Who are you? What's
お
going
前を
on?
ここから解放し
I'm
てやる
setting you free from this place. No, don't. Stop. The girl's name Uki Yamazoe went pale and tried to free herself from Kunosato's grip. She was completely in a panic. Kunosato must have decided there was nothing to be gained by talking, because she quickly moved around behind her and put her arm on the girl's carotid artery. And then she applied a very light pressure. Pingsan. Uki Yamazoe moaned for just an instant, and then she slumped backward into Kunosato's arm. She seemed to have passed out. Iya, pingsan.
おい
Ini the real dibungkus nih, Om Exoid. Hey.
はい
Yes.
タイムリミットだ
Time's up.
はぐれ
Get
たら置いて
separated
いく
from me, and I
あと
leave
は知
you.
らん
What happened after that, I don't care. Huh?
ここの連中み
If
た
you
いに
don't
な
want
りたく
to
なけ
end
れ
up
ば
like these
つい
guys,
てこい
follow me. She put the unconscious girl on her back and then ran outside the room without bothering to wait for us. I was stunned at her speed. Iya, dia bisa ngangkat sambil lari gitu loh. Padahal ini si tiga makhluk ini yang di belakang nggak ngangkat apa-apa di belakang aja. But there was no time for hesitating. Oh no, Ito. Okay. I motioned to Serika and Ito and ran out into the hallway. We follow after Kunosato as fast as we could, which is like she said. If we got lost here, we will be caught for sure. And who knew what will happen to us then? Dia jadi korban eksperimen. Oh. I didn't know who was doing this experiment or why, but their victims were suffering horrible fates. As I ran, it felt as if their scream or rage were following me. Okay. I can't go on anymore.
ダメだ
I can't move. We followed Kunosato as fast as we could, and then made it outside the hospital via a different route than before. Kunosato was sweating like a racehorse, and her burden was heavy, but she never let her guard down for a second. Instead, she seemed to be looking around intently. We were at the back of the hospital. This seemed like the exit where they moved corpses from the morgue to hers. For the reason, there was a fence surrounding us that kept us hidden. Kunosato had evidently taken this fence into account in her escape plans from the start. What do we do now? I was too out of breath to speak, so Serika spoke for me.
地下施設は
The underground
Mo,
facility is
osogini
probably
natte
in an uproar
ここ
now.
も間もなく見つかる。
They will find us
死にたく
soon.
なければ
If you don't want to die,
足を
move.
動かせ。
Let's go.
行く
We
ぞ。
were almost at the rear gate at the hospital. He started to run toward it. We follow her with the last of our strange. There was a guard station there, but inside there were only 2 men asleep, hats pointed at the ceiling.
それほど長い効き目の薬は使ってない。急がないと目を覚ます。
The sleeping drug I used doesn't last that long. If we don't hurry, they'll wake up. Anjir. Ternyata udah terencanakan dengan baik ya sama dia. I frantically made my way through the guard station and finally got past the hospital outer wall. We ran a little longer and found a fan parked in a secluded spot.
何よみおちゃん、ずいぶん賑やかじゃない？
What's going on, Mio? Looks like you've got a crowd with you. A broad-shouldered woman looked up at us from the driver's seat. Oh, sini ya. It was hard to tell how old she was. Her attitude and bearing made her look like an older person, but the mischievous grin on her face made her seem younger.
で、
So,
必要なことはつかめた？
did you find what we needed?
ええ。
Yes.
あれだ
Even
けの
after
犠牲者
all
を出
those
しながら
victims it created,
例の実験では
the
結局
experiment failed to complete the theory.
そう。
I see.
理想度の発
They
言にも
found a
確実性はなく
reliable way to cause the
ギガロ
this
マニアッ
word
クス
to
実験は失
manifest.
敗だったと。
So the Gigalo nih ya, oh my sorry, bukan Gigolo ya. Experiment were deemed a failure.
まあ、予想した通
Well,
りよね。
that's just what we suspected.
気軽だって
Gigalo what? And what was a this word? Didn't she say something about that in the monitoring room?
ただ、
I did find an
重要な情報源を
important source of
見つけました。
information though. Kunosato opened the rear door and laid Uki Yamazoi on the back seat.
その子が
Her?
多分
I think she's a
実験の生き
survivor
残りかと。
of the experiment.
ほ
I
ぼ
want to take her with us.
え、それは
Whatever. She can stay with us
し
for
ば
a
らくう
while.
ちだ。
頼みます。
Thanks. Kunosato hadn't even dropped her attitude for Detective Shinjo, but now she was being polite. Who was this woman? Iya, ini juga masih misteri ya. Dia siapa ya?
で、
And
そっちの子たちは
who are
お
these
友
people?
達じゃないわよね。
Your friends? No, of course not.
こっちは使え
I'll
るか
decide
どうか
later if they are good
後ほど
for
判断しま
anything.
す。
If you can just take
私
them
の家ま
to
で
my
送ってい
place.
ただければ。
He seemed to be referring to us, but what did she mean by good? She was as arrogant as ever. And like usual, she was pissing me off.
了解。とにか
Roger,
くみんな乗りなさい。
everyone,
早く。
get in, hurry. Her voice got a little sharper as she pointed to the middle seat in the back of the van. We could hear what sounded like a lot of yelling from the direction of the hospital. We quickly jumped inside and closed the door. Kunosato got in front passenger seat. The van started quietly and headed off into the night. Well,
ここだ
bener-bener dibungkus ini
Ayo.
Amal tuh. This is it. Come in.
何をぼさっとしている。
Why are you staring?
さっさと
Why are
しろ。
you staring? Get moving.
お邪魔します。
Excuse me.
人の家の中を
It's not
じろ
nice
じろ無遠慮に見るものじ
to
ゃ
stare
ない。
at people's home.
家って
Home?
もしかして
Is this your?
そうだ。
That's right.
何か問題でもあ
Is
る
there
の
a
か。
problem?
いや
It's
だって
just, I mean, the outside wasn't much better, but looking inside, it was hard to believe that there were still apartments this dumpy in Shibuya. The same was true of everything else in the room. Everything in the apartment was cheapest kind you could buy. The only thing that was worth anything was the computer.
Huh?
Huh?
どうした宮し。
What is it, Miyashi? Whoa. I pushed Ito out of the way and ran over to the computer. The monitor was still on, and the page, there was one I had seen many times. Shibuya News, and it was on the display version on the page that we had seen so many times. The page was in the process of being edited.
嘘。
Noe, are you okay? So that was it. I had thought I had heard her voice somewhere before. Her voice was just too different from the gentle K that we were used to hearing. But that voice was without a doubt K's.
嘘
No
マジ
way.
K さんって
Seriously.
あの K さん
You mean you're
渋谷ニュ
K
ースの
from Shibuya News? Ito was pretty excited too, it seemed. Of course he was. He was someone we both admire. He was the ultimate right-sider. Since even I admitted it, he had to be at the top of her class. I never thought I would be able to meet her like this though. Yeah, but I can't say I will ever imagine Kei having a weird personality like this. Kunosato, the girl who had been insulting us the whole evening, was the same person as the gentle Kei that we knew from Shibuya News. Which was the real one? I didn't know. And why had Kei brought us to her room? I had remembered her saying she will decide if we could use us later. I looked over and saw something strange in the corner of the room. The best way to describe it would be to call it a sword, but it was unsure if most people who saw it would think that. Its design was complicated and frankly unrealistic. For some reason, looking at it made me feel uneasy. It made me feel really bad, actually. What was that? Jangan ini yang tadi dibilang this worth it. If someone told me it was for cosplay, I'll probably believe them. If nothing else, it didn't match the image I had of the person in front of me. Iya sih. Not the K I knew from Shibuya News. Or Kunosato, who had been swearing at me the whole night. Did she maybe have a third identity? Maybe she was a famous what the fuck? Or maybe she was a toy artisan who made life-size weapon. Maybe she was an otaku who collected swords like this. Either way, it felt like a bad idea to mention it. Best to just ignore it. Best to pretend I never saw it. Anyway, it seemed like Kunosato knew something. What was she thinking? Why was she holding out? Apa tuh? Son of Hartono ngikut-ngikut 9 juga ya. Aduh, thank you. Aduh, thank you buat media share ya. Tapi jujur, saya bodo amat sih dengan sini tuh. Kalau Jujutsu Kaisen aku sukanya ini, Cok. Si Yuta, Cok. Yuta sama Sukuna. Dua-duanya keren. Was she enjoying seeing us confused? Did she enjoy knowing things that we didn't? Was she trying to assume a bigger role in the history? Why did character like this always act so arrogant when you saw them in movies and novel? Who the hell do you think you are? Just give us the damn information already. That's the whole point of your character, right? Are you trying to draw out the mysteries so you get more screen time? You're just a side character, so know your damn role. Ah, there is no way I could say that. I just had to wait for her to start talking. Jadi kamu siapa sih?
それよりお前
Ini beda, Cok, yang ngedonate sama yang kemarin-kemarin nih. Ini Om Aldo harusnya, Cok. Karena gambarnya R. Karena ini gambarnya R ya, haha. Seperti si Son of Sparda. Jadi kamu ketahuan, harusnya ini Om Aldo. More importantly, you.
お前だ
You.
宮代拓いちいち聞き返すな
Takuro Miyashiro, stop acting so bewildered all the time.
はい。なんでしょう。
Right. What is it? Right. She was really scared. Was the K that I had loved only an image I had created for myself? And was this girl who she really was? Kunosato stood by the wall and glared at me, oblivious to how I felt.
お前は何の能力者だ
What is your power? Okay.
は
It was so sudden that I didn't know what I had been asked. Power? Who? Me?
さっき言った
I
ら
told you before, right? The facility was heavily guarded.
今厳重に封鎖されている
It wasn't the kind of place an amateur could get inside that easily.
そ
I
れは
just got
た
lucky.
またまですよ。なんか偶然とか重なってうまく
A
入れた
lot
だ
of
けです。
coincidence happened. That's how I got inside.
隠すな
Don't hide it. You're using your power to do it.
だから
You,
違い
you
ま
are
す。
wrong.
監視モニター
It's
が
the
いきなり
same
起動
thing
した
in
の
the
だって
way
そうだ
And with the way the observation monitors turned on. What was she talking about? I didn't have any kind of powers. Hello, Nepo. Welcome back. And wait, Kay, I respected you, so try not to disappoint me so much.
大体
What
何を
evidence do you
根拠
have
にそ
for
んな
that
ことを
anyway?
地下施設にお前た
When I
ちが
saw you
潜入
down
している
there,
のを
I
見つけ
figured
た
that
時に
either you or he had to be a
お
psychic.
前かそっちの彼か
Kunosato pointed
ど
at
ちら
me
かが
and
能力者じゃ
Ito
ない
in
か
turn.
俺も
Me too?
あ
Yeah, but you didn't show any sign
Dana.
of response
あ
after
お前
that.
の方はそ
So
の
I
後
eliminated you.
反応
Response?
11番目のロール
When
シ
you
ャ
saw
博
the
士を見た時
11
の
rose
反応
charge.
だ
Oh iya benar. Kunosato's deep, dark eyes were peering into me.
だが宮代拓
Takuro Miyashiro,
あの画像を見た時
when she saw that
お
image,
前は激しく動揺した
you reacted violently.
いやだってあんな気色悪い絵です
That
よ。
picture's real
あ
creepy,
当たり
right?
前じゃないですか。
Of course I did.
お前のは
MC kita yang
そういう
rambutnya kayak
反応
sapu
とは
hijau gitu
全く
bukan?
違
Bukan. MC
Ano
kita
ka
kalau
sa
kamu
umida
lihat
begini?
di
うどう感じた
di ini, Omaldo,
Omoidashi
di thumbnailku. Yang pakai kacamata. Itu yang di The way you reacted was different. How did you feel when you saw it? Tell me. Oh, diayoi. Oh, gak ditunjukin sih. The feeling I had experienced when I had seen the sumo sticker came back to me. When I look at it, all the hairs on my body stood on end, and I was attacked by a nightmarish delusion from which there was no escape. It was so scary, I couldn't help but look away from it.
じゃあ身の潔白を証明するためにもう一度見てみるか
Alright, want to look at it again
Ano
to prove your innocence. Kunosato turned toward her computer and opened up a folder. She watched my face carefully as she moved to click on an image inside the folder. No, please stop. I slowly sank to the floor and sat down. Sweat pouring from my body. I looked away from the computer. I didn't have the courage to look at that image right now.
いい加減にしてください
Enough of this, kata Onoe. Erika interrupted with a yell. It was the first time in ages I had heard her yell. I looked up to see her standing between me and Kunosato with her hand on her hips.
一体何な なんですか？特に超能力ってそんなアニメや漫画みたいな話真面目にして
What do you
ど
think
う
you're
かしてま
doing?
すよ。
Are you seriously talking to Taku about psychics? Like this is an anime or something? You're insane.
何？
What?
尾上
Onoe.
タクは
Taku
人が殺された場所とかで
has
いっ
seen
ぱい
those
あのシ
stickers
ーン
at
を見て
places
き
where
てるん
people
です。
have been
気
killed.
持
Of
ちが
course,
悪
they
くな
make
る
him
の
sick.
当たり。私だってラ
When I
ブホの
remember
時の
what
ことを
happened
思い
at the
出し
Love
て
Hotel,
吐いちゃ
I
いそう
feel
にな
like
るこ
throwing
と
up
あり
too.
ま。そんなく
If
だらない
something
こ
that
とが
stupid
証
is
拠だ
your
って言うな
proof,
ら
what
私
makes
に
me
だ
a
って
psychic
超
too,
能
doesn't
力
it?
がある
And that makes
い
me...
や、
No, you're a
お前は
psychic.
んですか？
Why? Sarika pushed harder. When she thought I was in trouble, sometimes she will turn into a totally different person. She'll try to protect me in a different way than Kurusu. It made me happy. It made me feel better, but...
尾上
Oh no, thanks, but can you cool it off for a little? But
いいから
just back it off,
本
thanks.
当にサンキューな
Really? There was no way I had any kind of psychic power, but I had already suspected that power like that were involved in this case somehow. I wanted to hear what Kunosato had to say. Kunosato looked at me for a moment, questioningly, and then sighed. Then she took out her phone and made a call. The person didn't seem very happy about it, but they eventually gave their approval. He nodded and hung up the phone, then spoke.
また出かけるぞ。
We're leaving again.
まあ、
Well, this time,
今度は命の危
you
険は
won't
ない
be
だろ
in any danger, don't
う。
worry.
安心するがいい。
Sarika to Nesan Fet.
ふむ、こんな時間によう来たの。まだ閉店時間までは間があるゆえ、ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。
Pilihan sulit sih. Kalau kita menjadi kita memosisikan diri kita sebagai CMC. Si Ono ini dari sebelum kejadian gempa berarti ya. Kita itu udah kenal dia. Udah deket. Sedangkan kita kenal si Onesan ini setelah si gempa itu. Di gempa itu kan kita jadi cacat, jadi ini ya, lumpuh ya kaki kita ya. Yang dimana kita mesti training terus. Dan kita benar-benar dirawat dari kita koma setahun kalau nggak salah komanya karakter MC-nya. Kita dirawat terus sama si Nesan, Cok. Terus udah bangun-bangun kita lumpuh, kitanya ini kayak kena mental, tapi di-push mental sama si Nesannya, Cok. Sulit sih, Omaldo. Kalau kamu pilih yang mana, Omaldo? It's awfully late for you to be visiting, but there is still time before we close. So enjoy and relax. Baik banget. Padahal nggak kenal, itu saling nggak kenal. Itu pokoknya kita di tempat kayak panti asuhan yang dimana isinya itu orang-orang yang bocah-bocah yang survive dari earthquake dan udah nggak ada ortu. Sarika kayaknya, yang si rambut pink ya. Ono ya. Kunosato took me at Cafe Lux. We were taken to a big table by the window. Came to think of it. Kalau MC modelan Rudeus sih keduanya ya. Kenapa duanya anjir? Orang pilih satu anjir. Jadi kamu gitu Airi pilih dua-duanya. Ish. Come to think of it. I had just been here a while ago. Last time it was to listen in on the conversation between Hinaya, Rimura, and Shinjo. While I was thinking about that, the person Kunosato had called walked into the cafe. They seemed upset.
Huh?
When I looked up and saw who was there, I gasped.
こんな時間によう来たの。ゆるりと過ごしてゆくがよい。
It's awfully late for you to be visiting. Enjoy and relax. Rudeus bukan Harry. Loh,
用
ada
が
dia.
済んだらすぐに帰りますから。
I'll be leaving as soon as I'm done.
遅かったな。
You're late.
私にだって準備くらいあるんです。
Even I have to get ready to go places. Hinai Arimura. It was the girl I was just thinking about.
あれ？ちゃんだ。
It's Hina-chan.
どうも。
Domo.
これってどういうことっすかね？
So what's going on
先輩
here,
方。
everyone?
知らねえって。
No clue.
俺に
Don't
聞か
ask
ないで
me.
くれ。
True. Wow. What was she inviting Hinai here for?
っていうか
And you know,
久野里さん
Nosato, I
便
told
利に
you
使って
not
巻
to
き込
get
むのは
me
やめ
info
て
in
ほし
things
い
just
って
because
言い
I'm
ま
a
したよ
helpful tool.
ね
互いに情報の提供をす
We
る
over each other information.
そういう約束だ
That
ろ
was the deal.
そっちばっか
And
り
yet,
私を
you're
利
the
用
one
して
who
るく
is
せに
using me, not the other way around.
いいから座れ
Just sit down. Tinggi juga suara Hinaya, yoi. Arimura glanced at us and sat down with a frown on her face. Loh, jangan cemberut gitu dong. There was an awkward moment after we ordered our drinks when no one spoke. Anjir, ngumpul rame-rame gitu kurang lebih. Tadi kita bertiga tambah si ini berarti 5 total. Tapi nggak ada yang ngomong anjir.
それで
So
何
what's
なん
up?
です
Once our drink arrived, Arimura, of course, was the first one to speak up.
口で説明するよりも
I
見せた方が早いと思っ
figure
た
it will be faster to show them than explain. Oh,
まさか。
apa nih menurut?
話したんですか
Did you tell them? You couldn't.
利用価値がありそうだと判断した
I decided they could be worth using.
ほんと勘弁してほしいんですけど
I wish you you will cut that out. From the way they were talking, Arimura must have known about this power as well. And
つべこべ
ini
言わ
MC-nya
ずに
nih.
見せてやれ
Nih MC-nya nih yang kacamata. He stopped whining and showed them. Show them? Wait, she couldn't mean.
嫌ですよ
No,
めん
it's
ど
a
くさ
pain
い
in the butt.
宮代拓
I
が
want
能
to-
力者かどうか確証を得たい
I want proof or whether or not Takuro Miyashiro is a psychic.
いや
No, wait, I
だから
told
です
you I'm.
間違いなく
He's a psychic,
能
no
力者
doubt
です
about it.
よ
Arimura spoke as if it was the most normal thing in the world.
有村
Arimura?
おい
Hey,
本当か宮
is
代
she right, Miyashiro?
信じられないよ
I can't believe that.
だから
I
僕は
told
知
you,
らない
I
って
don't know what she's talking about.
ふーん
Hmm,
なるほどね。
I see.
知らないというの
It's
は
true
本
that
当
he
みたいです
doesn't know it. It
無
looks
自
like
覚なんです
he
ね
has no idea.
無自覚
How
も
could you
何も
know
あれ
Arimura? Oh,
思い当たる
you really have no
そん
idea.
なのある
Of
わけ
course, I don't. If I had that power, I would have used it for something.
でも自分がこうなってほしいと思ったところでいつも特別なことが起きたりしたでしょ
But when you want something to happen, something special always does, right?
例えば
For example,
例のラブホテルに先輩が潜入した時
when you snuck into the Love Hotel,
あの時
the door.
部屋には確かに鍵がかかっていたんですよ
So how did you get in?
嘘だ
You're lying. It
鍵は
wasn't locked.
いいえ閉まって
No,
ました
it was. But
け
suddenly
ど
it
いきな
wasn't.
り開いたんです
Am I wrong, Seri? Hmm? Serika hesitated for a moment and looked at me.
確かに
Yeah, I did hear a click.
おのえ
Oh no.
ほら
See? That's your
それ
power.
が宮
My
代先輩の
power?
能力です
No way.
おそらく望んだように物体を動かす能力
Hmm.
いわゆるテレキネシスあ
It's
るいは
likely the ability to cause
psychokinesis
things to
か
move. It's usually
それを
called
もって
telekinesis, but its other name, psychokinesis, might be more fitting for you.
病院の地下施設にあんな簡単に侵入できたのもそのおかげだ
That's how you were able to get inside the hospital so easily. Ah, itu dia iya, MC-nya. Ah, jangan-jangan dia survive di gempa tuh gara-gara ininya juga superpowernya.
本当かよ
Are you serious? Ito was looking at me in shock.
いや
No,
待
no.
ってくれ
Wait, that's not right.
違う
Sure, when I had gone into the psych ward and the underground lab, a lot of coincidence had happened all at once. Gantengan gua Fed, iya, gantengan kamu. Asu, kukira kenapa dia nanya MC. Doors that would normally be locked weren't. When I had gone down to the underground facility from the autopsy room, something had gotten stuck, and I had been able to open the secret door, but
そんな特殊な能力なんて
there's no such
本当に
thing
あ
as
るわけ
psychic
でも
power.
さ
But
宮代言ってたよな
You said
今
they
回の
might
事件の
be
鍵
the
かも
key
し
to
れない
this case.
それはそうだけど
I did say that, but sure, I had been saying it just a little while ago, but only after being told that I was a psychic did I understand. I hadn't actually really believed it. When I had said it aloud, I had acted like it was some brilliant theory, but in my mind, I'll still been treating it as fiction. I mean, you know, right? How could I have something so crazy?
先輩
Can you
今から
answer
言う
every
質問
question I'm about to
に
say
全
with
ていい
no?
は
Huh? What is this all about?
いいから答えて
Just
く
do
だ
it,
さい
okay?
あ
Okay.
はい
I nodded since it didn't seem like I was going to be given a chance to disagree. Apa nih yang ditanya?
自分のクラスの人間はバ
You
カばっかり
think
だと思
everyone
って
in
い
your
る
class is an idiot? No.
いいえ
でも本
But you
当は
wish
そ
you
の輪
could
の
be a
中に
part
入
of
り
their
たい
group.
と
いいえ
No.
一人でカラオケに行ったことがある
You've gone to karaoke by yourself.
いいえ
No.
一人でカラオケに行ったけれど一曲も歌ってはいない
You went to karaoke by yourself, but didn't sing a single song.
いいえ
No.
クルス先輩と一緒に暮らしていた時クルス先輩のお風呂を覗いちゃったことがある
Pertanyaan Harimura ya tengil juga anjir. When you were living with Kurusu, you pick on her when she was in the bath. Enggak gitu dong enggak gitu dong
い
Harimura.
いえ
No.
なるほど
I see, I
わかりました
understand. Harimura nodded and smiled.
わかっ
You
たって
understand what?
何が
まず最初の質
First, the
問
question, Miyashiro, you
宮
think
代先
ever...
輩はみんな
そんなこ
That's
と
not
は
true.
それから次
Next, but you're
そうは
actually
言っても
lonely
本
and
当は
want to
寂し
be
くて
part their group.
違う
No, no,
僕は
I'm
何
not
の生
interested
産
in
性
their
もない会話になん
unproductive
て
conversation.
カラオケに一人で行きましたね
You went to karaoke by yourself, didn't you?
それは新聞部
Used
の
to
取
do
材で言
something
った
for
だけだ
newspaper I
でも
didn't
歌って
sing.
それは嘘です
That's a lie.
え
Eh?
本当は歌いました
You did sing.
歌ってな
I
い
did not sing.
一曲だけですか
Pernah lihat ponytail di dunia nyata, Fed? Cowok goblok. Cowok. Kenapa jadi cowok anjir? Enggak. Soalnya ada temenku yang benar-benar panjang banget terus diikat jadi kayak gitu, Cok. Kayaknya pernah deh. Kenapa anjir pertanyaanmu kenapa random anjir? Kenapa harus nanyain cowok anjir? Was it just one song?
だから歌ってないってば
I told you I didn't sing.
なるほど
I see.
一曲だけ
It
歌っ
was
たんで
just
す
one
ね
song, huh? Hmm?
おい
Boy,
宮代
Miyashiro, is
本当
that
か
true?
お前あれだけ歌ってないって
You
否定
kept
してたよ
insisting
な
you didn't sing, remember? Rimura, how do you know this stuff? It had seemed like a waste, so I did sing one song.
最後にお風呂で
Finally,
クルス
when
先
Kurusu
輩を
was in the bath.
もう
You
いい
know,
やめ
stop
ろ
it. Oh, jadi dia ngintip. Aku, no, Onoe cemburu gara-gara si Onesan diintip pas mandi. Lagi makan gua cabut anjir. Gua gabut anjir. Teman kelas gua pernah. And she is so cute to be honest. Terus kenapa lu tanya gua cowok? Gua gedik lu ya. Gua gedik lu ya. Terus lu kenapa nanya gua cowok? Cewek ya, kamu udah pakai she ya kali lanang, tapi kenapa lu tanya gue lanang kalau gitu? Hah? Kenapa nanya lanang pertanyaannya ke gue? Sialan juga lo ya. Aku Erika pushed down on her Gero Froggy strap. It made a noise like you lose buzzer on a game. Bukannya fetis lu lanang. What the fuck? Enggak lah anjir. I'm straight as fuck man. Is this a TV variety show or something?
違うんだ。
No, that
あれ
was
は
Yuto
ユー
playing
ノ
a
がいたず
trick.
らして今なら誰も入ってないって
He
言うから
said
ドアを開け
nobody
た
was inside, so
そ
opened
れ
the
に
door.
慌てて目をつぶったから何も見てない。本当だぞ。
And I look away quickly, so I didn't see anything. It's true. Do you have any idea what the hell I went through after that? Just remembering it terrified me. Wait, no.
それが一体なんだって言うんだ。
What of it?
わかりませんか？
Can't you tell?
今のが私の能力です。
It's my power.
え？
Huh?
他人の口にした
I
言
can
葉
tell
が
if someone
嘘
say
か
it's
真
true
実か
or
わかる。
false. That's my
そ
power.
れが私の能力なんです。
Ah. She could tell if someone was lying?
Oh.
And then I finally realized the way Arimura had acted and the things she had said.
言葉に出してもらってもいい
Can you
です
say
か？
that aloud? Was that what that was about?
彼女の言ってること
Is what she's saying true?
いや、ホットリーディングやコールド
No,
リー
it
ディン
could
グ
be
って可
hot
能性
reading
もあ
or
るし、
cold reading.
ホットリ
つまり事前
It's
に
when you
調査
look
して
things up ahead of
後
time,
で自分で調べ
actually.
ろ。
Just look it up on your own later.
あ
Forget
あ
it.
もういい
This is taking too
面
long.
倒だ
Kunosata looked annoyed and bored as she watched our conversation.
あれを見せてやれ
Show it to him.
そ
That's the
れが一
fastest
番
way.
早い
あれ
Show
ですか？
him?
多分
Here? I don't think
Miyashiro
anyone but
以外には見え
Miyashiro
ない
will
はずだ
able to see it.
そうかもしれません。
Maybe, but
けど
Arimura looked toward the ground. Show me something. Wait, what was she going to show me? She nodded. Where I looked on Lee and then suddenly stood up in front of me.
宮代先輩、
Miyashiro senpai. What?
よ
What?
く見ててください。
Watch carefully. And then she lift up her skirt. No, that's not what happened.
Oh.
Hmm? What are you going to show me? I almost asked, but then I stopped. Suddenly, she stretched her right hand out to the side. Inhaled slowly, but then seemed to draw something out of her out of the air. Huh? As I sat there, astonished, she pulled something impossible out of empty air. It was warped yet elegant, ugly yet fascinating. It was inorganic and organic at the same time. It was as if it was if it contained every shape in the world. It was a
Ken?
a sword. Wasn't this the same thing Kunosato had at her apartment? Oh, ini yang dibilang di sword kali ya. The shape was different, but it had the same terrible feeling to it. But Arimura had just pulled it out of thin air. How did you
どう
do
やっ
that?
たんだ？
Arimura looked unhappy as he saw me shocked.
やっぱり
So you can see it.
何の話？
What is she talking about, Taku?
剣ってなんだよ
What do you mean a
見え
sword?
ないのか？
You two can't see
二人
it?
とも
Serika and Ito both shook their heads.
そんなバカな。
That's impossible. It was huge. How could they not see it? Iejo? I quickly looked around the room, but no one else, not the customer or the employees, was looking at the thing in Arimura's hand. No, they couldn't see it.
これで決まりだな
That settles it.
どういう？
今
What do you mean?
有村ひな
What
えが手にして
Arimura
い
is
るもの
holding can prove
それ
that
が能
someone
力
is
者
a
の証
psychic.
だ
It's called a D sword.
ディソード？
A D sword. I had heard her use that word before. I didn't realize that she was talking about this.
その状態のディソードは
Only psychic can
能力者
see
に
D
しか目
sword
視で
in
きない
that state. In other words,
つまり
if you can see it,
それが見
it's
える
beyond
お前
any
は
reasonable doubt
間
that
違い
you're
なく
psychic.
能力者ということだよ
Kunosato cold voice dropped even lower than
で
usual,
も僕、
but I don't.
そんな。
I've never used any kind of power like that,
でも事実だ
but it's true. I couldn't believe it. So much was going through my head that I couldn't think. Wah, makin menarik ya. I looked over at the D sword again. Arimura fiddled with it and snored.
まあ 同じギガロマニアックス同士、もう少し仲良くしときますかね、先輩。
Well, since we are both gigalomaniacs, let's get along, I guess.
ギガロ
Gigalomaniacs. I remember Kunosato using that word before too.
我々は
That's we
能
call
力者のこ
psychics
とをそう呼んでいる。
Gigalomaniacs.
呼び方なんか
It
ど
doesn't
うで
matter
もいい
what
で
you
す
call them. I still
そ
can't
れよ
believe
り
it.
やっぱ
My
り信じられません
psycho
僕の
kinesis, you
そ
called it?
の
That's unscientific.
ああ、
Yeah.
サイコキネシスというのはお前がイメージしやすいようにそう言っただけだ。
A psychokinesis is simply the word I use to make it easier for you to visualize. There's actually a more scientific concept that exists. Hilangin stres akhirnya loh. Scientific? I look at Arimura's word skeptically. Scientific? That besok kok masuk normal berarti Om Aldo, tapi setengah
無
hari.
理ですよ、クノサトさん。
Ah,
説明と
I
か
think
して
you're
もさ
wasting
っ
your
ぱり
time,
わかんないと
Kunosato.
思います。
Even if you
ち
explain,
なみ
he
に
wouldn't
私は一
understand
つ
a
も理
word.
解できてません。
By the way, neither did I when she explained. Aku aja seharusnya tidur karena besok masuk. Iya tadi kan kau ada bilang.
お
Tapi
前
kau
と一緒
barusan
にすんな
makan anjir. Jangan langsung
僕は
tidur
これで
loh.
も
Don't think I'm like you. I'm actually.
はいはい。
Right. Padahal nggak mau. Tapi gimana tante? Iya sih. Tapi maksudnya masuknya
理
normal.
解などしなくていい。
You don't need to
ただ
understand.
最低
Understand
限
it.
のことだけは
What do
覚
you
えてお
need
け。
to understand is this. Kayak waktu aku zaman
ギガロマ
sekolah.
ニアックスの能力を
Sabtu nggak mau
カート
masuk
ゥーンに登
sebenarnya.
場するような
Cuman ya
超
disuruh.
能力と同じよう
Cuman
に使う
kewajiban
な。
masuk, Cok. Masuknya cuma
そ
2 jam
んな安易
anjir.
なものでも愉快なものでもない。
Don't use your gigalomaniac power like you are in a cartoon. It's not that simple, and it's not that pleasant.
何が違うって言うんです
What's different?
ギガロマニアックスの能
The
力と
ability
は
of a gigalomaniac is,
簡単に言えば
put simply, the ability to
自
change
ら
their
の妄
delusion
想を
into
現実
reality.
に。
妄想現実に
Change their
変換
delusion into reality. What was she talking about? That wasn't scientific at all.
ディラックの海という言葉をまあ
Malas bangun paginya, Fet.
知
Ya
らないだろう
pasti.
な。
Kayak aku. Di hari Sabtu dulu sekolah ya malas bangun paginya. Om Aldo. Pastilah. Orang malas ada hari tambahan tuh karena mau bangun ya. Kerja di hari Minggu. Wow. Sekarang lagi ada kerjaan di daerah Paku Haji. Kagak tahu. Tangerang sononya, Fet. Di sini masuknya Bandung, aku ketik Google. Lah. Enggak. Jadi sekarang kau lagi nggak di Jakarta. Di sini Bandung, Cok, tulisannya. Di rumah sekarang mah. Ah, jadi gimana? Terus apa hubungannya nih sama Paku Haji nih? Di sini sih tulisannya Bandung ya. Jadi Tangerang apa Bandung, Cok? Besok ke sana. Ah, udah jauh. Setengah hari. Maksudnya cuman bentar dong gitu ke sononya. Di sini sih Bandung ya. Tanjung Pasir sih pernah dengar. Tanjung Pasir mah pernah dengar. Pergudangan Laksana. Oh. Oh iya iya iya. Deket Tangerang dikit. Mimah, ini Om Aldo. Lewat pik. Masih lewat pik kan kamu nanti? Wait, ini Jakarta semua kah? Enggak juga. Ada abang dewa dari Bali. Apakah apa yang kamu realize saya, Ri? Pasti aku lebih ganteng daripada MC ini kan? Iya iya Om Aldo, iya iya. Pasti kamu lewat pik kan ini? Have you ever heard of Direxy? Well, of course you haven't.
ディラックの海。
Direxy. Serika started to fidget on the sofa. She probably couldn't follow what we were talking about at all, but she couldn't tell what I was nervous.
確か、
Enggak
量
lah,
子力
pik
学の
jauh.
中の
Hah?
概念ですよね。
Itu deket pik 2, Cok. Tadi di Gmaps. Coba deh kau lihat dari Gmaps. Itu pik 2, anjir. Samping pik 2. Pergudangan laksana kan? Kalau rumahku nggak ada cerita. Oh, berarti lewat Tangerang. Dari Tangerang lewatin arah-arah mau ke ini, airport. Berarti kamu dari bawah ke atas ya? Bukan kanan ke kiri. Bawah ke atas lurus. That's a concept from quantum mechanics, isn't it? Benar sekali. Jauh sih. Pakai motor. Tidak ada yang namanya tol. Tidak ada. Isn't it?
ほう
Oh, I'm
驚いたな
surprised. I didn't
一回
expect a
の高校
mere
生
high
が知って
school
いるとは
boy to know that. For some reason, a lot of people on the Japanese internet love relativity theory on quantum mechanics. Schrodinger's cat, for example, had been discussed so many times by now that it was considered an embarrassment to even bring it up. So I knew a little.
真空を
It's
負のエネル
defined
ギーに
as a
満たされ
vacuum
た空
filled
間だと定
with
義するんで
negative
すよね。
energy, right? Vacuum
De
is,
soko
is
Dirac no
called
umi
a
って呼ぶ。
Dirac-sea.
ああそうだ
That's right,
デ
Dirac-sea
ィラック
is a
の海は
word
マイナスエネルギーに満ちた
filled with
世
negative
界ということになる
Waduh, negative energy. Kunosato looked at Arimura's hand as she held the D sword. And then Arimura smiled a little weakly.
そのなんとかの海とこの剣を使って妄想を現実にできるんですよ。
And
リアルブー
this,
トっていうらしいで
what's
すけ
it
どね。
see? You use it and this sword to make your delusion reality. That's called a real boot, supposedly.
リアルブート。
Real
理
boot.
想度は剣の
The
形を
D
してい
sword
る
are
な
shaped
ら
like weapons.
実はただの武器じゃない
That's not all
ディ
they
ラック
are.
の海に干
They're
渉し
terminals that let you
現実
affect
と
the
の間のパイプとな
Dirac-sea
る端末
and
だ
function as a pipe between it and
ギガロマ
reality.
ニアクスがその端末を用いると本来現実空間の中に存在できないはずの負のエネルギーを引き出すことができる
By using these terminals, Gigalomaniacs can draw out more negative energy than she'll be able to exist in reality.
するとホールセオリーによ
Then
る
in
ペアクリエーション
accordance with
で
Hall
粒子と反
theory,
粒子が生まれる
pairs of particles and
それがエラーとなって
antiparticles are
他
created.
人の脳のデ
They
ッドスポッ
become
トに影響
error
を与え
which
るんだ
affect the dead spot of others' brain.
脳のデッドスポット。
Dead spot of the brain? Dead spot of the brain.
デッドスポットというの
By
は
dead spot, I
人
refer
間の脳におけ
to
る
the
視覚や
blind
の視覚だよ
in the visual area of the human brain. Apa
Soko
lu
ni
sudah
eikyo
stand
wa
retrovert
ataerareru
lagi?
toいうことは
Saya tidak
つまり
tidak tidak ngikutin perkorean lagi sekarang.
妄想通りのものを相手に見せられるということだ。
Affecting these areas means transmitting your own delusion into them, so that the target sees your delusion.
しかも相手にとってそれは完全な現実として認識される。
And the target experiences that delusion as a completely real phenomenon.
でも
But that's
そん
just
な
a
のただの幻覚
hallucination,
じゃないです
isn't it?
か。
It's a
催眠術
no
と同じですよ
different than hypnosis.
催眠術
Hypnosis.
そうか。じゃあその妄想を自分の周りの人間
Hypnosis.
全員がリアルな現実だと共通認識してしまったらどうだ？
Then what if every single person around you recognizes that delusion as
共
reality?
通認識
Padahal tadi gede apaan? Every single person.
そうだ。
That's right.
さらに
What
そ
if
れが
by everyone, I
渋
meant
谷
every
中の
single
人間
person
の
in
共通
Shibuya?
認識になったら、そして
Or what if
その
that
共通
spread to
認識
everyone in
が
Tokyo? Then
東
everyone
京
in
中の人
Japan
間、
and then everyone
日
in the
本
world
中の人
who
間、
will tell you that it was unreal.
それは
That's
そうしたら
the point. Your delusion
妄
is
想は
neither
すでに
fiction
作り事でも
nor
幻覚でもなくなる。
hallucination. It becomes reality. That's
紛れもない
why we call it
現実と化す。
rebooting.
そ
Oh,
んなバカな
well
だっ
then
て
this word
そんなことで
they
現
just
実がねじ曲げられるなん
nggak
て
tahu aku. But that's impossible. There's no way you could alter reality like that. I rub my head with my fingers, trying to make some sense out of all this.
仮にいい
Let's
です
say
か
that
仮にですよ
hypothetically, and just
僕が
hypothetically,
その
mind
ギガロ
you
マニアックスだった
was
とし
one
て
of these gigalomaniacs. Kayaknya sekarang aku nggak ada yang ini deh semenjak di SMA 2, SMA 3 gitu. Udah nggak ada yang aku ikutin deh. Bener-bener nggak ada yang ngikutin. Paling yang ngikutin berita game aja sekarang. Atau ngikutin teknologi kayak komputer. I was one of these gigalomaniacs.
だけど閉まってる
It's
ドアの鍵
impossible
を
for
開けるとか
delusion to
そ
affect
ん
the
な風
real
に妄
world.
想が物
Like
理現象
opening
に
a
まで影
locked
響を与え
door.
るなんて不可能ですよ
Ini aja baru
私たち
balik nonton
含め
anime lagi kan.
研究者たちも当初はそう考え
Membosankan
楽
ya
観
hidup
視し
ini.
ていた。
Kemarin baru ini kan
そん
nonton
な甘いものじゃなかったんだ。
nonton lain. Baru beres tadi. 13 episode. Nanti mau lanjut satu anime lagi. Habis itu rekomendasinya via DT katanya suruh nonton Kamen Rider. Nggak tahu dah bakal suka apa nggak Kamen Rider. Terus baru nonton Elfen Light. Nonton Elfen Light sih. All of the researchers, including us, thought the same thing at first, but we were overly optimistic.
え
What?
物理現
The
象すらねじ
delusion
曲げる
of
んだよ。
gigalomaniacs and the
ギ
sheer
ガロマ
reality
ニアッ
they
クスの
create,
妄想と
they create are
それによ
capable
っ
of
て共通
altering
認
the
識化された
physical
現
world
実は
itself.
だからこそ
That's
それは
what makes them so dangerous.
この上なく危険なんだ。
Look at Arimura's sword, then back at Kunosato. Ah, begitu yoi. Arimura was still smiling as she held the sword in front of me. I couldn't tell if the light it gave off was holy or evil, but for a moment it was so beautiful that I shivered. October 11, 2015, Sunday. The town was filled with noise that threatened to swallow her whole. Ah ini nih. Ini yang nongol kan? Yang ngetuk kayaknya deh. But that was... Oh enggak. Ini si korban eksperimennya, Cok. Lihat rambutnya anjir. It was just what the way she wanted it. Shibuya was a town that accepted anybody and rejected everyone. It was the only place that would let her be a part of it now. She moved her legs forward, valiantly, amidst the hustle and bustle. Forward, forward. Each step she took, her face twisted with horrible pain. Or at least, that's how it seemed to her. She didn't know if the pain was actually appearing on her face. Her face was covered with scars and shielded by long hair that hid her head. But as she dragged her legs down the street, no one in Shibuya stopped to look at her. She was grateful for that, but at the same time she hated. A flame burned within her womb. What the fuck? Kenapa di womb-nya anjir? It was a flame hazard. Minami siapa gitu ya? Minami Sawa. He was nothing but hazard now. The business who passed by her on the street. The empty-headed student, the happy couples, the miserable-looking old people. She hated everyone's. But she hated them most of all. She hated the one who had abandoned her. She hated the one who had done this to her. If they hadn't abandoned her, this never would have happened. Hatred burned within her womb. No, she was the Hatred. The power she had gained that day was all for this. Only the joy of revenge drove her forward. Oh, mau balas dendam ya dia. Forward and forward. And then, he didn't notice that the people who passed by her turned back in surprise. She didn't realize it herself. But the woman was laughing. She was laughing so hard that anyone could hear her, like black smoke from a flame rising toward the sky. She raised her voice and laughed. Saya dikasih dengar suara ketawanya. How goes it? Miyashiro is awakening, not completely yet. What else? He seemed to have finally remembered their existence. Yes, what of the sin he committed? Not yet. Understood. It is almost the day of judgment. Jangan-jangan Onesannya punya power. Makanya di akhir sama si ini juga. Kayak ada makna terselubungnya juga. October 12, 2015, Monday.
Oi,
Oi, is that the thing? The one that's really popular right now. What? Really? That's crazy. Why the hell is that popular? It's supposed to be cursed. You. It's supposed to curse you, right? Isn't that crazy? Come on, let's take one. Come on, that's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, is that a thing? What thing? Eh? You haven't heard about them? The sumo stickers. Sumo stickers. Ah, come on. You're joking, right? Don't tell me you've never heard of them. No, I seriously haven't. Seriously. They're really popular right now. Popular? They're creepy as hell. No, I guess popular isn't the right word. They were found at the sites of those murders. You know, the weird ones. The stickers were... Why? I don't know why, but it probably means something, right? Sumo stickers, huh? They couldn't have picked a better name. Look, here's another sumo stickers. Wow. Nah, ini kayaknya Omal tuh udah turun nih. Wow, there are even more of them. Wait, what the heck are you doing? Aren't they kind of cute? Like if you put one on your back. You're kidding me, right? You? What's wrong with you? I'm telling you, they are really popular. Don't you think so? Get that thing away from me. It makes me feel sick to look at. Kind of. See? He says it makes her feel sick. No way, it's cute. Alright. What did she put on that? Oh, it's that sticker neat. Neat, huh? Oh, I like it. Right. This is gonna be next big thing. Wouldn't it look cute on a t-shirt? Oh, but don't you think people would say it's inappropriate?
不謹慎中
Sure,
とか
but who
うざいよ
cares
ね
if we
マ
all
ジで
wear them?
なんかグッズとか作ります
Try and make some merchandise. Wah, kacau anjir. Dijadiin merchandise. Semua orang ketrigger ya. That's a great idea. Like socks or something. It might be cute.
ちょい考えますか
Maybe I'll think about it.
どうしたん
What's up?
なんか焦げ
Do you
臭くね
smell something burning? Oh yeah.
ここ
It happened here.
何が
I heard. What then?
なんかほら
You've heard about the person going around setting all the fires, right? The serial arsonist.
ああなんか聞い
Oh
たそれ
yeah, I think I did.
それもほれ
And
あれ
it's
のせいじゃねえ
supposed to
の
be because of
呪い
that
のシー
curse
ルとか
sticker
って
or whatever.
あれなんなのマジで
What's with that
あれと一緒なん
seriously?
だろ
It's supposed to be
前の
the
ほら
same as that last thing, right?
ニュージェネだろ
The new generation madness, you mean?
そうそれニュージェネ
Yeah,
あれの真似
that,
なん
the
だろ
new generation
渋
madness.
谷マジ
It's
や
a
ばいっ
copy of
て
that. Stuff's getting really bad in Shibuya, man.
このように
So as you can see, the dates of
今
all
回の事
these
件は
incidents
ニュージェネレーションの
match
狂
the
気と呼
dates
ば
of
れ
the
る
original
6
new
年前の事
generation
件と一致
madness.
そこにどのような
And
関
people
連
are
があるの
asking
かが注目
what the
されているわけ
connection
で
will
す
be.
が
What are your
これに
thoughts
ついて
on
はい
this?
かがでしょう
Well, it's safe to assume that there is some kind of connection. But at the moment, I think it's too early to assume that all these are the work of the same perpetrator.
それはどうしてでしょう
And why is that? The sumo sticker that were found at the scene are also found everywhere in Shibuya. It should be relatively easy to find, yeah. Thus, it's possible that someone left them at the scene to make it look like the same person was responsible for all the incident.
その場合はや
So you
はり
think they're trying to
捜査の
confuse the
混乱
police? Yes, that's what I think. Especially in an internet-oriented society like ours, information like that travel fast. It's possible that someone heard about the first case and decided to imitate it. Yes, see.
まだまだ謎の多い事
There's
件です
still a
ね
lot of
こ
mysteries.
ちらの事件に関しては
Mysteries
後
to
ほ
be
ど
solved
改めま
here.
してたっ
I
ぷり
hope we
と
got a
検証
chance
し
to
ていきたいと
revisit
思います
this at a later date.
さて次のニュ
Now,
ース
an
は
update
こ
on
ち
a
らも
series
東京
of
渋谷ですね
arson attacks that have been taking place in Shibuya, Tokyo. Their resistance 1. Chapter 6, October 12th.
しかし
I
信じ
can't
られない
believe
な
there was something like
まさ
that
かあの
in the basement of
AH
AH Tokyo
Tokyo
General
そんなこと
Hospital
が
though. Ini siapa? Keishi Shinjo. Keishi Shinjo tuh yang mana ya? Oh, si detektif ya? Takeshi Shinjo. Takeshi Shinjo frowned as he leaned back into the sofa inside the messy office. Oke, jangan lupa minum ya teman-teman ya. Frisia Corporation was located on the second floor of an old multi-purpose building in Sakuragaoka. At this hour, the 20 or so desks in the room were mostly empty, but that didn't mean that things weren't busy. Investigation companies like Frisia did a lot of work outside the office. It was precisely because they were busy that there was no one here. Three people were having a serious discussion inside the empty office.
まあ
Well,
新庄ちゃんが疑いたくなる気持ちは
I
わ
can
かるけど
understand why you would be skeptical. In front of him was the CEO of Frisia, Katsuko Momose.
お前なんかに嘘をつい
Why
て
will I waste my
何
time
の得がある
lying to you, boys? Miyuko no Sato was sitting further away from him, not even bothering to conceal her displeasure. It was clear she had no intention of being friendly with him.
もちろん
Oh,
信
of
じないと言っ
course.
てるわけじゃない
I'm not
あ
saying
の
that I
病院
don't
に
believe
いろい
you.
ろ妙
I
な
know there's
噂
a
があ
lot
る
of
ことだ
your
って知っ
rumor
ている
about that
それ
hospital.
に
And
こ
we've
うし
got
て
a
生きた
living
証
proof
人もい
too.
ることだし
Shinjo looked at the other person on the sofa. See, lolly. It was a tiny little girl.
あの子が
He was really taking care of the patient in the facility. Yeah, that's
So-
right.
今彼女から事情は聞けそうかな。
Think we can get anything out of her now?
やってみてもいい
We
が
can try. But you might just be disappointed. Huh?
それがね、
Well, you see.
私帰ります
I'm going back.
お願い
Please, I'm going back. Please let
ず
me
っ
go
とこ
back.
の調子。
That's all she ever
帰り
say.
たいの一点
That
張
she
り。
want to go back. She won't
何を
answer
聞いたって
any of our
ろくに
question.
百瀬さんが苦戦
It's
する
rare
のは
to see
珍
you
しい
having a
な。
hard time with anything, Momose. Shinjo stood up and dragged an office chair over the sofa. Over to the sofa the girl was sitting on. He sat down as slowly as he could, so as not to scare her, and looked at her eye level.
山添
Uki
君
Yamazoe, right? He tried to speak as softly as he could, but he still shivered at his voice.
怖がらなくていい
No。need to be scared.
俺、
I'm a
お
police,
まわりさん
a policeman.
そうだ。だ
That's
から
right, so don't
安
worry.
心していい。
おまわりさんなら
If you're a policeman, then help me.
もちろんだと
Of
思う。
course.
だか
So I
ら教え
want
て
you
ほ
to
しいん
tell
だ
me。who locked you in that dark
Kimi-
basement.
私
These people
あの人
kidnapped
に
me.
さらわれてきた
Help
んです
me. Send me
だから
back.
助けてください
Uki Yamazoe
元
looked
の
at
場所へ返し
Kunosato
てくだ
for
さい
just an instant and then looked back to Shinjo begging.
うん
Hmm?
これで私も立
So
派な
I'm a
誘拐犯
kidnapper, you see? Want to arrest me?
チャーチャーを入れないでく
Don't
れ。
make this any more complicated.
なあ、
Hey,
ウキ君。
Uki, you seem to
何
be
か勘違いしているようだけ
misunderstanding
ど、
things.
君は地下
But
で
you
ひ
were
どい
made
ことをさせ
to
られ
do
てたんだ。
terrible things in that
だから
basement.
こうして助
And
け出
you've
さ
been
れ。
rescued.
ひどいことなんて何もありません私はただ
There was nothing
皆さんのお
terrible.
世話をしていただけです
I was just
そ
helping
れが
everyone.
私の仕事です
It's my job. Udah kecuci nih otaknya nih.
だから
So
戻
I
ら
have
な
to
いと
get
いけ
back.
ないんです
Everyone will be
私が
trouble
いない
without
と
me.
皆さんが困ってしまいます
That explain why even a veteran like Momose was having trouble. Shinjo looked at the two and struck.
参りましたね。
I don't know what to do.
でしょ
Right?
聞いた限りだと、
From what I've
地
heard,
下の環境
things
は
in
か
that
なり
basement
劣
were
悪です
pretty
よ
bad.
ね。
I wonder if a
普
normal
通
girl
女の子がそんな
would
ところ
want to
に
go
帰
back there.
私ならごめんこぶるわね。
I wouldn't. Well,
まあ
what do we do
うち
here?
も仕事内容
What we
の
do
劣悪
here
さじゃ
might be
負けてないと思うけど。
Momose chuckled.
そいつの頭皮を見てみたが
Took a look at her
ロボ
scalp.
トミーや電気ショック
There's
の
no
痕跡はな
traces
い
of lobotomy or electric shock.
ちゃんと脳の検査を
We
しない
won't
と
know for
断
sure
定はできないな
unless we do a brain scan.
多分長
But,
年
me,
の軟禁生
but my
活で
guess is that
自分の
she
境遇に疑
has
問を
been
抱か
locked
な
down
くなって
there
しま
for
ったんだ
so
ろう
long that she simply stopped questioning it.
虐待されてる子供と同じ
Same
か。
as an abused child, huh?
ああ
Yeah.
どうしたもんかな。
I don't know what to do. Shinjo looked back at the girl, who now seemed as if she was about to cry, and started to scratch his head. As of now, the police had no reason to make a move on General Hospital. None of the evidence he had gathered had been acquired by legal means. He had hoped that Uki Yamazoe's testimony would allow her to function as a whistleblower, but that was looking unlikely. Yeah.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, right.
Uki-kun?
Uki, do you know this
こ
boy?
の少年を知ってるね。
Shinjo took a smartphone out of his pocket. It was one he had borrowed from the younger office. He picked out Takuro Miyashiro's photo from the one he had taken of the police involved at the Hekiho Academy shooting.
彼のスマートフォンを君は拾ったはずだ。
You pick up his
彼がそう
smartphone,
証
he
そ
says.
の人なら何回か会いましたでも
I've met him several
ス
times.
マートフォンって一体何ですか
I've met him several times, but what is a smartphone?
は？何？
Huh? What?
その子ね。
He doesn't
最
know
近のも
what
のは
about
何も知
anything
らない
that's
わよ。
newer than a few years old. Shinjo thought for a moment, then pointed to his own phone.
これがスマホだ。
This is a
これと似たよ
smartphone.
うなもの
You
を
dropped
彼が
something
落
like
とし
this,
て
and
君
you
が
pick
拾っ
it up.
た。
Do you
覚え
remember?
てないかな。
Uki stared at the phone in his hand and then nodded softly.
やっぱりそう
I
か。
thought so. So what happened to
落
it?
ちていた場所にすぐに戻しました
I put it back where it was right away.
戻した？
You put it back? You
君が
didn't take it with you?
持ってなん
I wouldn't do that. Things I don't understand are scary.
でも宮代君によればそのス
Cukup
マホから
innocent
電話が
girl
かかっ
say.
てきたって言う
But
んだ
Miyashiro says
君がやっ
that
た
he
んじゃ
got
な
a
いの
call from that phone. Wasn't it you who did that?
スマホというのはそうやって写真を見る機械じゃないんです
Huh?
か？
Smartphone are
電話もかけられ
machines
るん
that
です
show
か？
pictures like that, right? They can make calls too? Wah, ini cukup innocent banget anjir. Momose giggled a little. Shinjo glared at her, then turned the phone around and brought up a number from the address book. He tapped the number. The phone rang for a moment, and then an extremely irritated voice answered.
はい。
Yes.
もしもし、
Hello.
有村です。
This is Arimura.
こ
See,
うやって電話ができる
you
んだよ
can make calls with it. Shinjo turned up the volume so that Uki could hear it. Uki didn't seem to care.
そうですか。
I see.
もしもし。
Hello, what is this? If you don't have anything to talk about, I'm going to hang up. I'm about to go to lunch.
いや用ならあるん
No,
だ
I do have something to
しか
talk
も大事な用
about.
が
Something important. Can you help me with?
お断りします。
No.
即答はないだ
And
ろう
let me finish.
ねえ、新庄
Listen,
さん。
Shinjo.
私ってあなた
Am
の
I
恋
supposed
人
to be
か
your
なんかです
girlfriend or
か？
something? You're
何
always
かって
calling
いう
me.
とすぐに電話
It's
して
got a flu.
いやらしい。
いやいやいや待って待って
No,
待って
no, no, no. Wait,
別に
I
そういう
didn't
つも
mean.
りじゃ
なら、
So you're a
ストーカー
stalker
ってこと
then,
でいい？
right?
よくない
I am
困
not.
ってるんだ
I'm in
助けて
trouble
くれよ
and I need your problem.
出た。女の敵の決まり
That's what
文
all
句。
the bad boys
それ
say.
でお小遣いを
Then you
せびったり
beg me for
お金
money
のために
or
変な
make me
バイトを
do
させ
weird
たりするん
jobs
です
to
よ。
earn cash for you.
最低のダ
You
メ人
make
間。
me sick. Arimura. Benar-benar kusogaki banget ya.
真面目に聞いてくれよ
Be
大
serious.
切な話なんだ
This is important, please. Shinjo finally managed to quiet her down and told her about AH Tokyo General and Uki Yamazoi. And then he asked Uki a few more detailed questions, this time so she could hear. And as a result,
あ
well, Arimura
全部白ですよ。
is totally clean. She didn't tell a single
あ
lie.
と、今回の一連の
Anjir,
事件
super
につい
powernya
て
bisa
も
lewat
本当
HP
に
ya.
何にも知らない
Ngeri
です。
juga. And she
その子
really
が犯
doesn't
人と
know
関係あるとか
anything
思って
about
ま
this
す。
incident. Do you think
だっ
she
たら空振り
has
もい
got
いとこ
something
で
to
す
do
よ。
with the killer? Then you're wasting your time.
そっか
I see. Shinjo's shoulders slumped when he heard that. He saw that Kunosato's did too. She would probably thought that she could learn a lot of what she wanted to know from Ukiyama Zoe. Kunosato frowned and looked at the ceiling.
有村さん助かった
Arimura-san,
ありがとう。
thanks.
今
You're a
度
big
なん
help.
かごちそうするよ
I'll take you to lunch or something.
はぁ？それって
Huh?
もしか
Are
し
you
て
asking
デ
me
ート
out
に
on a
誘ってるつ
date?
もりですか？
Then hell no.
未成年を
If
デ
I
ートに
took
な
a
んて誘っ
minor
たら
out on a
警
date,
察クビ
I
だ
would
よ
lose my job. Anyway,
Ch-
talk to you later.
またって。もうこういう
What do you
の
mean
やめてくだ
later?
さいよ。
Stop calling me.
何度言った
How
ら
many
別れです
times do I have to? He ended the call before Arimura could say anything further. And finally, the room fell quiet. Okay. No one spoke for a while. The only sound was Ukiyama Zoe mumbling, I want to go home, as she stared at her feet. Waduh, kasihan juga nih Loy.
ああ、その子に
Well,
関して
we'll
は
keep
もう少し
her
うちで預かるこ
here
とにす
for a
る
while
わ。っ
more.
て言っても
But there's
食
not
事と寝る場
much
所
we
の提
can
供
do
くらいで
beyond give her
大し
food
たこ
and
と
a
はで
place
き
to
なさ
sleep.
そうだけど。
Momose stood up and rolled her tired neck. There was an unhealthy popping sound.
それでも十分助かります
That's still a big help.
あっちの方
So we
は
are going to have to start
一からやり
over
直しか。
from nothing with AH General then.
一からってこと
Not
はないさ
completely. I'll try to
地下
come
施
up
設
with
の
a way
本格
to
的な
do
操
a
作がで
real
きないか
search
手
of
を考
that
えてみる
underground facility.
なんとかなるの？正式な手
Can
続き
you,
を踏んだ
if
ところ
you
で
the
ま
appropriate
たどこか
paperwork,
から
they're just
圧
going
力
to
がかかる
pressure
わ
you
よ。
to shut it down again.
でしょうね
I'm sure.
でしょうねってあん
You're
た。
sure then.
そこら辺は
Well, I
適当
can
に
come
口
up
実を
with
でっ
an
ち上げま
with
す
an excuse
ダメ
if
な
it
らダメ
doesn't
で
work.
や
It
りよう
doesn't
はある
work.
と思うん
But
だ
I think I can do something.
それにお天道様のもと
And
に
if I
探して
can
しまえ
get
ば
into the
いくら
public's
なんでも
eyes,
無視はできないでしょうからね
public's eye, I don't think they'll be able to ignore it.
ふーん。
Hmm.
なんです
What?
何かおかし
Did
な
I
ことを
say
言い
something
ましたか
strange?
似てきたじゃない？
You're starting to
あの人に。
remind me of them. Who?
そいつは喜んでい
Is
いんで
that
すか
something I
ね。
can be happy about?
どうかしら。
I don't know.
少なくともいい死に方はし
If
ないわ
nothing
ね。
else, you're probably in for a gruesome death. Oke, kita baca lagi. Popular online journalist Tomoaki Watabe was murdered on the afternoon of the 10th at a school in Shibuya. The police have become more convinced that the killer in this case is the same as the other murders that are patterned after the return of the new generation madness 7 years ago. Watabe visited the school to talk to the student and cough up sumo sticker and died when he went on stage. Watabe's stomach was filled with large number of mysterious sumo sticker, and it is believed that these are what choked him, as the sumo sticker are seen everywhere on the street of Shibuya these days. They seem to think it will be impossible to track down where the killer found them. Watabe had previously pointed out the relationship between the sumo sticker and the other mysterious death that took place on 7th, 14th, and 13th of last month. The police are assuming there is a connection there. Gotsuan death. What the fuck? And for this is a viral marketing scheme by the sumo wrestler people. Obviously, the kids he was interviewing did it. Gimana caranya, anjir? Gotsuan death. So wait, you're calling this one Gotsuan death? If you guys wanna see a sumo sticker that bad, look in the freaking mirror. There's a huge shadowy conspiracy involved in this. All the victims are people who tried to find out about conspiracy. The one behind it are also the one behind the original new generation madness. They also eliminated the person who designed the sumo sticker. I bet the kids he was going to talk to are in danger too. Oh, si ini ya MC-nya. So what? You're a sumo sticker truther? He's reading between the lines. It's the killer. JK lol. Look at your ID, dude. Gotsuan death. This thread almost 1,000 posts long. Why do you guys like sumo so much? Gotsuan death. If this is post 1,000, I'm gonna win the next sumo tournament, anjir. The power to move object. Telekinesis, they called it. That's your power. My power. Now, try and focus on it in your mind. Make it move. Sekarang kita ngetes power kita ya. Focus on it in my mind. Move. Move. Nggak mau move. Beneran bisa, Cok. Wow. Look at the book on the desk. Seriously, it's floating. It move. Wow. I'm surprised. This may be more powerful than I thought. Sakura Miyashiro, I've seen your power now with my own eyes. Ternyata MC Mage. Enggak, Cok. Ini Harry Potter. Kunosato-san. From now on, will you use your power to help Shibuya News? Waduh. Oh, benar juga. Harry Potter. She wants me to help the Shibuya News? I need your power. Yes, with pleasure. That's great, Taku. You're amazing, Miyashiro. Well, of course, this is nothing. Taku. Miyashiro. Come on, Taku. This is nothing. Nothing, huh? Oh, he's up. This is my room? Then that was... Bang, kayak mimpi doang bocahnya, cok. Mantas kenapa ini terlalu indah untuk menjadi nyata gitu kan. I look at the clock. It was already well into afternoon and approaching evening. Oh, I see. Remember now. I had met with Arimura and Kunosato at Cafe Lex and then come back here late last night, still confused. After that, I had gone home and then finally done some research on the internet and finally gotten to sleep. Around sunrise. That's why I was only getting up now. Oh.
たく
Yes.
人が
I
心
came
配して
here
きて
because
や
I
っ
was
たの
worried
に
about you
気
and
持
you are
ちよく寝て
peacefully
やがるん
asleep.
だもん。
Hehehe.
タクはのんきだね。
Taku is so relaxed. Terlalu dini menjadi nyata tepatnya.
うわ、
Wah.
なんだお前ら。
What are you guys doing here? Surprised, I leap out of bed.
なんだってご
That's some
挨
great
拶だ
thing.
な。
みんなタクを心配して様子を見に来たんだよ。
Everybody came to see you because we were worried.
心配
Worried
僕を
about me?
なんで
Why?
だって
Because,
ねえ、
Well
はなちゃん。
you know, right, Hana-chan?
和樹
Kazuki, you
お
too?
前まで
It was a tiny room, but I had only just realized that she was here now.
ちょっとタク、
Taku,
そう
that
いう言い
means
方はひど
that's a
い
mean
よ。
things to
はな
say.
ちゃんだってず
Hana
っと
has
気にして
been
たんだ
worried
か
about
ら。
you this whole time too, right? That was surprising. Suzuki was so worried about me. She had come all the way out here. I figured no matter what happened, she would be sitting in the clubroom playing SO2.
てか
Come on, guys, you don't have to be that worried.
でもよ、
But you know a
結構
lot
いろんな
happened
ことあったろ。
yesterday, right?
そうだよ。のん
That's
ちゃ
right.
んも気にしてた
None
よ。
was worried
の
too. None. Kurusu
Kurusu.
was.
うん。
Yeah.
まさか
You
昨日
didn't
のこ
tell
と
her
ベラベラ
everything
喋った
that
りしてない
happened last night, did you?
うん。
Ya, diceritain sama dia. Erika looked confused.
もしかして話
Did you? Yeah.
例の能力の
That
こと
stuff about psychic powers too?
うん。
Yeah.
なんで言っちゃうんだよ。
Why did you tell her?
だって
Because even if you
のんちゃん
hide
には
things from
隠し
none,
事してもバレ
he
ちゃうんだ
finds
も
out.
ん。
Cukup menjelaskan, coy. Jangan-jangan beneran, cok. Yang aku curiga, si Onesannya ini salah satu member yang yang conversation di HP itu loh. Yang conversation yang tadi si ada sumo stikernya ngomong judge mau di judgment gitu. Terus makan dia juga telepon si ini kan tadi, telepon si yang yang korban eksperimen yang penuh balas dendam itu, yang rambut pink. Because even if you hide things from none, she finds out. Yeah, Kurusu was pretty sharp, and I couldn't imagine a girl like Serika being able to hide anything from her. Emi sama Candy siapa itu kan? Iya, kayaknya salah satunya si ini. Oh, dia salah satu member Elite Global. Iya, Om XY. Aku denger dia sebagai dia jadi penerusnya ini Om XY. Penerusnya Sunda Empire. Minamisak. Nah, nggak tahu lah namanya siapa. Gave up and fell back into bed, ya pokoknya yang itulah.
いけなかったかな。
Should I not have? Sarika looked apologetic as she fiddled as her ghetto froggy strap. Oh my
いや
god.
いえ
No, it's fine.
話し
If
ちゃ
you
ったも
told
ん
her,
仕方がない。
there's nothing I can do about it now. Knowing Kurusu, she was probably really upset now.
で
So? Hmm?
それでクルス
So
はなん
what
て
did she say?
あ
Oh, she
あ、
said
ね。
since she
私は
couldn't
今
move right
動けない
now,
から
she wanted us to
代わり
stay with
に
you.
そ
What
れだ
was
けか
all? Was that
あいつ
all?
のことだから
Knowing
もっ
her,
といろいろ言われただろ。危険なことするなとか能力な
knowing
んて
her,
バ
she
カだと
probably
か
said a lot more, right? Like, don't do anything dangerous, or psychic power, or stupid, or something like that.
うん、そんなことなか
No,
ったよ。
not really. Penelusur lang kayo.
だってあのクル
I
スタ
mean,
さん
it's Kurusu
そ
we're
れだけ
talking
のは
about
ずないだ
here.
ろ
That can't be all she said. Sudah
Mhm.
meninggal aja.
それ
beliau.
だけ。
No, that was all she said.
だよな。
Right.
うん。
I rubbed my eyes, still sleepy. Something didn't seem right.
ああ、そうだ。
Oh, that's right.
昼間、
There was a
新庄さん
call
から
from
電話あったぞ
Shinjo this
お
afternoon
前が探してる
about
ス
the
マホの
phone
こと
you're
で。
looking for. Oh. Ito slapped his hand together as if he had just remembered something important. I quickly stood up. That was one of my biggest concerns right now.
新庄さんなんだって
What did Shinjo say? I eagerly pressed Ito for more information. Lord Erlan. Iya, Lord Erlan mana nih, Lord Erlan? Sepertinya sedang mengurus BCA dia yang keblokir ya. Kalau Lord Galen Nayaka sang predator sedang sakit ya, sedang sekarat ya. Shinjo had said he intended to spend the whole day getting information out of that Uki Yamazoe girl. Of course, I've told him. I had told him many times to ask about the phone. Probably he had.
あ
Oh, about that.
それがな。
But the answer I got was one I wasn't expecting. To fuck? Loh, beneran, coba bocah sedang sekarat, cok.
あの子
He
は持
doesn't
って
have it.
あ
Yeah,
あ、
she
一度
picked
拾っ
it
たけ
up,
ど、すぐ
but
に
put
元
it
の場
right
所へ
back,
戻した
she
そうだ。
said.
そんな
And
言い訳
Shinjo believed that?
新庄さんは信じたのか
Really?
有村が確認したん
Arimura
だと。
check it out. He was
嘘はつ
telling
いて
the
ないって。
truth.
有村が
Arimura, dude. Which meant that she was a lion.
じゃあ僕の携帯から
Then-
伊藤に謎の着信があったの
That weird call from my phone to yours.
それも彼女は無
It
関
had
係だっ
nothing
て
to
さ。
do with it, supposedly.
そっか
I see.
つまり
In other
ス
words,
マホを持ち
someone
去
else
った
took
犯人
my
は
phone
別にいるってことか
and who had the phone and that picture. And how and why had they managed to use my phone to call us and threaten us? Iya sih. Ah. Kayaknya paham deh. Kayaknya itu telepon maksudnya bukan dari telepon si HP kita kayaknya ya. Ini masih pemikiranku ya. Pas kita ditelepon yang pakai ke HP-nya si ini, yang si rambut yang teman kita ini nih, yang depan kita, itu ada nama kitanya, itu maksudnya mungkin tujuannya ke kita. Maksudnya penerimanya ke kita. Kalau yang lain jawab nggak ada suara gitu. Mungkin jangan masih curiga. How and why they had managed to use my phone to call us and threaten us.
とにかく、
Anyway, he
宮代
says
の
he's
スマホは
going
引
to
き
keep
続き
looking
捜
for
索し
it
てく
for
れるそう
now.
だ。
Why not buy a
だ
new
からさ、
one?
とりあえず、
タクはね、
You're still
やっ
the
ぱ
club
り私た
president
ち
and
の
our
真ん
leader,
中
right?
にいる
So it's a
部
big
長なん
problem
だ
if we
よ。
can't get in touch with
だか
you.
らね、
We were
タクと
worried
連
all day
絡取れな
today
くて
for
困
one
っあ
thing,
とのんちゃんも
and
タ
none
クとお
said
話し
it
したい
was
時
really
に
hard
すご
when
く
she
困る
wanted
って
to
言っ
talk
て
to
た。
you.
そっか
You see, I'm the leader. Langsung gede kepalanya Omo gitu. It felt kind of embarrassing, but I knew that only these guys would say something like that.
確かに
It's true that I won't be able to talk to everybody. Now, if something happens,
わかった
yeah, you're right.
早めに
I'll get
新
a
しい
new
スマホ
phone
を手に入
soon.
れるよ
Serika smiled happily.
で
So,
昨日の
about what we
話の
were
続き
talking
なんだ
about
けどさ
yesterday?
続きってどの
What were
話
we
の続き
talking
だ
about yesterday?
久野里さんの言っ
The
てた
psychic
能力だ
power
よ。
that Kunosato was talking about. Do you
本当にありそうなのか？
think they really exist?
ああそれ
How about that? I don't
わから
know.
ないな
It seems a little
ちょっ
too
と非科学的すぎるし
unscientific. Ya nama juga psychic anjir, psychic. Psychic power ya nggak nyambung ke science lah biasa.
でも、最
But
初
you
に
were the
超能
first
力
one
が
to
どう
talk
っ
about
て言い出
psychic
したの
power,
に、
weren't you?
それは
前には
Well,
見えたんだよ
you
な。
could see that sword thing that Arimura had, right?
まあ
Well, I
見え
could,
るには
but
見えたけど
Arimura's sword, I think she called it a D sword. Definitely look real.
そいつが見え
If
たっ
you
てこ
could
と
see
は
that, it
やっ
means
ぱお前
you're
は
a
能力者っ
psychic,
てこと
right?
だろ？
Kunosato said so too.
伊藤
Ito,
相変わらず久野
you
里さ
still
んの言うことを
believe
信用する
everything
んだ
Kunosato says, huh?
あれだけ
Even
ひどい目
after
に遭わ
what
された
happened to you? He had threatened him pretty badly in the basement of the hospital. Maybe he was into that.
おいおい
Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not my fetish or anything.
俺は
Wah,
別にそういう趣味
Erland
いや。
ini. No, wait. You're
そういえば
always trying
お前
to piss off
クルス
Kurusu.
を怒らせるようなこともよく言う
Are
よ
you sure that's not
あれも
deliberate?
わざとじゃ
うわーしんちゃんって
Shin's a
変態
pervert,
さんだ
huh?
ったん
Hmm. Stop it,
や
guys.
めろよ
Anyway, we're talking about Miyashiro's power
そ
right
んな
now.
ことより
Aduh.
宮代の能
Ito
力の
drag us
話を
back
して
to
ん
the
だ
original
今は
topic. This was established a species.
いや
No,
能力と
I
か言
mean,
われた
I
って
don't know
自
about
分の意
any
思で使え
psychic
たことなん
power.
てないしさ
I've never been able to use one when I wanted.
ラブホテルとか病院の地下と
Arimura
か
and Kunosato said the
鍵を
lock
開
at
けた
the
のは僕
hospital,
の能力だって
but I'm not sure if I believe
Kunosato-san
that.
は言っ
The
てた
door
け
to
ど
the hotel
半
room
信半
might
疑
never have been locked in the first place, but the other might be just a coincidence, right?
ちゃんと試してみたのか
Did you try it?
試す
Try it?
おう
Yeah,
さ
I mean, you know,
やってみ
you
なきゃ
won't
使
know
えるかどう
if
か
you
わかんねえだ
if you
ろ
can do it unless you try, right?
コツさえつか
It
め
might
ば
be easy
案
once you
外
know
で
the
きる
trick. Even normally disinterested Kazuki was staring at me with curiosity. It was rare to see her like this. Maybe she was interested in psychic power and the occult.
と
Hmm,
そうだな
let me see.
それともタク
Or did you
二人
try?
で試してみたり
Did
し
you
た
try it on your
それで
own
ダメだったとか
and it didn't work?
だったらしょうがないけど
If that's the case, that's too bad, huh? Itu yang ru-
違うよ
No.
僕がそんなバカげなこ
gagu
と
bro dia di
一人で
sini.
やるわけないだろ
No, I wouldn't do anything that stupid by myself. I lied. Dia nggak pernah ngomong, cuman Actually, last night I had tried and it hadn't worked.
じゃあやってみようよ
Then let's try.
いい
Come
じゃん
on.
減るもん
It's
で
not
も
going
な
to
い
hurt
し
you.
けどやるったって
But
どうすれば
how do I try it?
やっぱ強く念じるとかじゃ
Maybe
ね
like focus hard? I tried that and it didn't work.
ほらほらタク
Come on,
念じ
Taku,
念
focus.
じるって何よ
Focus on what?
そうだな
Like, you know,
例えば、
on
ほら、
moving that book
そこに
there.
ある本を
And
動
now
かしてみ
that
るとか
this was just like my dreams. Fine, I'll try. But don't regret your hopes up, okay?
大丈夫大
It
丈
will be
夫
fine. It will be
え
fine.
5本
Hmm.
それ
Let's
じゃ
see.
あ挑戦していただきましょう宮代
Akuro
拓郎くんです
Miyashiro.
パチパチパチ
Pachi pachi pachi. Suddenly, Sarika stood up straight and gave me an introduction and a round of applause. I had no choice but to stand in front of the book and get ready. I raised both hands slowly and concentrated. Move. Move.
動け
Move.
あ
Okay. Move.
動け
And then the pages of the book slowly started to.
ー
It's not moving,
やっ
huh?
ぱ動か
I told you I can't do it.
なんだつまんねえ
That's
の
lame. Anjir, jedutin pala anjir.
人んちの
Oh
壁を
enggak
殴
nonjok
る
ya.
な
Don't punch the wall of my house. Hehe, I'm glad
Demo
though.
yokatta
Taku,
ne,
Sarika
Taku.
opened one of my mountain view, and I hadn't seen her take it from the refrigerator.
あ俺にも一本
I'll take one too. Sarika handed Ito the plastic bottle she was holding, then took out 2 more from the fridge. She gave one to Kazuki.
おいお前ら
Boy,
人の
those are
もの勝手
mine.
に後で金払ってもらう
You'll
からな
better pay me back later.
なんだよ
Oh,
ケチ
come
くせえ
on,
な
don't be so stingy.
一人暮らしは何かと
Living on
金
your
がか
own
かる
is
んだよ
expensive. Actually, I'll take
て
one
か
too.
お前
Oh no. Ah, tumben yang ngomong oke. Oke-nya si Onoe. Oh iya, that was 4 bottles in total. I'll have to go buy a new pack.
サンキュ
Thanks.
ーで
So why are you glad? Hmm?
さっき言ったろ
You said you were
よか
glad.
った
ああ
Oh,
うん
because
もしもタク
if you
にそ
did
んな
that
能力
power,
があ
it
った
meant
ら
your life was in
命を狙
danger, right?
あ
Huh? Oh, that's why si itu bilang kita in danger ya, kita bakal dibunuh. We are going to be killed.
狙われる
My life will be in danger. After everyone left, Serika's word repeated again and again in my mind. If you did that, if you did have that power, it might mean your life was in danger, right? There was a chance that all of the victims of these murders, they were calling them the return of new generation madness, had psychic power. That was the conclusion I had reached as well. If I had the power that Konosato and Arimura said I did, I could be a victim too. And Arimura had said before, iya, ini yang barusan aku bilang, you are going to be killed. Aku Miyashiro. Killed? Me? What the hell was going on? Normally, I would be excited that my theory about the psychic power had been proved correct. But instead, why did I have to start worrying that they would come after me? This doesn't make sense. For one thing, I couldn't use any psychic powers. See, I tried and nothing moved. I focused and nothing started floating. I knew for a fact that I didn't have any power, so even if other people said I did. But what if? What if the killer mistakenly thought that I did? The same way Arimura and Konosato did. In that case, even if they were wrong, my life will still be in danger. No. No way, that's crazy. What was that sound? The door? Again? Was someone here? But the other had just left. There was no one else who would come here. No way. Could it be someone who wanted to kill me? No way. You're kidding, right? Mihal Bagis, welcome to the stream. I can't use them. I don't have any power. No, stay back. Stay away. No, I'm not a psychic. I'm not. But despite my pleas, the door slowly opened. What? What's all this noise, katanya? Ken? Hey, Taku. I just got back. Oh, don't scare me like that. I staggered back and sat down on the bed. And I was nice enough to bring you your favorite. Anjir, buat laporan tentang pengukur kecepatan arus sungai Senin kumpul. Anjir, arus sungai. Boleh juga. Sungai apa yang kau ini? Pelite. I bet you were hoping I was a girl. Huh? Of course not. Well, that's the way it is with boys your age. So here you go. Ken tossed me an issue of Cool Cat Press, then stuck out his hand. To be honest, I didn't feel like it. But Sungai Anu is 500 yen enough. Thanks for your business. Now I can enjoy another cold one. Sungai dekat daerahku sih. Why not trying saving up? You fool. A real man never save up more money than he needs to get through the night. Listen up, Taku. If you're a man, then don't be stingy. Or the girl. Right. Go home. He's mad. He's mad. Gak tau kapan perginya, cuman disuruh buat laporan yang bisa dikerjain, tapi panjang banget. Cok, kalau kamu belum ke tempatnya, gimana cara ngukur kecepatannya, Cok? What the I pushed Gen out of the room and shut the door. The room became strangely silent once more. The occasional passing of a train seemed exceptionally loud, but when it was gone, the silence returned. Hibiya station was very close, but once you got even a little bit away, it became like this. Normally I love the silence, but today I felt a little lonely. Don't look at me. Buat yang teori-teori gitu, sama pemahaman tentang alatnya. Oh iya. Katanya malah mau nguras Sungai Bengawan Solo pakai mulut. Oh gitu. Boleh. Jadi dia nguras Nih, dia nguras sungai Bengawan Solo nih, Om Exoy. Dipindahin ke Kali Ciliwung, aku denger-denger ya. Dipindahin ke sana kan ya, Om Exoy. Don't look at me. Leaky noise. Revolving that. And got soon deaf. They all had stupid names, but they were all brutal murders. And if you did have that power, it might mean your life was in danger, right? Damn it, there's no way. I flipped open the new cool cat press to take my mind off the page where polish your hidden talents to make yours keren kamu Maldo bahasa Hi. All done? Thanks, Yui. It's not then. You always do so much for us. And I'm not a kid anymore, so you can count on me when you need me. Yui smiled as she finished disinfecting the wound and applying the gauze. Nono was a little surprised to see her smile look just like an adult. Waktu liburan aku ke Goa Jepang, dekat lokasi sana ada ngarai. Kata orangku kalau mata batin bisa lihat itu ngarai isinya darah. Oh my god. Mengerikan. Nono was a little surprised to see her smile look just like an adult. Yu and Yuto had come to the Aoba dorm at almost the same time as Nono and Takuru. Karena pembantaian, takutnya. At first, they were still young, and it took time for them to get used to life here. But now they were an indispensable part of life at the dorm. Of course, it had been 6 years now, so perhaps that was only natural. Okay. Takut. Kalau mata batinku kebuka, aku bisa lihat kuning ngambang gitu ya, OXW. That's right, Kurusu told herself. People can get used to anything. No. Thought about how long 6 years really was and softly patted Yui on the head. What is it, Big Sis Nono? No, it's not then. I just realized how much you've grown up. Where will that come from? I told you, it's not then. I was just thinking it. And at the same time, she thought to herself, I have to protect this, no matter what. The things she had built up over the last 6 years. Her family and... Listen, Big Sis Nono. Don't go running around and make it worse again, okay? The way Yui stood up when she told was just like Nono did. It felt a little embarrassing to watch. I'm sorry. Anyway, what's wrong with brother Takuru? How could he just leave you when you're in pain? I thought he was really nice. Even if he complained a lot, I guess I was wrong. Don't say that, Yui. Takuru got his own problem to deal with, I'm sure. His own problem? Well... Kurusu knew that Takuru didn't want to hurt her. Takuru was just struggling as hard as he could. What the fuck, OMXY? Against the circumstances he found himself in against the world. But... I don't know. I'm sure he does. Weird. He still didn't realize that sometimes the only thing that brought was sadness. That had kept Takuru's past a secret for his own sake. For his own sake, huh? There was nothing to be gained from digging up the truth of the past. Takuru knew that. So why? Wah, ada yang ditutup-tutup nih masa lalu kita. Anyway, you need to stay put. That's an order from that, got it? Right. One answer is enough. Right, got it. Very good. You said the line that normally Kurusu would say, then left the room. Kurusu chuckled as she watched her go. And then she took the phone off the side table. A moment after she turned it on, the phone's wallpaper appeared. It was a photo of her family, her dad, Yuto, Yui, Takuru, with a blank expression on his face. It was one of her most important treasure. He stared at it for a long time, and then after a moment hesitation opened the photo gallery on the phone. There was Takuru, mixed in along with many of her other memories. He had the same flat look on his face. It almost made her laugh out loud. At the very bottom of the gallery was a picture dated a long time ago. It was taken 6 years ago, just before the earthquake. There were 3 children in the picture. Nono, Kawahara, and one more. And then she heard a knock at the door. She quickly hid the phone behind her back. Big sis, can I come in? What is it? Your friend's here. She said she came to check on you. My friend? Hey there. Serika softly opened the door and came inside. Doing good? If I was doing good, I wouldn't be lying down like this. Oh, okay, I'll come back. It was still coming. Okay. Lah, Onoe nggak di orphan? Nggak di panti asuhan ini? Nggak di orphanage ini? Ngomongnya friend soalnya. Dan si bocil-bocil ini pada nggak tahu. Serika came inside, moving a little more carefully and softly than she usually did. He sat down next to the bed. Will I bring something to drink? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. Thank you, Yuto. Okay, bye. Hehehe. Ketawa-ketawa deh. Serika smiled as she watched the door close. What is it? I was just thinking that Yuto's really grown up. He's still spoiled though. Ternyata palaku kena open hammer om, waktunya adios. Oke om XY, thank you ya udah mampir ya. Oh iya bentar lagi off sih. Mungkin habis conversation ini yang di kamar. Yuto was shy, particularly around people older than him, but he seemed okay with Serika. It was probably because Serika had been around Takuru for so long. So? Yeah? The reason you came here, to check on you. You talk about how I was doing on the phone, right? You didn't have to come here, no. I guess I really can't fool you now. Of course, so what is it? Well, I was just thinking that you were acting off weird. I was? Yeah. On the phone, you sounded down. What are you talking about? I'm hurt. Of course I'm not feeling well. It's true, but I don't know. You seem kind of weird, so I came by. Serika. I guess I can't fool you either. Nono thought to herself. Non-chan? What's wrong? Not feeling well? No, that's not it. It's just... Nono hesitated for a moment, then slowly took the phone out of her. There was only one thought in her heart. I have to protect everyone. That was all. If you couldn't change things, they will be put in danger. Takuru, her family, the rest of the newspaper club. So Nono made her decision. What she couldn't say until now. What she didn't say until now, she will tell everyone. Non-chan. Serika. You said you saw information about a girl. Yes. Look, it was a picture Nono had been looking at a moment ago. There was a Nono, Kurusu, Masashi Kawasara, and one more child.
のんちゃん
Non-chan,
これって
this is... Waduh.
それではここでもう一度
Alright, let's take
こちら
another
の
look.
歴史シールがどういうものかを見てみましょう。
Dia dulu di orphanage. Dia ternyata
まずこの
the sticker first started to appear around the city in 2007. We don't know who put them up or why. It's said they were simply a prank, or they have some kind of spiritual or religious significance. But neither of these theories are anything more than rumor. The one majority opinion online is that the reason these stickers have been appearing in such large number lately is that they contain some sort of message. We'll ask our guest who is familiar with your subculture here too. It's eerie that we don't know who is doing it or why. And here. Bang, apakah manusia tembus pandang itu ada? Anjir, what the fuck? Katanya ada dan harus diseramilin. Oh gitu. Baru tahu, menarik juga. Info menarik. Then you look at the design of the sticker themselves. Every channel I look at was talking about the sumo sticker. The world was talking about the sumo sticker a lot more than I expected them to. Everyone was getting excited over old news and old theories. But none of them had reached the same conclusion I had yet. Well, of course, they hadn't. It was way too far-fetched. But a while ago, I had been confident. I had been sure of my theory, and Kunosato Arimura had confirmed it. But I didn't believe it anymore, or more specifically, I didn't want to believe it. Ya, karena nyawa dia jadi terancam, anjir. Because if those power exist, it meant that I might be a victim too. I might eat my own hand and rip open my stomach and shove a speaker inside. I might meet the same end as all the others. A sliced arm. A bloody stomach. A severed had fallen off its neck. The eyes that wept blood. A wide open mouth. The sumo sticker pouring out of it. Oh. If that happened to me. No. No, 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 no. No, I don't want that. Let's take another look at them. These are that people call sumo sticker. Oh, langsung matiin ya TV-nya. A close-up. Okay. Oh, the instant I saw a lip on my chair. I closed my eyes. Biar nggak bisa lihat ya. One of theories is the student at a design school started putting them up as a form of creative expression. I fearfully opened my eyes and tried to catch my breath. The sticker on the screen was still staring at me with its creepy face, but nothing had happened to me. That's fake. I had seen that was the real sumo sticker, and it had terrifying evac on me. But many of these stickers that showing up around town were fakes, put up by people hoping to be part of the latest fad. They had no evac at me at all on me. Don't scare me like that, damn it. What's wrong? Oh no way. I finally calmed down, so when I suddenly heard a loud voice next to me, I jumped again. Are you okay, Taku? I recognized the voice, but still, I fearfully turned around. Hey, what happened?
っておのえか
Wait,
よ。
oh no. I suddenly felt so tired that I almost dropped straight to the ground, but I managed to stop myself.
いきなり何なんだよお前
What the hell
は
are you doing?
それは私が
That's what I want to know. You scream so loud that everyone outside could hear you. All the neighbors are scared for you.
今のは
I was
その
doing voice training.
本当に
Really? One way innocent banget anjir. Sampai bisa ditipu gituan. Serika look at me, worried.
でもタク
But
顔が
Taku,
真っ青
you're so
ひど
pale.
い汗だ
And
し
you are sweating badly. Serika took a handkerchief out of her pocket and tried to wipe away my sweat.
いいよ。自分でやるか
It's
ら。
fine, I'll do it myself. I grabbed the handkerchief from her and scrubbed the sweat off my forehead.
あ、こ
Oh,
れ。
I'll wash this
明日洗って
and give
返
it
すから
back to
気
you
にしな
tomorrow.
くて OK だ
You don't
よ
need to.
タクの
I
汗だ
don't
った
think
ら
your sweat is
汚いとか
especially
思わないし
especially dirty or anything.
少しは気
You
にしろ
should.
よ。
So anyway, what do you want at this hour?
こんな時間に何の用だ。
I put the handkerchief in my pocket. Her face took on a much more serious expression than usual as she slowly began to talk.
あのねのんちゃんの話を
I
ね
want you to listen to what Non has to say.
クルスの
Kurusu,
今から。
right now?
のんちゃんはね明日でい
He
いっ
say you
て
could come tomorrow
学校が
after
終わ
school's
ったら
over,
でも本当は
but I think
タクにすぐにでも聞
he
いてほ
actually
しいん
wants
じ
to
ゃない
talk to
か
you
な
right now.
そん
Hmm.
なに大事なこ
Is
と
it
な
that important? Yeah, I could tell
私
you.
が
そうか。
Sorry, kepencet anjir. No. Backlog. Yeah, I could tell you, but Non says he wants to tell you herself. Okay. I see. Serika never took anything this seriously. It must have been something important.
わかった。
Okay,
これから青葉寮行
I'll
って
go
みる。
there now.
オッケーさあ
Okay,
すがタク
that's my
優しい
Taku.
ね
You're always so nice. He grinned and giggled a little, then grabbed the handkerchief out of my pocket. Oh,
いい日からいいから
don't worry. I'm just going to enjoy the smell. What the fuck?
堪能するんだ
What the fuck, Onoi? Okay.
いや、やめろよ。
Don't. Hehehe, see you
それじゃあ
tomorrow.
また明日
She squeezed her Garo Froggy strap to say goodbye, then spun around and left the RV.
たく、
Jeez. I watched her go until she was out of park.
クルスの。
Kurusu, want to talk about something important? As soon as she was gone, I tried to think. What could she want? Did it have something to do with what happened? The idea scared me a little, so I got ready as soon as I could and left the RV. Bang, sampai subuh ya. Bang, live-nya kenapa harus sampai subuh? I hurried down the usual route. I took to the Aoba dorm, but something was different. Something wasn't the same as it had been before. Something was wrong. I had just come this. I had just come by this path on the way home from school, but so what was this strange, dissonant feeling? Iya. Gak ada temen bang. Kalau ada Bang Fed kan seenggaknya bisa ngobrol. Tuh. The real ones. The walls, the fence, the street light, sticker were staring at me from all directions. And all of them were real. Not one of them was fake. Iyanya kurang menarik bang. Iyanya apaan tuh? It was the eerie 11 Rorschach image. Pasti ada ANS yang sedang menonton dan tidak live chat dari tadi. dan juga pau-pau. The scenery in front of me suddenly warped and twisted. I felt the mountain view I had just drank coming back up my throat, and I tried my best to keep it down. No, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I'm a psychic. There's no reason for you to come after me. Not even if Arimura and Konosato were right. And I did have some kind of power. It was only a tiny little power which I couldn't master, and I wasn't even good for anything. Dia masa OP cowok kalau dia punya. So there's no point in coming after me. Leave me alone. Ada suara bayi, bro. Ini mah suara yang di lorongnya gak sih? I had a strange voice from somewhere, like a cat in heat. No, it was the sound of a baby crying, but I doubt there were any baby in this park. So what was that voice? And then, all the stickers that were staring at me smile, and then slowly their eyes open. Whoa. No. No. I ran as fast as I could, not caring where I went. I just needed to escape from the 11 Rorschach. Somehow. But padahal nggak ada stikernya. Kenapa dia merasa ditatap sama stikernya? No matter where I went. No matter where I went. Here. And here. And here. Okay. There were so many of them. Were there really this many sumo stickers in Shibuya? How did I never notice? Stop it, please. No matter where I went, it was like they were following me. I had no idea how long I had been running from the phantom of the sumo stickers, but no matter where I ran, the whole city of Shibuya was covered in sumo stickers. And each time I saw one, I felt sick, dizzy, as if I was going to throw up. Added to exhaustion from running, I was barely able to stand. This when I had reached the conclusion that there was nowhere left in Shibuya for me to rest anymore. I saw a silhouette crouch in an alley. Mana nggak ada siluetnya? It was a person clutching their arm to their tiny body. They looked like a stray cat. It was so different from the girl I was used to that at first. I thought I must be mistaken. Inai Arimura. When she looked up, I saw that it was her. Arimura. Miyashiro. What are you doing here? I don't feel good because of those. Arimura pointed behind her but didn't turn around. But that was enough to tell me that she was pointing at the sumo stickers. I see, you too, huh? Huh? You look terrible. You can't bear to look at them, can you? No, I didn't want to admit it. If I admit it, that would mean that I had a special power like Arimura, and that my life would be in danger. That would mean that instead of me going after the case would be coming after me.
なんだか急に
Is it just me?
数が増え
Or
たと思い
are
ません。
there more of them all of a sudden? Arimura's voice was so soft that it was hard to hear her.
今
They're talking about it on the TV a lot right now, so I'm sure all the wrong-siders are sticking them up everywhere.
しかも偽
And
物だ
not
けじゃ
just
な
the
くて
fakes, the real sticker too. It's really annoying.
まったくだ
That's right, I think people like that are going to get sick of it soon
だ
though.
といいんですけど。
Hope so.
とりあえず
Anyway, let's go to Alba
Aoi.
Clinic. Kenapa?
僕やクルスが
That's
育
the
った
care
養護施設
facility
だ
where Kurusu and I
そ
grew
こ
up.
なら診察
There's
室
an
があるから
exam room
具
there,
合が悪くて
so
も休
even
め
if you are not feeling well, you can get some rest. Right, I'm
立て
sorry.
るか
Can you stand?
それくらいは
I could stand on my own.
できます。
She forced herself to smile, then ignored my outstretched hand and stood up on her own. Getting to Alba dorm was a miserable experience. I could feel the influence of the sumo sticker increasing with every step I took. Are you okay?
はい。
Yes. Or so she said, but she didn't look good, and I wasn't in a position to be worrying about anyone else either.
早く
Hurry, just get to Alba dorm. That was the only thought that drove me forward. But suddenly, she appeared before us. A woman. It was a woman with a strange presence. If it had been on one of Shibuya typical crowded street, I doubt I ever would have noticed her. But on the empty street, she was impossible to miss. Her long hair covered most of her face, and with the street light to her back, I couldn't read her expression at all. But I could see the strange, hungry light that shone from her eyes through the thick hair that otherwise concealed her features. It was a dark light, one that somehow brought a deeper blackness, not illumination. Miyashiro, Arimura's voice was shaking. He had realized how strange the woman was too. And then, my eyes met hers. The next instant, he laughed, or so it seemed to me. Her laugh was empty, but at the same time somehow satisfied. It was a laugh like evil itself, and it was like nothing I had ever heard before in my life. And in raspy, unpleasant voice she spoke.
見つけた。
I found you.
この女
This girl is bad news. Alarm bells went off in my mind. This is bad. My knees started to buckle. My instinct told me that she was dangerous. Arimura was staring at the woman, not moving a muscle. No, she probably couldn't have moved, even if she wanted to. It was like we were paralyzed.
先輩、
A woman, she
あ
is.
の人、
Arimura barely got out the words.
多分
I think she's a psychic. A psychic. I didn't want to admit it, but just looking at the woman in front of me was enough to dash all my hopes.
能力者は
Psychic are real. This
ここにいる
woman,
んだ
her very existence was enough to make me believe.
有村
Arimura,
なん
what is it?
あの女の能力
What
って
is her power? I didn't know about any of... Okay, besides Arimura's. But from what I had seen so far, some of them were a lot more dangerous than the ability to tell when someone was telling the truth. There had to be more types. For instance, one that could be used as weapon. And there had no doubt in my mind that this woman had that sort of power.
こんなことならちゃんと調べておくべ
It
きだ
didn't matter whether I believe or not. How could I not have the information I needed at a time like this?
有
Mulai
村
seru nih. Arimura? I don't know
テ
either.
レパシーなのか
It could be
プレ
telepathy.
コグニションなの
It
か
could be precognition. It could be clairvoyance, but Arimura's eyes were fixed on a single point. She probably couldn't look away.
あの人の能力はもっと危険な。
I think her power is more dangerous. Her power is something that can hurt people. The woman started walking sluggishly toward us. Slowly. I finally realized that the reason she seemed to be off balance as she walked was that she was dragging one leg. Maybe she had injured it, or maybe it had never worked right. She approached us, one step at a time, as if enjoying our fear. Okay. She took another step. A horrible smile was frozen on her face. Her eyes were looking straight at us, as if she didn't want to let her prey escape. I have to get out of here, but my body wouldn't move. My body had turned to stone, as if I had been stared at by Medusa. Dilihat sama Medusa ya? And then suddenly the wind blew. The woman's long hair flew up, and I could see just a little of her face. Arimura gasped. The woman had been terribly burnt. Her face was covered in horrible burn scars. The smile disappeared from her face. Instead, it was replaced by rage. There was nothing there but burning rage at the color of anger. She slowly brought her hands up and then pushed them out toward us. Miyashiro. Okay. Whoa. A pillar of flame sprung up right where I was standing. There was a blast of heat and an awful sting of burning asphalt. A burning pain ran down through my cheek as the heat struck it. Ugh, what was that? Pyrokinesis. Oh. Whoa. She waved her arm, and the next moment, the space in front of me was a sea of crimson flames. Arimura and I tried our best to get away from the fire. Pyrokinesis? I knew what meant the ability to create fire. If I remember it right, it was a word created by a famous novelist. All over the world, there was historical record of unexplained fire breaking out for no clear reason. Spontaneous human combustion, where a human body would suddenly burst into flame, was one form those incident took. Oh iya. Ada tuh kasusnya kan, yang orang duduk tapi kebakar. Maksudnya orangnya udah gosong gitu tubuhnya. Tapi pas di otopsi bukan dari ini, katanya dari dalam tubuhnya gitu. Of course, spontaneous combustion was considered pseudoscience. Most scientists believe those incidents were actually caused by static electricity or EM wave. And now, real pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me. Senpai, why are you just standing there? The next thing I knew, the woman was stretching her hand out towards me. Anjir, makin seru, Cok. Whoa. Yeah. I roll along the ground with Arimura. At almost the exact same moment, the fire exploded out. The smell of burning hair stung my nostril. Oh no, my hair, huh? Rambutnya kebakar. There's no time to worry about that. Bukan no worry time about that, anjir. Kalau rambut lu ada apinya kan panik juga, anjir. We kept moving away, only barely dodging the burning flames. Pillar after pillar, of fire appeared behind us. It looked like the flame had spread to a bike and some garbage that were lying at the roadside, but I didn't have time to check. Walau botak ya. Gak tau ya. Gak dikasih vision aja. The woman was getting closer, dragging her leg as she walked. Arimura. I tried to grab her and run, but okay. As we tried to dodge it, we both lost our balance and fell to the ground. The planter next to us I was on fire. I looked up as the footstep got closer and saw that woman was right on the top of us. Huh? She's going to kill us. That was what was going through in my mind as I lay there, frozen in terror. This wasn't an anime or a movie. This was reality. The pain from where I had hit my leg when I fell, the pain from the burns, all these flames, the smell of melted asphalt, was all real. Kunosato had said that the Gigalomaniac's power came from delusion, not just any delusion. This delusion affected the brain of others, and through being shared, they became reality. And shared reality are capable of altering the physical. Okay, what makes them so dangerous? Yes, because of that impossible pyrokinesis was happening right in front of me, and that power was going to kill me and Arimura. The illusion of flames would become reality, and in that reality, we are going to be burned to death. The woman slowly pointed her hand toward us. Maybe I was imagining it, but the air around me seemed to grow hotter. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to be roasted to death by this flame. No, I don't want to die. No, I still don't want to die. Okay, a bigger spiral of flame than any we had seen before appeared before us, but at the same time, something strange appeared in corner of my eye. Frightening sharp, frightening fragile, infinite and finite, phantasmal and real, like all the ugliness and beauty in the world had been compressed into one object. It was a D sword. It was clearly a different shape than Arimura's, but still I could see it. But since I didn't know how to draw it, this desperately struck the woman with every delusion I could muster. I imagined the sword slicing through her flames, and flung that image at her with my imagination. And the burning fangs that threatened to engulf the two of us exploded. And then the fire danced like a snake. It flew in a straight line toward the woman who had created it. Wah, kena counter spell AM, bro. The fire turned into a spiral that leaped at her. She fell over in shock. Miyashiro, what was that? Oh. Was that my power? While I hadn't been looking, the D-sword has vanished from my vision. Let's get out of. Arimura suddenly fell silent. I turned to see what she was looking at. As the air rippled from the smoke and heat of the flames, the woman slowly stood up. I guessed the color of her eyes. The fire had been there a moment ago was gone. The light that burned with hatred was gone. There was only eyes. Here, eyes were eyes, frozen, emotionless, and piercing. Arimura and I couldn't move. Slowly, with an unsteady rhythm, the woman approached us and stopped a few steps away. Smoke was rising off a garbage bin behind us. The planter by our side was making crackling noises from the heat. There was nowhere to run before us, behind us, or anywhere else. I couldn't even hear the bustle of the town, but the beating of my heart sounded even louder. The sound of my saliva running down my throat. The sound of my breathing, the sound of my blood flowing. All of those sounds over proof that I was still alive, but soon they would be gone. They will all disappear inside the burning flames. No, my legs shook, my eyes blurred with tears. Please, no. I don't want to die yet. I could barely speak. The woman's expression didn't change, not even a little. And as she raised her hand towards me, I closed my eyes. I was going to... Huh? Kabur dia. Slowly opened the eyes and then... The woman was gone. Hilang, bro. Was I safe? All the strength drained from my body, and I collapsed to the ground. I had thought I was a goner. I had thought that she would kill me for sure. No, until a moment ago, she was definitely going to kill me, yes. I don't know. Apa yang bikin dia berubah pikiran? Soalnya sampai dia bilang, I finally found you gitu kan. Finally found you gitu. I could tell from her eyes. They were cold, without a trace of doubt, uncertainty, or hesitation. So why? She suddenly disappeared. Arimura? I looked up and saw Arimura was standing there, staring at the spot where the woman had disappeared.
Senpai.
Miyashiro. What is it, Arimura? No, that's not it. It's just...
怖くて
I'm too scared to move.
動けない。ここですか?
Is this it?
とりあえず
I think we should be safe here. After the attack of the pyrokinetic woman, I finally fled with Arimura to Aoba dorm. I could probably get treatment for my burns here. It's closed, huh? The front door was locked. I had been so busy running that I had forgotten how late it was. I hope the key is still here. I had been given a key to the dorm, but I didn't usually carry it on me. But when I lived here, it was a spare key hidden on the ground. There was. I decided to look for it. There it is. Fortunately, the key was right where I remembered it. Part of me thought it wasn't a good idea to live in the same place all the time, but today I was grateful. You can see it there. As I went into the exam room, Arimura still stood hesitantly by the entrance. I motioned for her to sit the exam chair. Don't worry, I can take care of this myself. I see. Good. I had gotten a little used to it, but I still didn't like the idea of touching her skin. Oh, you can use this as a disinfectant. I got some medicine, some cotton wool, and some adhesive bandage off the shelf and handed them to her. Since this was a clinic, a lot of medicine were for use by professional, but they were labeled in clearly written Japanese, so there was no way I could screw them up. Every time a new drug came, it was Kurusu's job to make the label and stick it on. She always said that if she didn't, Yui, Yuto, and I might take some by accident. She had always been the type to worry about things like that. I had always been told to make sure to straighten my shoes up when I took them off, or not to put my socks in the laundry inside out. She had made me help with a lot of the cooking too, didn't she? Wait, why am I thinking about that now? I shook my head, shocked that I was thinking about those things when something much important was going on.
宮代先輩は
Is this where you live with Kurusu and the
こ
others?
こでクルス先輩たちと一緒に暮らしてるんです
The
か
disinfectant must have stung because she was
暮らして
wincing.
たんだよ。
I used to
少し前まで。
until a little while ago.
じゃあ今は
Then where do you live now?
今は
No?
別の
I
場所
live
で
by myself in
一
another
人暮ら
place.
しですか
You live by yourself?
いいですね
I'm jealous.
まあね。
What about you? I hadn't really meant anything by it. That was just where the conversation was leading.
知りたいですか
Do you want to know?
あ、いや、
No, if you
言い
don't
た
want
く
to
ないな
tell
ら
me,
いい
it's
んだけ
fine.
ど。
いいですよ
I
別
don't
にそれ
mind.
くら
I
い
live with some relatives.
私は親戚の家で暮らして
My
ます
family live kind
実
of
家
far
ちょっと
away.
遠い
そう
Ah,
か。
I see. If she was jealous of me living alone, did that mean she wasn't getting along with her relative?
あ
Oh, just so you
言ってお
know,
きますけど
I'm not being abused by
別
my
に親戚
relative
の家
or
でいじ
anything
められ
like
てる
that,
と
okay?
かそういう
え
いえ
No, I just didn't
変に
want you
誤
to
解さ
get
れ
the
ても
wrong idea.
別に誤解なんてしてない。
やっぱり思っ
So you
てたん
did,
です
huh? Ketahuan nih kalau bohong. That's right, she had that power. Having her know if I was telling truth or not made things difficult, yes.
でも、
But it was probably difficult for Arimura herself. You know what someone was really thinking, whether she wanted to or not. Yes. Yes. That sort of explained how she acted at school. Unless he kept things on a superficial level, acting like a goofball and telling jokes, you will know that everyone really felt, and it will crush her.
はい
Okay,
終わりま
all
した
done. Your turn.
うん。
Okay. Since Sarimura seemed to have finished, I sat down in chair to take care of my own injuries. And at the same time, the door in the back softly opened.
誰
Who's there? Takuru?
Oh.
Oh. Oh no. I had hoped that Kurusu will be asleep. No, I will actually come here to talk to her about something important. But after I had decided against it. If she saw me injured like this, she will have worried, so I had planned to talk to her some more instead.
何か音
I
が
heard a
聞こえる
noise.
から気
So I
になっ
came.
て
What are you doing here
こ
at
んな
this
時
hour?
間にどうし
And then she realized that there was another girl in the room.
Oh.
Arimura?
その
Hi.
あ
This isn't what it looks like. It was on some kind of weird late night date with her. Then we got into a big fight where both of us got hurt. But before I could say something, which would probably only make her more suspicious, Kurusu saw us both and went pale.
二人とも
You both heard.
これは
This is. I knew this was coming. Her own injury hadn't healed yet, so when I saw how worried she looked, it pricked at my heart.
貸して
Give those to me. Huh?
手当て必要
You
なん
need
でしょ
someone to treat those injuries, right? Give me the medicine.
あ
Oh. Kurusu grabbed the medicine I was carrying and started to patch me up.
いやいや
We
も
are
う大
fine.
丈
I
夫っす
already
よ
did it myself.
そんな適当
You
な
have
処
to
置じ
do
ゃ
it
ダメ
correctly. What if it
後になっ
leaves
たらどう
a
する
scar
の
behind?
でも
But
でもは聞きません
no buts.
分かった
Understood.
はい
Okay. Kurusu, no nonsense. Attitude was enough to overwhelm when Arimura, she sat still and let Kurusu do whatever she wanted. Once she was finished, she started on me.
で何があった
So,
の
what happened?
あ、
What was I supposed to tell her? I should probably try to find a way to say it that won't scare her.
私たち
We were attacked. That's way too blunt. Harimura came straight out and told her while I was hesitating.
襲われた
Attack.
はい
That's right.
炎を操る
By a
力を
psychic
持った女に
with the power to control fire. Kurusu's expression started to cloud over. Come on, Harimura, shut up. I glare at her, but Harimura just shook her head.
こういう時
At
は
a time like this, if you try to hide things, it just makes it sound like you're lying.
相手
You
に
only
余
make
計な
them
心
worry
配を
more.
つうか
And
宮
anyway,
代先輩の
even
嘘っ
without
て
my power, it's
私
easy
の
to
能
tell
力な
when
ん
you're
かなくて
lying,
も分かるよ
Miyashiro.
有村さんの言う通りだわ
Harimura, that's right.
ちゃ
Tell
んと
me the
話して
truth, okay? I guess I didn't have a choice. I told Kurusu what had just happened carefully, choosing my word so as not to scare her. While I spoke, I had flashback to the terror I had felt during the attack. And my voice started to shake, but I couldn't help that.
ということで
But we don't know
理
why.
由は僕たちにはわからな
But
い
she
んだ
was definitely after us.
でも
Everything I
あ
said
の女は
sounded
間違いなく僕たちを
unrealistic,
狙ってきた
even to me, but Kurusu intently listened to every word. Sorry. She just sat there and listened.
あの
No.
Miyashiro
Miyashiro senpai? Harimura suddenly looked at me and spoke.
見えますか
Can you see that?
Huh?
Only then did I realize I had been so busy talking that I hadn't noticed, but something had appeared in corner of my vision.
これは
That's when I remembered the terror I had felt during the attack. Had it brought this back as well? There's no mistaking it.
ディソード
A this word. I whispered the word myself and tried to visualize it more clearly. And then, the hazy, indistinct image began to take shape. I reached out my hand toward the bizarre object, but
なんだこれ
what's going on?
どういうことだ
For some reason, I couldn't touch it. Takuro, what are you
剣
doing?
があるんだ
There's a sword here.
剣
Sword?
やっぱり出せるようになったんですね自分のディソ
I
ード
figure you've learned how to manifest your own this word now. Harimura said.
自分の
My own?
はい
That's right. That's
そ
your
れ
this
ディ
word.
ソード
This word. An illusory sword that could only be seen with the power to make the illusion real. Then I'm a psychic after
だ
all.
からずっと言って
That's
る
what
じゃ
I've
ない
been
ですか
telling you this whole time.
じゃあさっきの女
Then that woman was
あれだよ。
after me.
だと思います
I think so, of course.
私を狙った可能性も
It's possible
もちろ
that
ん
she
あり
was
ますけ
after
ど
me too. Ugh. What I had been afraid of had become real. That woman, her eyes, her appearance, and her flames. The burn marks on our bodies told me that this wasn't a dream. It was real. At this rate, I will be killed. Like the victims in Don't Look at Me and Revolving That.
どうして
Why? Why was this happening to me?
あの
Harimura?
有村さん
Kurusu suddenly interrupted our conversation.
Oh,
What
なん
is
で
it?
しょう
あなたの知っている
Can
こ
you
と
tell me everything you know?
どうしてですか
Huh? Why?
誰が何の
I'm
ため
going
に
to find
こ
out
ん
who
な
is
事件
behind
を
these
起こしている
murders
のか
and why
調べ
they
る
are
の
doing this.
おい
What? Stunned, I leaned in towards Kurusu.
お前
You
事件
told
に
me so
関わ
many
るな
times
って
to not get
でももう
info,
遅いんでしょ
but it's too late for
こ
that
の先
now,
も
right?
タクルや有村さんが
There's
狙
a
われるかも
chance
しれな
they
いのよ
might
ね
come after the two of you, isn't there?
クルス
Kurusu. I had noticed earlier that something seemed a little strange about Kurusu. She had told me so many times to not to get involved in anything dangerous that I was sure when I told her what had happened tonight, she will freak out. That's why even when I have fled here, I still hadn't wanted to see her. But after I had told her. Instead of looking angry or raising her voice, her expression was firm and resolve.
あのね、タクル。
Listen, Takuru? Hmm?
セリカから聞いてるかもしれないけ
Erika
ど
may have told you, but
話し
there's
ておきたい
something
こ
I
とがあ
want to
るの。
talk to you about. Oh, yeah.
実は私、
There's actually something
あなたに
I
言ってない
haven't told
言
you.
ってないこと
Something you haven't told me? I felt a sudden pain in my heart. Her word reminded me of last time when I was told that my parents were murdered. When I had found out that my family rule at the Aoba dorm, that nobody kept secret, didn't apply to me, just everyone else. When I found out I was the one person who was different from the rest of family. I knew Kurusu remembered it too. She had almost brought herself to the verge of saying something, but her memories came back and stopped her. She kept opening and closing her mouth, only to finally fall silent. I almost never saw her like this.
クルス
Kurusu,
僕なら
don't worry about
大
me.
丈夫だ
Huh? I balanced my hand tightly into fist, as if I was trying to tell this to myself too.
今の僕は
I'm
あの
not
時とは
I
違う
was
よ
anymore.
多分
Probably. So tell
だから
me,
聞かせ
Takuru,
タクル。
was I just imagining things, or did Kurusu's eyes get a little wet? I couldn't bear to look at her, so I continued.
とにかく
Anyway,
言ってないこ
I
と
need
って
to
のは
hear
聞かない
what
か
it
ら
is that you
何が
haven't
何だか
told
わ
me.
かんないだろ
Otherwise, I won't know what's going on.
そうね。
Yeah.
そうよ
You're
ね。
right. Yeah, I'm
ごめんな
sorry.
さい。
And she slowly started to speak. This is what she said.
今度の事件、
I'm involved with
私は
this
無関係
case
じゃ
too.
ないの。
Huh? I had never even expected that. Kurusu was involved in this case? What did she mean?
この前、
That hospital you snuck into earlier.
AH 東京総合病院
AH Tokyo. Yes,
So
the
now
basement. I knew about it. Huh? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was so sudden and surprising that I couldn't even follow it. The basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital. She knew about that terrifying place. Why? Oh,
昔、
a long time ago,
千里がね、
Senri Minamisa.
南沢千里
I had to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing her by the shoulder.
どうして
How do you know about
それ
her?
は、
That's because,
その、
well, Kurusu paused and looked away, and then she showed me the phone in her hand. Because of
これは、
this, there was a picture on the phone. Happily smiling boy and two girls. The picture was old, but I recognized one of the girl as Kurusu and the boy as Kawahara. And there was a girl with them who had very gloomy eyes. It was without a doubt the girl whose data I had seen in the facility, the one called Senri Minamisawa.
そ
That's
そう
right, I
か
remember. I knew I had heard the name Minamisawa.
南沢って名前どこか
It
で
was
聞いたこ
during
と
the
があると
culture
思った
festival, Kawahara had said.
特に
Especially me. He died in the earthquake, but before that, the three of us were always together.
南沢
川原くんが言ってた
Kawahara said you had a friend named Minamisawa. That's right.
この写真
When
を撮
his
った
photo
頃の
was
私
taken,
たちは、
the three of
いつも
us
一緒に
always
遊
played
んでいたの
together. Senri Minamisawa, who had been subjected to those awful human experiments, used to be Kurusu's friend.
千里はね、
Senri used to go to that hospital every day.
じゃあ
Then
ク
you,
ルスは
the back of my throat had gone dry and hurt terribly.
クルスは
And you knew what was going on there. Kurusu bit her lip and slowly nodded.
当時子供だ
I
った
was just a
私に
kid.
は、
There is nothing I could do.
どうしようも
It
な
was
か
so
ったの。
frustrating. It made me so sad.
それが悔しくて
Kurusu looked down.
悲しくて、
Her face was twisted with pain, as if she was being tortured. She was a girl with a strong sense of right and wrong. Knowing that her friend was being experimented on must have been terrible for her. Did Kurusu maybe go through the same trauma that I did?
でも
But I'm not a kid
今は
anymore.
もう子
I
供
can't
じゃない。
run away.
逃げ
I
る
have
わけ
to
にも
know
いか
the
ないわ。
truth. What's going
私
on?
そうじゃないと。
Otherwise, I can't protect anyone.
ルス
Kurusu,
有村さん、
Arimura,
お願い。
please tell me
全
everything.
うん
Was that the really thing, the right thing to do? I'll put Kurusu in danger before, and now I was sending her down a dangerous path again.
仕方ないですね。
Guess we don't have a choice.
待ってくれ有村。
Wait, Arimura. I tried to stop Arimura, but Kurusu cut me off.
ねえ、タクル。
Listen, Takuru.
今日あなたたちに怪我
I
をさ
don't
せ
know
た
who
のが
hurt
誰
you
なの
two
か。
today, but they might come
それ
back, right?
何も知らない
If
まま
I
じゃ。
don't know what's going
私は
on,
何
I
もして
can't
あ
do
げられない
anything for you. All I
た
can
だ
do
うろ
is
たえるだけで
be afraid
何
and
もできない。
helpless. I don't want that.
だから、
So, tell me
全部
everything.
羨ましいですね。
I'm so jealous.
あ、
No.
いえ、なんでもないです。
It's nothing.
で、
So is it okay to tell her?
あ
Yeah. I slowly nodded.
あでも有村
But Arimura,
クルスを巻き込む前に
before I get
一つだけ
Kurusu
聞いてもいい
involved,
か？
can I ask you one thing?
私にですか？
Ask me?
僕は
I don't
お
really
前
know
のことまだよ
much
くわから
about
な
you.
い
Honestly, I don't know if it's
正
okay to
直
trust you.
なるほど。
I see.
そうでしょうね。
Yeah,
で
that
も
makes
なんていう
sense.
か
But it
今
doesn't.
は
It doesn't seem
悪い
like you're
や
a
つじゃな
bad
いような気
person,
がし
so
て
I
る
want to ask you.
だから、
Ask me
な
what?
お前は少なくとも
You are
その
not, at least, you're not
僕
our
らの敵
enemy,
じゃないん
right?
だよなお前のせいで
No one I
僕の
care
大
about
事
is
な
going
誰
to
かが
die
死んだ
because
り
of
しない
you,
よな
right? Rimura thought for a moment as she looked at me and Kurusu in turn. And then,
まあ、さ
well,
っきは
you
宮
just
代
saved
先
my
輩
life
に
back
助けて
there.
もらい
And
まし
I
た
don't
し、
think it will be right
恩
to
を仇
hurt
で
you
返
after
すって
that.
のもどうかと思うんで、誓っ
To
とき
hurt
ま
you
す。
after that. So I swear it.
私のことは、
You both can trick me
先輩
as
たち
an
なり。
ally.
そっか
I see.
おっと、
Oh,
た
but
だ
I
し、ベ
hate
タベ
it
タ撫
when
れ合ったり
people
する
get
のとか大
clingy
嫌い
and
な
super
んで、そ
friendly.
の辺はよろしく。
So keep that in mind. She smiled just a little. That may have been the first time I had seen a real smile from her. Baik, kita save sampai sini deh. Udah kita extend nih ya streamnya ya. Tadi bagi request saya tambah sejam nih. Saya. Tadi udah ke save belum? Oke. Kita bakal sebut nama. Ada Nepu, ada Bagis, ada MXY, ada Airi, ada Dongo, ada Om Aldo, ada Om Kepler, ada Om Nara, ada Abang Dewa. Terus juga tadi ada Demon Inside Me. Dan yang lain-lain lah ya. Dan juga ada yang nonton tapi nggak live chat. Terus juga tadi ada yang ngedonate ya kan. So ya. Ya banget yang udah mampir. Dan juga melalui livestream kali ini. Dan juga yang udah nge-media share tadi. Kita besok harusnya tetap lanjut ini. Dan mungkin bakal ada toga besok. Mungkin. Ya. Kita bakalan sampai sini ya. Thanks for watching. And see you guys in the next stream. Bye-bye.